The story starts with a guy working in a hotel, and he worked all the days in the hotel and did his job and all the goals very well. The guy told his friend Yao Bing that the client from room 2201 had just checked out and he should quickly get out of there now. Yao Bing was a maid and he cleaned hotel rooms every day, and he realized that he had to do what the main boss at work told him to do. Yao Bing told his friend that he was going and thought that he just had to wait a little until he received his salary and immediately paid for his education. Yao Bing thought that then his mother would have a little rest for 2 days instead of going out early in the morning to sell pancakes and stuff. And at that moment the door to the hotel room opened and the hotel guest began to leave and thought that he had a good rest with the lady. And at that very second the girl came out of the room with the guy, and the lady noticed a familiar person in the hotel and froze in place right there. Yao Bing looked at the girl and he also recognized her and asked a girl named Xiao Bei and wondered if it was her and why she was in their hotel. Xiao Bei was shocked and asked Yao Bing what he was doing there and why he came there, and wanted to hear the answer to her question from Yao Bing. The guy next to Xiao Bei started smiling and said that it is clear that this Yao Bing works in a hotel and cannot afford to rent a room. The guy hugged Xiao Bei and asked her if Yao Bing could afford to stay in a hotel like Bin Hai, and this is simply impossible. Yao Bing was furious with this and thought that he would now punish this impudent person, and knocked over all his items and did not attach any importance to it. Yao Bing grabbed the guy by the scruff of the neck and told Guo Shuai to remove his hands and what he was allowing himself, and wanted to hear an explanation from them about everything. But suddenly Xiao Bei quickly grabbed Yao Bing and asked him just not to hurt Guo Shuai, and she herself would explain all this to him now. Yao Bing was very surprised and asked Xiao Bei why she is now there protecting Guo Shuai, and it's strange and he himself doesn't understand anything now. But suddenly at this moment Guo Shuai swung and wanted to hit Yao Bing while he was communicating with Xiao Bei, and he was not expecting a blow at this time. Guo Shuai hit Yao Bing and he began to fly in the other direction from a very strong blow, and Xiao Bei was in shock and did not think about Guo Shuai's blow. Guo Shuai squeezed Yao Bing's head with his foot and asked him if he really wanted to hit him, and thought that he would succeed and he was the strongest guy. Guo Shuai told Yao Bing that Zhang Xiaobei is his girlfriend, but she is still with him, and asked how he could still not understand this today. Guo Shuai told Yao Bing that a worthless guy like him cannot compete with him, and said that he is not worthy of Xiaobei and she is good. Guo Shuai threw money at Yao Bing and said that he must take all the money and immediately get out of his sight, and he doesn't want to see him anymore. Xiao Bei looked at Yao Bing and thought that she wanted to help her ex-boyfriend, but she had to listen to the new boyfriend Shuai. Guo Shuai began to leave there together in an embrace with Xiao Bei, and Yao Bing at this time continued to lie on the floor and he could not do anything there. Yao Bing gradually began to come to his senses and realized that he was weak and could not punish Guo Shuai yet, but soon everything will change and the exact fact. Yao Bing thought that Guo Shuai could go from there for now, and he should only wait until he gets rich and he pays his price, and he is sure. Yao Bing lay on the floor and thought that everyone thought that he could not do anything to rich people, but he would do his best to measure the plan. And at that moment something began to happen, and Yao Bing realized that he must believe in himself, and then he can change his destiny then. Then night came and Yao Bing went out onto the roof of the hotel and thought that there was fresh air there and he could come to his senses and think about everything. Yao Bing was sitting on the roof and thought that today the sky was very clear and he could see all the stars, and a system with targets appeared in front of him. People on the street sat by the fire and thought that today was a special day, and it was good that they had gathered there with friends and celebrated the day together. People sat around the fire and lit things and thought that all the things there burned perfectly and they were doing it all 100% correctly. It was already late and Yao Bing realized that it was very beautiful and all the people were burning fires and having fun in a cozy atmosphere there. And then Yao Bing realized that today is the full moon of July and this is the month of the sun, and therefore all people celebrate together on this day there. Yao Bing looked at the system and thought what a strange expansion of the underground world this was, and he had never seen anything like it himself. In the main system there was a mission for a newbie to catch a ghost, and he had to experience the first level fear in the Emerald area in the house. Yao Bing saw the address of the Emerald City, 3rd floor and 301st room, and thought, isn't this opposite his house, and this is unexpected. Yao Bing couldn't believe that the process of expanding the underground world included catching ghosts and a ghost in front of his house. Yao Bing had to complete this task, and then he would immediately receive the reward of a lucky talisman to suppress demons in his world. Yao Bing looked at the task in the system and thought that he still could not believe that he had to complete all these tasks in the system. Yao Bing realized that it seems that within the point of fear, he can buy tools in the system himself, and this is very interesting and he wants it. Yao Bing began to study the system and noticed that the beginner had a special advantage and his wounds would heal, and thought that this was all nonsense. But suddenly at this moment, all the wounds that he received from being beaten by Guo Shuai began to disappear and he no longer felt pain. Yao Bing looked at his hand and realized that the system did not lie to the owner and how this was possible, and he was interested in how this system works. Yao Bing was shocked and got up from his seat and realized that he was not sleeping and now all this was really happening, and did not understand why his wounds had healed there. Yao Bing wondered if all his wounds and abrasions had just completely healed and he was not in pain, although he had been in a lot of pain recently. Yao Bing realized that it looks like he just acquired enormous power and he likes it all, and he must study the system and find out all this. Yao Bing thought that if he worked to develop the expansion of the underground world, his life would improve and that would be great. Yao Bing began to leave there and thought that all people should just wait for him and no one else would ever be able to insult him. Yao Bing took off his work uniform and left the hotel and thought that he was 100% sure that he would change this whole situation for the better. A couple of minutes later, Yao Bing came to his house and thought that today he had a hard day at work and he should take a break from all his affairs. Yao Bing went up to his floor and thought that now he would go into his apartment and hope that his mother would not scold him over trifles. Yao Bing went into his apartment and asked his mother if it was too late. He came home and said that he was asking for forgiveness for staying there. Mom told Yao Bing that today is the full moon of July and asked him what if he gets into trouble and how he will solve the problems then. Yao Bing thought that his mother should not worry about him and now he is not afraid of these problems, but problems should be afraid of his system. Yao Bing entered the kitchen and noticed that there were a lot of delicious dishes from his mother on the table and he was happy and realized that his mother was a miracle. Mom told Yao Bing that he should eat first, and for now she will go and warm up the soup for him and hope that he will like all the dishes. Yao Bing started eating rice and thought that he should now ask his mother about important information and learn from her what he didn't already know. Yao Bing asked his mother if anyone lived in the room opposite and she told him that this morning she saw a lady coming out of there. Mom told Yao Bing that the lady was very beautiful and she was even better than many stars, but it seems strange to her and it's definitely true. Yao Bing was very interested and he asked his mother what seemed strange to her and wanted to hear the truth, and his mother interested her son. Mom told Yao Bing that judging by her style and manners, this lady is from a very rich family, but why did she live in this bad area? Mom told Yao Bing that besides, this apartment has remained ownerless for so long and doesn't it really scare her at all and she's so brave. Yao Bing heard his mother's words and thought that then the system told him that he should come at midnight and catch the ghosts in her house. Mom told Yao Bing that she should stop talking and she is sure that all her food is much tastier than the food that couriers deliver in their city. But at that very second, Yao Bing's phone began to ring and he realized that he had just received a message and wondered who was writing to him very late. Yao Bing thought that his mother had given him the idea without even knowing it and he should dress up as a courier so as not to give himself away, and the plan was excellent. Yao Bing saw that it was a message from Xiao Bei and she asked Yao for forgiveness and she was to blame, but they must part forever. Yao Bing thought what happened to Xiao Bei, and if there are problems then she should tell him and together they can solve all the problems. Mom told Yao Bing that he should stop playing games on the phone and he should already go to bed and get up early tomorrow morning and go to school. Yao Bing told his mother that he understood her and began to quickly finish all her dishes and realized that it was very tasty and he himself would quickly eat everything. Yao Bing lay on the bed and looked at his phone and thought that he still thought that he could solve the problems, but he was very mistaken. Xiao Bei told Yao Bing thank you, but he could not solve her problem and asked her not to ask about it anymore and to forget about her forever. Yao Bing thought that Xiao Bei would rather give himself to that idiot Shuai than let him help her and realized that he was useless to her. Yao Bing realized that he must become stronger and Xiao Bei should only wait for him and he will become stronger and then he will be able to help his beloved. At night, Yao Bing realized that it was time to complete the system's task and he must go to the neighboring house and find ghosts there, and this is a fact. Yao Bing stood in front of the neighboring house and thought that he shouldn't be afraid there and he would do everything and be able to immediately receive the system's reward. Yao Bing realized that it was very scary near this house and for some reason he didn't want to go there but he had to overcome his fear there. Yao Bing knocked on the door and wanted to make sure that there were no ghosts there and the system made everything up and wanted to check the owner and evaluate the will. And at that same second the door began to slowly open and Yao Bing at that time realized that there was really someone in the house and he should check. Yao Bing was very afraid and could not understand who opened the door for him because he did not see anyone and did not even hear that someone was approaching this door. And at that moment the system gave Yao Bing 10 points for the point of fear and the owner immediately received points because he began to complete the task now. Yao Bing thought why the system gave him only 10 points and he couldn't even afford a talisman and it was very disappointing. Yao Bing began to enter this apartment and realized that it was dark there and he had to be careful not to fall while searching for her house. Yao Bing noticed that some kind of light was burning in the corner of this house and thought what kind of light it was because everyone should have been asleep a long time ago because it was late. Yao Bing began to receive a lot of points for his fear from the system and realized that it was really very scary there and the system tested all his nerves. The system notified Yao Bing that he received a mahogany sword for exorcism and he received many fear points for the task. Yao Bing thought that 3 minutes had already passed, but why didn't he even hear her steps and didn't she notice that he had entered her house? Yao Bing looked at the system and realized that a talisman and a mahogany sword appeared in his items and he put them in his cart. Yao Bing slowly walked towards the bathroom and thought that she must be there because he checked all the other rooms and there was no lady there. Yao Bing went into the bathroom and thought that she shouldn't be there and then he could return to his house and fall asleep because it was already so late. But suddenly Yao Bing saw an important thing in the bathroom and froze and was shocked and thought that now he obviously didn't expect to see this thing there. In the bathroom there were candles on the sink next to the mirror and someone had prepared everything in advance and did not expect to see guests at home and disturb. In the bathroom, a girl stood near the mirror and she did not move and silently looked into this mirror and seemed to be doing a ritual and it was mysticism. Yao Bing saw the girl in the bathroom and he was very scared and he didn't want her to look at him because she was also very strange. Yao Bing continued to look at the girl and realized that she still hadn't even moved and why was she silently standing there in the dark bathroom. Yao Bing thought that she didn't seem to see him and he could quickly complete everything and leave the apartment so as not to disturb the ghosts of the house. But suddenly the girl said to Mo Shiryao and she continued to say different things but still did not notice the stranger there at her house. Yao Bing looked at the girl and it became clear to him that she was calling someone with the help of a mirror, but he thought who the lady was waiting for and what kind of ghost it was. And at that moment the wind blew in the bathroom and it was very strange because there were no windows there and where could a draft come from in a closed place. The girl continued to say some words and thought that everything should work out for her and she would be able to do what she had been planning for a long time. The candle in the bathroom began to fade and it seemed that the girl succeeded in doing what she wanted to do and she continued to call the ghost home there. But suddenly at that very second the girl turned around and looked at Yao Bing and he was shocked and frozen in surprise and could not move. Yao Bing realized that this was a problem and wanted to quickly escape from there, but someone's hand began to slowly approach Yao Bing to grab him. And at that moment, suddenly the ghost grabbed Yao Bing's shoulder with his hand and asked if they were looking for him and he was glad to see people in the house. Yao Bing noticed a ghost's hand on his shoulder and began to receive a lot of fear points from the system and did not know what to do there now. Yao Bing acquired the yin and yang sword skill from the system and the lady at that moment turned around and told Yao Bing that he should be quieter. The girl told Yao Bing that he should not look back and he would make a huge mistake if he did this and she knew about all this. The ghost grabbed Yao Bing with his hands and grinned and Yao Bing realized that he had to find help in the system and began to look for a way out of the situation. Yao Bing went into the items in his system and realized that he must use the talisman at this moment, otherwise the ghost will finish him off there. Yao Bing used the talisman and at that moment a fiery talisman appeared in his hand and he could protect himself from the attack of the ghost in the house. The ghost noticed the talisman in Yao Bing's hand and realized that she was now in danger and she needed to protect herself, otherwise the person would drive her out of the house. The ghost immediately began to move away from Yao Bing and he realized that he was not mistaken and the ghost was afraid of his talisman and the system helped a lot. Yao Bing turned around and thought that now he would not let the ghost go and he would do what he had in mind because this was his chance and he would not spare the ghost. Yao Bing was determined and he did not want to retreat, and he tightly grabbed the talisman in his hand and thought that the ghost would not escape from him there. Yao Bing approached the ghost and quickly put a talisman in the ghost's head, and a bright glow appeared there, and this helped Yao a lot. The ghost began to scream with all her might and she was in pain, and the talisman immediately took effect and she realized that she had made a mistake and it was too late. The glow enveloped the entire room and the ghost screamed and asked Yao Bing to remove the talisman from her head, and she wanted to talk to the lady at home. Yao Bing looked at the ghost and realized that he influenced the fact that the ghost was in pain and she could not harm his health. The ghost immediately disappeared from the room and the whole room was in smoke, and Yao Bing realized that she had returned to where she came from in their world. The system congratulated Yao Bing for completing the rookie mission, and he caught the ghost and took the first step towards expanding the underground. The system gave Yao Bing a reward of thousands of yuan for this task, and the owner wondered if the system had given him thousands of yuan of the underworld. Yao Bing turned around and noticed that behind him in the bathroom there was a girl lying on the floor and she was not moving and seemed to have recently lost consciousness. Yao Bing approached the girl and asked her if she was okay, and he wanted to call for help if she was hurt by the ghost's call. Yao Bing extended his hand to the girl and thought that she had summoned a ghost, but he wondered why she did it and what was the main reason. Yao Bing found a towel in the bathroom and he wanted to cover the girl because it was cold there and she might freeze and get sick after that. Yao Bing began to go to the girl to hide her and thought that he had never met her before and did not know that he had a beautiful neighbor. Yao Bing covered the girl and wanted to help her because she looked very tired and she could not get up and go to her other room. Yao Bing took the girl in his arms and began to carry her to another room, and he thought that he could not leave the girl in the bathroom and go home. Yao Bing looked in the mirror and suddenly noticed that the girl was looking at him and he was very scared because she could not move and was sleeping. Yao Bing looked at the girl and noticed that her eyes were closed and she could not look at him, and what kind of mysticism was that in the room? Yao Bing thought that it was in vain that he came to the haunted house at night and he must quickly leave from there, otherwise his heart will not withstand the load. Yao Bing thought that she scared him and he hopes that this is all just an illusion, and it seems to him that the ghost of the house was looking at him from the mirror. Yao Bing went into the bedroom and thought that he should put the girl to bed and quickly leave her house where there is a lot of mysticism and more ghosts. Yao Bing noticed that the girl still had not come to her senses and thought that it was also a shock for her that a ghost appeared in the bathroom and she did not wait. Yao Bing realized that if he completed many tasks of the system, he could quickly become a strong guy and everyone would be delighted. Yao Bing realized that the girl was very beautiful, as his mother told him, and he should talk to her when she wakes up and get to know the lady. Yao Bing realized that his mother did not lie to him and this girl was more beautiful than all the stars, and how could he not have noticed her on the street before these events? Yao Bing wanted to kiss her and realized that he would not be against it, and he had never met such beautiful girls as her and this was his luck. But Yao Bing was thinking about what he was thinking and he wouldn't dare to do it now, and he's a good guy and won't make a huge mistake. But at that very second the girl woke up and her hand quickly flew to where Yao Bing's face was and he could not dodge her blow, and this is a fact. Yao Bing received a slap in the face from a girl and he did not expect a blow from her and asked her why she hit him, and he was in a lot of pain there. The girl asked Yao Bing if he knew that he had just destroyed her entire business, and she was not joking and would explain to him all the information about the business. Yao Bing asked the girl what business she was talking about, and there was a ghost in the mirror, and if he was late she would have lost her life, and he saved. Yao Bing was hurt by the girl's blow and he asked her why she was acting so stupidly and didn't she understand that she had made a mistake now. But the girl told Yao Bing that she herself summoned the ghost and knew that she would appear there and he ruined everything, and she would explain the nuances to him. Yao Bing was very surprised and thought that the girl had gone crazy and was talking nonsense, and it looked like she had hit her head hard in the bathroom recently. The girl told Yao Bing that she had no more than a month to live and she just wanted to extend her life and did not want to harm him. Yao Bing wondered if she had summoned a ghost to extend her life and how a ghost could extend her life, and he was interested in finding out everything. Yao Bing saw the attributes of a ghost and she was a Yin woman, and her reason for coming to Earth was to find a replacement, and this is very important. Yao Bing told the girl that she said that she summoned a ghost to continue living, and did she really allow her to inhabit her body? The girl told Yao Bing that this is not so, and selling yourself to the underworld to prolong your life does not mean replacing yourself with someone else in life. Yao Bing told the girl that this is exactly what he was telling her about and wanted to ask her a couple of questions and find out the answer to all of the questions now. But Yao Bing asked the girl, who told her that selling herself now to the underworld could prolong her life, and it seems that this is just nonsense. The girl told Yao Bing that she did not ask his opinion and why he was at her house at midnight and what he needed from her and who he was. Yao Bing told the girl that he suspects that someone has been trying all this time to seize control of her body in order to deceive her loved ones. The girl was shocked and told Yao Bing that she would never believe in his words and she would not allow someone to manipulate her and her trouble. Yao Bing asked her to calm down and said that this was just his guess and the ghost she summoned was a crying devil and they were dangerous. Yao Bing told the girl that these creatures are looking for a replacement and he thinks that the person who asked her to call a ghost does not want her to live. But the girl was nervous and thought that she should tell Yao Bing very important information and then he would understand that she did not expect this. The girl told Yao Bing that the person who asked to call the ghost was her father and she did not know that he wanted to harm his daughter. Yao Bing was shocked by her words and thought that he had made hasty conclusions and thought that it seemed like her father was a bad person and a scoundrel. Yao Bing sat down next to the girl and realized that he had to console her and it was very difficult for her now and she did not expect such an act from her father. Yao Bing clenched his fist and he didn't like this whole situation and how her father could deceive his daughter and did he really want her to die in agony. Yao Bing told the girl that he also went through this and knows what it's like to be betrayed, so he will help her with the problem and save her. Yao Bing opened the main system and went into the store and thought that he knew an option that worked 100% and it was true. Yao Bing bought a suicide note in the system and realized that it should definitely help the girl and she would not have to die early. The suicide note took into account the dates of birth of all people and death of people and Yao Bing could change the fate of his friends. Yao Bing asked the girl not to be nervous and said that he knew a way to prolong her life and asked if her name was Mo Shiyao and whether he was right. The girl told Yao Bing that he was right and her name was Mo Shiyao and thought that this was the way and how he could save her life and it was interesting. Yao Bing told Mo Shiyao that she was great and asked her to wait a minute and she would see everything and evaluate whether he was right or deceived her there. Mo Shiyao did not understand Yao Bing's words and thought that he was lying to her and none of the people could help her solve the problem and she was already doomed. Yao Bing wanted to use this attribute but the system informed him that he did not have enough fear points and he must replenish the system. Suddenly the system notified Yao Bing that the attribute he wants to buy costs thousands of fear points and he lacks a lot of them. Yao Bing was surprised and thought that how much it was and he never expected that it would cost so many fear points and it's not fair. Yao Bing thought that by catching a ghost today he almost died, but he earned 3,100 fear points and why is this note expensive? Yao Bing could not understand how he would receive such a large amount in such a short time and it seemed that it was impossible and his plan failed. Mo Shiyao told Yao Bing thank you and she would accept his help and he was a good guy who wanted to help a stranger with a problem. But at that very second, Yao Bing grabbed the lady by the hand and thought that he could not allow her to die and he would not survive death. Yao Bing told Mo Shiyao that he guarantees her that he will do everything in his power to help her and save her because she is very dear to him. Mo Shiyao told Yao Bing that it was late and it was time for him to go home and she would go to bed and she was very tired that day and would rest at night. Yao Bing started to leave from there and thought that he still wouldn't forget this nice lady and would try his best to earn points. While leaving, Yao Bing told Mo Shiyao that she should keep in mind that she should never give up and she is stronger than all people and a champion. But Mo Shiyao asked Yao Bing to go and said that he talks too much and she wants to sleep and asked him to close the front door to the house. Mo Shiyao smiled and realized that she really missed a friend like Yao Bing and he could comfort her and she believes all his words and he will not deceive. Yao Bing closed Mo Shiyao's door and thought that he did not expect that so many events would happen that night and he would meet a beautiful neighbor. Yao Bing realized that he had to get more points to get this attribute and the note would allow him to save the life of sweet Mo Shiyao. After Yao Bing returned home and went to bed and in the morning the sun illuminated Yao Bing's room and he had to start the day and he had a lot of plans. And in the morning, Yao Bing's alarm clock began to ring and he must wake up and start completing tasks so that he would be proud of himself and be calm. Yao Bing woke up and turned off the alarm and thought that he had slept very little and he needed to sleep tonight without his ghosts. Yao Bing immediately looked into the system to find out what new happened overnight and whether there were any interesting tasks for him with a good reward. The system notified Yao Bing that he had completed the task and immediately asked the owner if he wanted to accept a new mission today. Yao Bing's mission this time was to catch a strong ghost, and the address was in a room in the western house of Pan Hai in the middle school in the city. Yao Bing read the mission and realized that this was the 6th room of the western building of the Pan High School and immediately thought, isn't this his Pan School? Yao Bing looked at the mission date and realized that it would happen tomorrow, and he wanted to find out detailed information about this mission from the system. Yao Bing thought that if the system gives him such a task, will something terrible happen in his class tomorrow, and how can he understand the meaning? Yao Bing thought that today the ghost was level 1 and tomorrow it will be level 3. And will he really be able to cope with it tomorrow? But Yao Bing remembered Mo Shi Yao's words yesterday that her father told her that she had to summon a ghost and she knew nothing. Yao Bing wanted to refuse this task, but he immediately realized that Mo Shi Yao would rely on him and wait all day for his friend's help. Yao Bing decided everything and immediately accepted the task and thought that he could no longer retreat anywhere and let his friend down and not solve her problem. Yao Bing asked Mo Shi Yao not to worry and said that he would save her and no one would stop him, even the most dangerous ghosts and monsters. After Yao Bing left the house and came to school, he thought that now at school he would act as if he didn't know anything, and that's true. Yao Bing was sitting in class and thought that if he knew what would happen at his school today, he could warn all his friends about the ghost. But suddenly at that very second someone came up to Yao Bing and deliberately knocked over all his notebooks, and Yao Bing was surprised who did it. All Yao Bing's notebooks fell to the floor and he thought that the person who did this would regret it, and how did he have so much impudence? It was Guo Shuai, and he asked Yao Bing to remember to collect books from the floor, and his mother worked very hard to buy them for her son. Guo Shuai asked Yao Bing to be faster and said that if he lost all his books, he would no longer be able to buy them back and it would be a disaster. But as soon as Yao Bing wanted to pick up his books, his friend Guo Shuai pressed them with his foot and didn't want to let go so that Yao Bing couldn't pick them up from the floor. Guo Shuai's friend followed him and looked at Yao Bing and grinned, and he liked to humiliate him because all his friends were always next to him. Yao Bing thought why Xiao Bei decided to date this idiot like Guo Shuai, and then writes to him about all her sufferings and problems. A couple of minutes later the lesson began and all the students sat down in their seats and were ready for the lesson and did not want to interfere with the teacher teaching the lesson today. Yao Bing was sitting in class and thought when a third-level ghost was supposed to appear, and how would he understand that he had even come to them today. And suddenly at that moment Xiao Bei got up from her seat and did not want to sit down, and the students did not understand what she was doing and she did not react. The student asked Xiao Bei what happened and if she needed help, and she scared all her friends but did not answer their questions and just stood there. And at that very second Xiao Bei straightened up and started screaming, and none of the people could explain what was happening to her and why she was strange. Xiao Bei felt very bad and continued to scream, and as if the devil had possessed her, and her face suddenly changed and it was scary. The friend was horrified and the students asked the teacher what was wrong with Xiao Bei and maybe they should call a doctor there so he could diagnose her. Xiao Bei began to open her mouth and she became pale, and it immediately became clear to everyone that she needed help, but who could help them with their trouble? But only Yao Bing understood what was going on with Xiao Bei, and he is obliged to help her now because she used to be his girlfriend and she is not a stranger. Yao Bing told Xiao Bei that he would quickly help her and she should only hold on and not be influenced by the ghost, and this is very dangerous. But at that moment, Guo Shuai put his hand in front of Yao Bing and said that he must stand and he will not let him go further to his lady Xiao Bei. Guo Shuai asked Yao Bing what he wanted to do and how he would help Xiao Bei because none of his friends knew how to help his girlfriend. Yao Bing told Guo Shuai that Xiao Bei was not fine and he had to take her to the hospital, and if the doctors did not help her, Xiao Bei might die. Guo Shuai asked Yao Bing if he can really say Xiao Bei's name, and he forgot that she is now his girlfriend and let him not get involved in this matter. Yao Bing asked Guo Shuai to take Xiao Bei to the clinic, and if he hates him then he should help his girlfriend, and she is feeling bad now. But Guo Shuai only grinned and did not want to let Yao Bing to Xiao Bei and to help her, and he was selfish and always thought only of himself. Guo Shuai grabbed Yao Bing by the scruff of the neck and asked who he was to stand there and command him, and told him to get out of there and not interfere. The student said that Yao Bing is such a coward, and when Guo Shuai took his girlfriend he didn't even say a word, and when she was sick he appeared again. But the friend asked the student to lower his voice and asked who would dare to go against Guo Shuai because he is the strongest and smartest guy in their class. Yao Bing wanted to use a buffalo tear and thought it was good that he read horror books yesterday to gain more fear points. Yao Bing thought that he hoped that it would work and he could help Xiao Bei there because it was 100% a third-level ghost. Yao Bing dropped a buffalo tear into his eye and thought that he was sure that the system had given him good advice and it would work to help her. Guo Shuai's friends came up to him at this time and asked if Yao Bing dared to look at their daughter-in-law and how they could punish him. Yao Bing, immediately after dripping buffalo tears into his eyes, saw that a lot of bad energy and aura had gathered next to Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei continued to do strange things and the ghost told her to do all this and Yao Bing had to help her so that Xiao Bei could be saved. Xiao Bei froze in place at that moment and Yao Bing thought that only he sees what Xiao Bei is doing now and the system shows the hidden. Xiao Bei continued to stand still and not move and her voice began to change and it was a very angry ghost and he did not want to leave there. Suddenly Xiao Bei turned around and looked at Yao Bing and along with her a dark aura looked at him and the ghost smiled looking at Yao Bing's face. Yao Bing realized that he was right and began to run towards Xiao Bei, but his friend Guo Shuai stood in front of him and did not want to let him through and he was very strong. Guo Shuai's friend looked at Yao Bing and thought that he wanted to go to Xiao Bei just to get her back and take the girl away from their brother Guo. Yao Bing told his friend Guo Shuai to get out of his way and said that otherwise he would regret it and die and would regret his mistake now. Guo Shuai's friend started laughing and asked his friends if they had heard all of Yao Bing's words and being a coward he dared to threaten him with death. Guo Shuai's friend told Yao Bing that he should go with him and he would show him how to behave properly and not be rude to his best friends. Xiao Bei looked at Guo Shuai's friend and she wanted to do something and did not take her eyes off him and watched the dispute between the student and Yao Bing there. Guo Shuai's friend continued to explain the rules of good behavior to Yao Bing and suddenly Xiao Bei came up behind him and grabbed his shoulders. Guo Shuai's friend turned around and couldn't understand what it was and who could grab him from behind and who had the courage to grab him. But unexpectedly at that second Xiao Bei bit off the ear of Guo Shuai's friend and he began to scream in pain and asked his students to help him with the predator. Guo Shuai's friends fell to the floor and were horrified to see what Xiao Bei did to their friend and it looks like she has become wild and can't control herself. Yao Bing received fear points from his friends Guo Shuai, Fu Hai Deng, Bai Lao and the rest of the guys and they were all very scared of Xiao Bei's behavior there. Yao Bing was very surprised and wondered if this system of his could collect fear points from other people and that was a very good thing. Guo Shuai's friend sat on the floor and asked Guo Shuai to help him because Xiao Bei did not let him go and grabbed him very tightly and he sobbed there. Guo Shuai asked his friends why they were still standing and told them to go to their friend and help him immediately escape from the capture of Xiao Bei. The guys ran to save their friend and unhook Xiao Bei from him, and he had already lost all his strength and could no longer resist Xiao Bei's attacks. The guys were able to save their friend and he was lying on the floor and began to come to his senses and could not understand why Xiao Bei grabbed him and bit him. All the friends looked at the floor and saw traces of their friend's blood and they realized that Xiao Bei was very strong and never let go of their friend. Xiao Bei stood in the classroom and tore out part of her friend's ear and she was not happy that his friends came to his aid and saved him from the attack. The injured guy was crawling on the floor and wanted to hide from Xiao Bei and she hurt him and he no longer wanted to meet her there. But suddenly Xiao Bei grabbed the guy again and started biting off his second ear and he asked his friend Guo Shuai to save him from his girlfriend. Meanwhile, Yao Bing continued to receive fear points from Guo Shuai's friends and thought that it was great to just receive fear points like that. But Guo Shuai did not want to help his friend and was afraid to approach Xiao Bei and he thought that she could harm him and he did not know what to do with her. Guo Shuai's friends realized that Yao Bing was right and in vain they did not listen to him and now their friend is wounded and they are also in danger from Xiao Bei. Yao Bing told his friends that he thought that they were all brave guys and why didn't they want to save their friend and because of them he might be left without an ear. The students told Guo Shuai that Yao Bing was right and if he did not help Lao then he would lose his second ear and it would be the fault of his best friend Guo. The students told Guo Shuai that he was Lao's best friend, they wanted him to stop staring and do something with the girl and his best friend. Yao Bing agreed and told the students that if no one does this, he is ready to save Xiao Bei himself and hopes that it will work now. Yao Bing took out his talisman and thought that it worked with a ghost once and he hopes that the third level ghost will also leave. Yao Bing began to approach Xiao Bei and she did not want to let go of her friend Guo Shuai and looked angrily at the other students and wanted to attack there. Yao Bing took the talisman and placed it on Xiao Bei's head and thought that this should be enough and Xiao Bei would come to his senses and calm down there. Xiao Bei immediately froze in place and continued to silently look at all her friends in the class, and they hoped that their friend would be cured there. Guo Shuai's friend realized that this was his chance and he quickly ran away from Xiao Bei so that she could not reach him and bite off his ear. The students could not understand what was happening, and one touch from Yao Bing to Xiao Bei's head was enough to calm her down, and it was so incredible. Guo Shuai coughed and thought that he should find a reason so that he could explain to all his friends and students that he was right in everything. Guo Shuai told Yao Bing that he is a dirty rat and he does not believe that by pure chance he was able to help Xiao Bei with something, and it was his plan. Guo Shuai ordered Yao Bing to leave the class and said that he himself could take care of his girlfriend and she would be happy with him. Guo Shuai asked Yao Bing if he really wanted to show himself off in front of his class and said that he was just a nonentity and no one was interested in him. And at the same second when Guo Shuai wanted to leave the class with Xiao Bei, the Yao Bing talisman fell from her head to the floor and it was not good. Guo Shuai's friends asked his brother to quickly run away from there and said that he should stay away from Xiao Bei and she is a dangerous predator. Guo Shuai turned around and was shocked and frozen in surprise, and he clearly did not expect to see his beloved Xiao Bei in this form, and this is very strange. Xiao Bei looked with predatory eyes at Guo Shuai and wanted to attack him, and the ghost again possessed her because Yao Bing's talisman fell to the floor. Guo Shuai started screaming and realized that the bastard Yao Bing was right and she was not herself and he could suffer from Xiao Bei's attacks and she was crazy. Guo Shuai began to run away from Xiao Bei with all his might and she continued to chase him there and wanted to hurt him too and only wanted violence. Xiao Bei caught up with Guo Shuai and grabbed him by the pants and pulled him towards her and wanted to punish him for everything, and no one could help Guo Shuai escape. Xiao Bei couldn't grab Guo Shuai and tore out a piece of his pants, but that didn't stop her and she wanted to go to his house and catch up with him. Guo Shuai stood near the board and Xiao Bei continued to chase him and she did not want to let him go and wanted to hurt him as his friend. Xiao Bei almost caught up with Guo Shuai and he realized that he had made a mistake and only Yao Bing could help him with his illness and he knew all the medicines. Xiao Bei grinned and realized that she was lucky and today she has a lot of people whom she can cripple if she just wants to. Guo Shuai asked his friends why they were all standing there and looking at how they were about to cripple him and asked them to save him and get him out of there. Friends told each other whether he would go first to help friend Guo Shuai and they argued among themselves and did not want to go to help their friend. Yao Bing continued to receive fear points from Guo Shuai and realized that he was very afraid of Xiao Bei, and why was he afraid? Because she was his beloved lady. Guo Shuai looked at his friend and asked Yao Bing to help him and he could no longer cope with Xiang Bei and he became furious and it's all inexplicable. The students were shocked and said that Guo Shuai had wet pants and he was very scared of his girlfriend there and could not do anything with her. Guo Shuai began to cry and he was afraid that Xiao Bei would bite off his ear as his friend and he would not be able to show anything to his girlfriend, and it was a shame. Yao Bing decided to use a ghostly amulet to defeat Xiao Bei and now drive out the ghost who is doing all these things from her. Yao Bing picked up his talisman and stuck it on Xiao Bei's forehead again, and this should help keep the evil ghost inside his ex. Yao Bing told Guo Shuai that if he wants him to save him, then first he must make him 2 promises, and this is his personal condition to him. Yao Bing told Guo Shuai that firstly he should break up with Xiao Bei and secondly he should apologize to him right now there. Guo Shuai told Yao Bing that he agreed to his conditions and promised that he would do all this and asked only to save him and he would be grateful to him. Yao Bing told Guo Shuai that he would save him now and asked him to take 1 step back and then he could escape from there, and he promised this. Guo Shuai stepped aside and asked Yao Bing if he was doing everything correctly, and he carefully began to move away from Xiao Bei and was very happy. But at that very second, Guo Shuai began to quickly run out of class and thought that he should hide from Xiao Bei and then he would be saved. Yao Bing was very surprised and asked Guo Shuai to stand and asked what about his promise and had he already forgotten about his promises. But suddenly someone asked Yao Bing what Guo Shuai promised him and he was very interested to know what they talked about and what they discussed together. The man was angry and thought that he would quickly figure it out and solve all the problems, and the impudent man would answer for his behavior with Guo Shuai. The teacher wanted to talk to Yao Bing and thought how the impudent person had so much impudence to be rude to Guo Shuai and who he is in his school. The teacher continued to stand in the classroom and wanted to hear explanations from all the students about what happened there, and he would solve the whole problem. Guo Shuai told the teacher that Yao Bing was fighting in class and also invented ghosts there to scare them and insulted the students of their class. The students thought that Guo Shuai was lying, but the teacher would believe him no matter what because he was his nephew and he would protect him from everyone. The student told his friend that this time Yao Bing was in trouble and he would not be able to get out of this situation, and it was a sentence. The teacher asked Yao Bing if he remembers the logarithm that was taught at school, and he doesn't care what the students are doing, but this is not acceptable in the class. And at that very second, suddenly the teacher told Yao Bing that he should get out of the class now and he should come and justify the student. Yao Bing told the teacher that he didn't do it and all the students can tell him the truth, but they are afraid of angering their friend Guo Shuai in class. The teacher told Yao Bing that he should go with him, and he was wondering what the director would say to him about all his tricks, and he would not be happy about it. Yao Bing told the teacher that he is not one of those who insult other students and it was Guo Shuai, but he does not want to admit this truth. Xiao Bei at this time pointed her hand at Guo Shuai and thought that she could not lose so easily and would take it out on this impudent guy. And suddenly black waves began to envelop Guo Shuai, and none of all the people saw what was happening to him and thought that everything was fine. The teacher asked Yao Bing if he had information that could prove that all his words were true and he had not made anything up recently. Guo Shuang began to grin, and a ghost also possessed him and he could not resist it, and the ghost completely took over his body. Guo Shuai continued to smile, and the ghost could now do whatever he wanted with him and control his body and mind without any problems. Afterwards, Guo Shuai began to run towards Xiao Bei and told his sweetheart that he now wants to kiss her and no one will stop him now. Guo Shuai kissed Xiao Bei and said that he missed her so much, and now they are together again and no one can separate the best couple. The student said that Guo Shuai was so brave, and how can he do this in front of all people, and he is very brave and a good guy. The student said that his head teacher asked him to prove everything and he was coming to them, and they were wondering what he would say to the arrogant students right now there. The teacher was not happy with Guo Shuai's behavior and asked what he was doing and why wasn't he ashamed to mess with this girl in front of all the students. The teacher told Guo Shuai that he should stop doing this, otherwise he might get into trouble and the students might report it. Guo Shuai could not understand the teacher's words and asked him what he was talking about and what he needed from him, and he did not want to answer him. The teacher was angry and told Guo Shuai that he should go to his office now and he would have a serious conversation and he should explain. The teacher thought that he should take Guo Shuai away from there before all his friends spread rumors about this incident at school. Guo Shuai told his uncle that he looks very grown up and he adores his uncle and this is not a joke and he wants everyone to know about it. Guo Shuai began to climb up to his uncle and said that he missed him and did not want to let him go, no matter which of the students said what. The teacher was shocked and thought that Guo Shuai had gone crazy and did not control what he was doing now, and he would punish the insolent person for everything. The teacher asked the students what they were looking at and asked to remove Guo Shuai from him, and he no longer wanted to protect Guo Shuai from harm. Guo Shuai's friend was furious and wanted to remove his friend from his uncle and did not understand why he was doing this and disgracing himself in front of the whole class. The friend wanted to take Guo Shuai away from his uncle but suddenly received a strong blow to the stomach and was surprised why his friend was hitting him now. All the students looked into this class and said that Guo Shuai had gone crazy and did not realize what he was doing and was setting up his uncle. But at that moment the main man began to walk into this class and he wanted to find out why all the students were gathered there and looking at something. The student looked into the class and realized that there was chaos going on there, and she was wondering who could correct the whole situation because it was difficult. The student thought that recently all the students were adequate and what could have influenced them so much that they changed their behavior. And then the girl turned around and realized that there was a man behind her and she had to give him the opportunity to go to class because he was asking for it. The girl saw this man and froze in surprise and was in shock because she didn't think that she would be able to meet this boss today. The man asked the student what they were all doing there and wanted to hear all the information about what the students were doing in the classroom now. The student told the school principal that student Guo Shuai is now harassing teacher Ren and no one can get him away from the teacher. At first the school director couldn't believe his ears and thought that the student was telling him some kind of nonsense, and how could this happen there? The school principal was furious and asked the student what she told him, and he wanted to punish the one who dared to do such an act. Yao Bing realized that the school principal had already come to them and he must correct the situation and help Guo Shuai so that the ghost leaves his body. Yao Bing imperceptibly moved his fingers and thought that this should help the student Guo Shuai, although he did not like him and the ghost would leave their class. Guo Shuai continued to cling to the teacher and did not want to leave him, and he did not care that all his friends asked him to stop now. Yao Bing's talisman began to work and the ghost was losing control of Guo Shuai's body, and he should have felt better after using his talisman. Guo Shuai came to his senses and couldn't understand what happened and why he was now next to his uncle and he was pushing him and what he needed now. At that very second, the teacher pushed Guo Shuai and he collapsed on the floor and he was in pain and wanted to remember all the information about behavior. The student told her friend that she did not expect that their relationship could be very good and Guo Shuai did not want to leave teacher Ren. The student replied to her friend that Guo Shuai and his uncle were very close and he was a very interesting guy and they did not expect this right in class. Guo Shuai sat on the floor and looked around and could not remember anything what he had done and why his uncle was angry with him now. Guo Shuai looked to the side and realized that this was a problem and this particular person should not have seen what he did to the teacher there. Guo Shuai noticed that the school principal was standing in the classroom and looking straight at him and could not find words and then waited for the student in his office. The student started laughing and thought that Guo Shuai had disgraced himself there in front of the whole class and now no one would forget this event forever. Guo Shuai began to get up from his seat and thought that he should find the culprit of his shame there and he would answer him for his terrible act in class. Guo Shuai told Yao Bing that he was a dirty mouse and he made him lose face in front of the class and humiliated him and how he had the impudence. Guo Shuai ran up to Yao Bing and told him that he would crush him and he would not escape him and he would beat him with all his might right in the classroom. Guo Shuai grabbed Yao Bing by the scruff of the neck and asked why he was smiling in his face and was he really glad that he was about to get punched in the face by his friend? But suddenly at that moment Guo Shuai himself received a strong blow to the face from his uncle and he could not do anything to Yao Bing and did not have time to hit. Guo Shuai looked at his uncle and didn't understand why he hit him in the face there in front of everyone in the class and didn't even explain anything to him before hitting him. Teacher Ren asked Guo Shuai how dare he bully his friend Yao Bing there and told him to apologize to him right away for all this. Guo Shuai thought why his uncle wanted him to ask Yao Bing for forgiveness because he was a scoundrel and deserved to be beaten badly. The uncle told Guo Shuai that the school principal was looking at them and he should just pretend to be sorry and they would pay Yao Bing for everything later. Yao Bing told Guo Shuai that he should apologize to him again because at first he didn't hear anything and wanted it to be sincere. Guo Shuai was furious and told Yao Bing that he was very sorry and personally apologized for what happened and he didn't mean to be rude to him there. The school principal thought that it was good that the students had resolved the conflict and they should no longer be rude to each other and should live together. The school principal told teacher Ren and Guo Shuai that they should follow him to his office and they would have a serious conversation now. Teacher Ren began to follow the school director and realized that now his reputation was humiliated and he must ask the director for forgiveness. Guo Shuai could not forgive Yao Bing and thought that soon he would also take revenge on him and Yao Bing would beg him for mercy and apologize. Guo Shuai also started to follow his uncle and thought that they should first explain to him what happened because he doesn't know why the director is angry. The students surrounded Yao Bing and said that his performance was funny and cool and he is now their idol and they are glad to meet him. Yao Bing was happy but remembered that he had to find out how Xiao Bei was feeling because she had the hardest time of all and could have gotten hurt in class. Yao Bing approached Xiao Bei and she continued to sit silently on the floor and did nothing and he should help because she is still his friend. Yao Bing picked up Xiao Bei and sat her down and thought that soon she should come to her senses after this incident and everything would be fine. But when Yao Bing didn't expect this, Xiao Bei turned around and looked straight into his eyes and grinned and it looked very intimidating and scary. Yao Bing looked into the system and was congratulated for catching a ghost there while continuing to expand the underground world. He received a reward. Yao Bing noticed that there was a red icon in the corner of the system and it was an alert for him and he clicked on it to find out the information. It was a level 3 mission to catch a demon and the demon can catch ghosts that are on the same level as him. The address was in the Huang House in the amusement park on Shirtu Street, Songshu City and the task time was 10 in the evening on the same day. Yao Bing thought that now he only has 60,000 points in the system and he needs another 40,000 points to buy a note. Yao Bing thought that the higher the mission level, the more points he could get and he should do everything possible to save her. At night, Yao Bing left school and thought that he should not be lazy and complete tasks and soon he would keep his promise and save Mo Sure. Yao Bing was walking on the street but someone called him and said that it was so important and he should listen to his words before leaving there. The guy told Yao Bing that at 9:30 in the evening how he wants to meet him at the amusement park and he has an important word. Yao Bing asked the student why Ying Hao was looking for him and what he needed from him in the evening and why he sent them to tell him about it and not himself. The guy came close to Yao Bing and said that Ying Hao would be waiting for him at 9:30 and he should not be late, and this is very important. The guy showed Yao Bing the photo, and when he saw the photo he was shocked and could not believe that it was true, and how could Ying Hao do such a terrible thing. The photo was of Xiao Bei and she was tied to a chair and sitting in the park and she was crying, and it was clear that she was kidnapped and Yao Bing would save her there. Yao Bing saw the photo and quickly ran to the park and thought that Xiao Bei should hold on and he would definitely save her and he would punish the enemies. Yao Bing quickly ran to the park and thought that he should come up with a plan himself to save Xiao Bei because the guys could have captured him. There were a lot of guys waiting for Yao Bing in the park and they were happy to see their friend and wanted to chat with him about serious topics and settle everything. Yao Bing asked Ying Hao where Xiao Bei was and he should show her to him and he would make sure that she was okay, and then they would discuss all their affairs. Ying Hao told Yao Bing that if he dares to touch his lady, he will bring her back and will not mind and will not interfere with their meeting. Ying Hao told Yao Bing that they will play a game and Xiao Bei is now there in Huang's house, and if he finds her first, he will win and take her from there. But if he loses, then both of them will be sold, and Yao Bing agreed with Ying Hao and said that he is confident that he will reach Xiao Bei before him. Ying Hao told Yao Bing that he was mistaken and he is now competing not with him but with the sorcerer Zhang, and he must win the game against him. The sorcerer Zhang stood in front of Yao Bing and Yao Bing realized that it would be more difficult for him, but he would save Xiao Bei and she should not be discouraged, and he was on his way. Yao Bing looked at Huang's house and realized that it was a very scary and frightening place, but now he is not afraid of anything and will do anything. Yao Bing told Ying Hao that he has one condition and they all must go inside together, and then he will agree to all the conditions of Hao's friend. Guo Shuai asked Yao Bing if he had completely lost his shame and how dare he offer him such a thing, and he didn't want to listen to his request now. Yao Bing asked Ying Hao if Mr. Guo was also afraid to enter, and he knew that none of them could enter there with him and they were cowards. Ying Hao told Shua Zi that if Yao Bing is scared then they should go with him and then they can defeat him and even leave him there. Shua Zi asked Ying Hao didn't he tell him that there is definitely a ghost there and why should they go there with Yao Bing, and that's stupid. Ying Hao asked Shua Zi not to be afraid and said that this ghost definitely obeys him, so he doesn't want to harm everyone and it's all safe. Yao Bing looked at Ying Hao and his friends and thought that they were all very scared and did not want to go with him, and why did they bring him to this park? Yao Bing thought that this cowardly Guo Shuai would help him gain more fear points, and for the first time he could do a good deed for him. Guo Shuai told Yao Bing that this ghost house is used to scare someone and all people come out of there in complete horror. Guo Shuai told Yao Bing that if he kneels down and apologizes to him, he will be merciful and let him go home, and this is true. Yao Bing looked at the system and saw that he began to receive fear points from Guo Shuai, and it was good and he was helping his best friend a lot. Yao Bing wandered around the house and thought that he was not afraid and should quickly find Xiao Bei, and then they could leave from there together and she would be saved. Master Zhang told Yao Bing that he had put a lot of effort into raising the ghost inside and a guy like him doesn't even have a chance. Master Zhang thought that if this is so, then he should turn Yao Bing into Jiangshi and this will make up for his loss and no one will know about it. And at that moment, when Yao Bing and Guo Shuai were wandering the corridors, someone grabbed Guo Shuai by his leg and he never expected it and thought it was a hoax. Guo Shuai was terrified and told Yao Bing that it was a ghost, and the ghost just grabbed his leg and didn't want to let go, and it was all of a sudden. Guo Shuai could not calm down and thought that he was doomed, and the ghost touched him and now will not leave him all his life, and in vain he came. Yao Bing covered Guo Shuai's mouth with his hand and thought that he was making a lot of noise there and the ghost could hear his screams and harm all the people. Yao Bing noticed that he continued to receive more fear points from Guo Shuai, and soon he would collect the required amount and buy the necessary thing there. Ying Hao grabbed the mannequin by the hand and told Guo Shuai that it was fake and asked him to look at his panties, and they were magicians and Zhang was with them. But Yao Bing heard some sound behind him and thought that it might be and turned around and wanted to look at him, and he was very interested there. Guo Shuai also looked there and realized that he was right, and there are a lot of ghosts in the Huang house and they will take revenge on them for invading. Yao Bing looked at Guo Shuai and realized that he was not lying, and he could not understand whether there really were a lot of ghosts there and what they needed. But Master Zhang asked Yao Bing and Guo Shuai not to worry and said that while he was there, these ghosts would not touch them and they were afraid of the owner. Master Zhang thought that obviously he didn't summon Jiangshi, and could there be other ghosts there, and how could they affect them now? Yao Bing was afraid and told Guo Shuai that there was someone behind him and asked him to be careful, and this creature was slowly approaching him. Guo Shuai froze in place and could not move, and a ghost appeared behind him, and there was a sword in his hand, and he wanted to envelop Guo Shuai right there. The ghost continued to stand behind Guo Shuai, and the students did not know what the ghost's intentions were and why he surrounded them and what he needed from them. Master Zhang told Guo Shuai that he should not look back and he will save him now, and the ghost will not be able to do anything to Master Zhang. Guo Shuai froze in place and asked the sorcerer Zhang to save him quickly, and he was afraid that the ghost would harm him and he didn't want that there. Master Zhang said that this is a demon and he will cope with him, and how dare a demon come to them, and now he will send him back and punish him. Master Zhang swung his weapon and thought that before, when fighting ghosts, this weapon always helped him in battle and was powerful. Master Zhang's weapon flew next to Guo Shuai straight into the ghost, and the master was 100% sure that the ghost would now leave them. Master Zhang's weapon continued to reach the ghost, and he realized that the ghost would not be able to dodge the blow and he was definitely doomed. The weapon touched the ghost but nothing happened to him, and he also continued to stand behind Guo Shuai and did not want to leave from there. Master Zhang was shocked and wondered if this ghost with a sword really didn't scare away his Qian sword, and how could he resist after being hit there. Guo Shuai really hoped that Master Zhang would save him, but the sorcerer couldn't do anything, and now he doesn't know how to save himself now. Suddenly the ghost's hand began to reach out to Master Zhang, and he felt very bad and he lacked air and did not know how to defeat him. Master Zhang continued to hope that someone would help him, but the demon was much stronger and he began to possess Master Zhang now. And Yao Bing was happy because he continued to receive fear points from Hao Guo Shuai and Master Zhang, and his balance was almost full of the required amount. And a second later, in the end, Yao Bing scored thousands of fear points in the system and thought that the time had come to defeat all the monsters. Yao Bing took out a sword with talismans and thought that thanks to his friends, he quickly gained the required amount and can now defeat the ghost. Yao Bing told Guo Shuai that he can leave the fight against the ghost to him, and he will now punish the ghost for touching his friends there. Wizard Zhang lay unconscious on the ground, and the monster looked straight at Yao Bing and realized that he was the strongest of all these guys. Hao asked Yao Bing where he was going, and even the magician Zhang could not defeat this ghost and they must get out of there quickly and even further. Guo Shuai told Yao Bing that now is not the time to show that he is tough and he could do it another day when they are not in danger. Master Zhang felt very bad and he could no longer fight this ghost, and the ghost did whatever he wanted with him and it was a loss. Master Zhang looked at Yao Bing and thought that this might be a chance to save him, and he could no longer count on anyone out of everyone. Yao Bing said to Guo Shuai, "Does he really think that he is risking his life to show off?" and said that today he will definitely recognize his strength. The demon looked at Yao Bing and realized that this was his danger and wanted to quickly attack him and hurt him for his impudence and threats in his house. Yao Bing studied the demon and found out that he had the 5th level and he was masculine and his hobby was eating delicious food, and this is all the necessary information. Yao Bing was surprised and wondered if this demon really likes to eat deliciously like he himself, and wondered if this is serious and not some kind of deception. Yao Bing told the demon to spare all the people, and then he promised him that he would give him some dumplings because he had a good appetite. Master Zhang called Yao Bing a brat and asked if he really thinks he can negotiate with a demon using food, and Yao Bing is an idiot. Yao Bing told the demon that he can also offer them soup and this is the best he can treat them with, and he doesn't have much money now. The demon continued to silently look at Yao Bing, and Guo Shuai thought that they were doomed and Yao Bing was an idiot, and in vain they all hoped for him. Yao Bing looked at the demon and thought that it looks like he was mistaken and the monster will not let them go, and was all the information really false and this is a disaster? The demon began to walk towards Yao Bing, and Master Zhang closed his eyes and realized that this guy was doomed and he had made a mistake and the demon would punish him there. But suddenly the demon hugged Yao Bing and told him that he really wanted all these dishes and was glad that he offered him soup and dumplings and they were delicious. Yao Bing looked at the system and wanted to give the demon what he wants because he fulfilled his promise and released Master Zhang and now deserves everything. Hao told Magician Zhang that he must release his ghost and they must finish him off and everyone leave this place before it's too late. And at that very second, Yao Bing began to hear sounds behind him and realized that Master Zhang had made a huge mistake and was attacking him in vain. Yao Bing wanted to know what was happening behind him and turned around because sounds were coming from there and someone continued to scream without stopping. Yao Bing noticed that someone began to appear behind him and he could not understand who it was and he slowly moved in their direction. It was a very scary ghost and she quickly ran towards Yao Bing and his demon friend and continued to grin and was planning something. Guo Shuai was terrified and said that this ghost was scary and he didn't expect it to be so scary and it could scare anyone there. Ying Hao said that this is what he expected from the crying demon and Yao Bing will definitely be dead and he cannot escape anywhere and this is his punishment. Ying Hao thought that this ghost was much stronger than Yao Bing and this was not the opponent who was weak and could lose to him in their battle. The ghost continued to walk towards Yao Bing and he had a partner and they wanted to carry out the boss's order and punish the insolent Yao Bing there. Guo Shuai was happy and thought that Yao Bing would finally die and none of them would be able to help him and he had to think about the consequences. The ghost began to envelop Yao Bing and wanted to quickly deal with him and help the owner carry out his plan and he would be happy about it. The ghost opened his mouth and everyone thought that he wanted to end Yao Bing and realized that this was their chance to destroy the scoundrel once and for all. Guo Shuai told the ghost that he must finish off this dirt Yao Bing and he will root for him in battle and hope that he is much stronger. And at that very second, suddenly the ghost fell in front of Yao Bing's feet and she said that it was an honor and she was ready to listen to any questions. The ghost told Yao Bing that he was her boss and he could order her to do any requests and she quickly fulfilled any request of Bing. Ying Hao asked the magician Zhang what happened and isn't this ghost so strong and why he was silent and he was waiting for an explanation from the bastard. Magician Zhang told Ying Hao that this ghost is truly strong, but not like the main sign and she can't do anything with his strength and he is powerful. And at that moment Ying Hao dealt a strong blow to the face of the magician Zhang and he said that he was a vile liar and how dare he deceive his friend. Yao Bing told Ying Hao and magician Zhang that they can discuss all their problems when they leave there and let him tell where Xiao Bei is. The ghost turned around and realized that boss Yao Bing must now give her an order and she will carry it out and not let the owner down and everything will be fine. And at that very second the ghost began to quickly head towards Guo Shuai and realized what Yao Bing wanted from her and that he would be happy about Guo's punishment. Guo Shuai asked Yao Bing not to kill him and said that he now realized his mistake and would not behave badly and everyone would always be happy to see him. Ying Hao told Guo Shuai that if he said a word he would finish him off and he should not communicate with Yao Bing and ask him for mercy for everything. But the ghost hit Ying Hao in the face to silence him and thought that his friends were bad and wanted to harm the owner and she would punish. Yao Bing told Ying Hao that he should shut up otherwise he would order the ghost to finish him off because he was a liar and a scoundrel. Guo Shuai told Yao Bing that Xiao Bei was not there and they were just playing a little joke on him and now she is at karaoke and having a good time. Yao Bing thought that if Xiao Bei is now at karaoke, then why didn't Ying Hao allow Guo Shuai to speak and there was something wrong there and that's for sure. Yao Bing pointed his finger and told Guo Shuai, Ying Hao and magician Zhang that all three of them could get out of there and he didn't want to see them all anymore. All the people began to run away from Huang's house and thought that Yao Bing gave them a chance and spared them and they should get out of there quickly and save themselves. Yao Bing told the ghost that she should follow them and immediately report to him if they behave suspiciously in the park. Yao Bing stood next to the demon and said that he did well and behaved very well and deserved a reward and now he will have a delicious meal. Yao Bing and the demon left from there and the owner told the demon that he was very glad that he met such a good friend and he would fulfill his promise. The demon sat at the table and ate dishes and was glad that after so many years he could eat and this was his favorite hobby and Yao Bing was a miracle. Yao Bing was looking at the system at this time and wanted to find out information about his new task and what reward he would receive for completing the mission. The system congratulated Yao Bing for overthrowing the main demon and he immediately received 100,000 yuan and the first mansion for guests was built. Yao Bing realized that for fear points you can buy special items in the trading area, but what were all the underground yuan for? The system replied to the owner Yao Bing that he could find out the exchange rate between underground coins and money from his world and the exchange rate. Yao Bing wondered if underground coins could be converted into other currencies and that technologists were so advanced that they came up with this. Yao Bing looked at the phone and was shocked and realized that it was true and all these underground yuan can be converted into their money and that's cool. Yao Bing realized that if he caught more ghosts and sent them to the underworld, he could save a lot of money and his mother would be happy. Yao Bing looked at his account and saw that his account had been replenished with 111,000 yuan and his current balance was very good. The system informed Yao Bing that today is Mo Shiyao's birthday and she will turn 16 years old, and she was born at the hour of the ox in the summer of July. Yao Bing realized that today is the day when Mo Shiyao will die, and how lucky it is that he now has a death note and he can save Mo Shiyao. Yao Bing wanted to write Mo Shiyao's name in the notebook and save her, but he couldn't do it because Mo Shiyao was too far from him. Yao Bing thought that this was not good and he should quickly go to Mo Shiyao in order to save her, and he does not want to lose her forever. Yao Bing quickly ran from there and told Mo Shiyao that she should wait for him and soon he would save her and she would live there for many years. Yao Bing was happy and realized that he still had a little time and would save Mo Shiyao at night, and she did not deserve such an outcome and must live. But suddenly someone said in the room that this lady's life had just ended and if he wanted to move her soul to the underground path. People said that there was one way to transmigrate her soul, and Yao Bing was surprised and wondered what all these people in the room were talking about now. Mo Shiyao was lying in the center of the circle and people surrounded her next to her and they were all discussing what they could do with poor Mo Shiyao, and it was very important. The man told Mr. Mo that if he still doubts, he is afraid that she will not be able to make her way in the hour of the rat, and it was difficult. The man said that this is his granddaughter and how can he allow these things to take over her, and he is worried about his beloved daughter. The man looked at his loved one and waited for what he himself would tell him, and that they would do what he considered necessary and would not contradict everyone. The man told his father that even if this perfume was dirty, he would do everything so that her mother could see Mo Shiyao day after day, and this is a dream. Grandfather exhaled and told the magician that they agreed to all the conditions and he could begin and they would no longer interfere with him in these matters. But at that very second, Yao Bing entered the room and asked Mo Shiyao's family, who told them that this was the only way to save her from her death. People grabbed Yao Bing and said that he should get out of this room and not disturb them, and who allowed him to go into their room there. Yao Bing told the family that he could use a spell that would take away half of his life in the underworld and save Mo Shiyao. Grandfather listened with interest to Yao Bing's words and thought that the guy might really be saying the right thing and he should believe him. Mo's father asked the people why they still hadn't taken the insolent man out of their room and said that he was preventing them from saving his daughter and was lying to everyone. But the grandfather asked people not to take Yao Bing out and asked the guy if he had just said that he could save his granddaughter Mo Shiyao. The magician told Yao Bing that he could ask who he is and the heir of which sorcerer he is, and he is very interested in finding out everything now. Yao Bing told the magician that he did not belong to any sect and he was her friend, but their outdated method irritated him and he could not restrain himself from them. Yao Bing told the magician that he was standing there and decided to go into the room and personally tell them idiots about it, and the magician was furious at the words of the impudent Bing. Yao Bing asked the magician not to be nervous and asked if he could ask him a couple of questions, and he wanted to tell them that their methods are very stupid. The magician agreed and told Yao Bing that he would listen to his words and he could ask him anything, and he wanted to know the method of this insolent. Yao Bing asked the magician how long and how many sorcerers they needed there for his spell to work, and Mo Shiyao was immediately saved. The magician told Yao Bing that he needed 8 people and 1 hour of total casting, and then she would be safe and sound, and this is a fact. And Yao Bing told the magician that his method only needed him and a couple more minutes of time and he could save Mo Shiyao, and he answered this. Father Mo asked the magician Master Qian not to be angry and said that he was just a child and he should hurry up and explain everything to Yao Bing. But the magician did not listen to Mo's father and asked Yao Bing that if his method was so stupid, what would he do to save the lady now? Yao Bing told the magician that he uses the distortion of fate and so he can definitely save her, and he is 100% sure of his outcome. Grandfather asked Yao Bing how a young guy like him could turn his fate around, and he didn't believe that everything would work out now. The magician told Yao Bing that he had been practicing magic for more than 10 years but had never heard of anyone who could do it, and he was just lying. Yao Bing told the magician that if he thinks like that, then now is the time for them to open their eyes and understand that they should not belittle him. Yao Bing told the magician that fortunately there was still time and he could now show everyone that they were mistaken and they would admit that he did not lie to them. Yao Bing approached Mo Shiyao and checked her breathing and realized that she was not dead yet and he could try to save her from her certain death. Yao Bing realized that everything was fine and she would live and he would save his friend, and did not want to waste a second so that the chances of success would not fall at this time. Yao Bing approached Mo Shiryao for a second and said that this was all and he had already finished the spell and would no longer disturb them and leave the room. The girls said that they just saw that Yao Bing closed his eyes there for a very short time, and was her fate really turned upside down? The girls said that Yao Bing is not only a fraudster but also a shameless person, and how he can give people false hopes, and this is a shame. The magician asked Yao Bing if this was all and why Mo was still lying there unconscious, and how he could explain to everyone how it happened. Yao Bing did not answer the magician and just started counting, and thought that all the people would now be shocked and they would think that he was just a liar. Grandfather continued to believe that Yao Bing would help them and his granddaughter would be able to return to life, and he really missed his own granddaughter. Yao Bing counted to 2 and thought that people still didn't believe all his words and thought that he pretended to be a hero in front of all the people. Grandfather told Yao Bing that from the very beginning they wanted to save their granddaughter, and he spent so much time and he would give his life for her now. Yao Bing counted to 3 and thought why even his grandfather didn't believe his words, and he didn't just come to them to save their granddaughter from death. And suddenly at that very second Mo Shiryao began to move, and everyone realized that Yao Bing was not joking, and they did not know how she was able to come to her senses there. All the girls froze in surprise and could not understand how Yao Bing still managed to cure Mo Shiryao, and is this a miracle or mysticism from this Bing? Father Mo exhaled and thought that Yao Bing was lying to them all, and how he had deceived them for a very long time and still had not left home, and he was just a deceiver. Mo's father asked the people why they were standing still and ordered them all to throw Yao Bing out and the magician to continue his work and save his daughter. But Mr. Mo's man asked the boss to look at his daughter and said that Yao Bing did not lie to them and something was going on with his daughter, and it was all mysticism. Mo Shiryao began to inhale the air, and all the people were in shock and could not understand how Yao Bing saved the girl with one touch, and he is a magician or an angel. And at that moment Mo Shiryao began to open her eyes and come to her senses and looked at all the people who surrounded her in the room now. Mo Shiryao got up from her seat and asked the family what was happening and why she was lying in the center of the circle, and who were all these people who were standing in their house. The grandfather extended his hand to his granddaughter, and he could not believe his eyes and the fact that Yao Bing managed to bring her back to life, and this is a miracle and a gift from God. The grandfather told his granddaughter that it was good that she woke up, and finally this man Mo Cheng Zong should not watch the death of his dear Mo. The woman hugged Mo Shiryao tightly and was glad that she was with them and could share with them the moments of joy and happiness of their Mo family. Mo Shiryao asked her grandfather if she almost died and how she was able to come to her senses so quickly and who cured her serious illness. Mo's father told his daughter that she woke up thanks to Master Chang, and he told him thank you for his hard work and he is a master of his craft. The magician told Mo's father that there was no need to say thank you to him, and that was what needed to be done, and he wanted this girl to live a long life. But Mo Shiryao told her grandfather that Master Qian did not save her life and he did nothing and only wanted to help her in an incomprehensible way. Mo Shiryao pointed her finger at Yao Bing and said that it was he who saved her from death, and he needed to say thank you for not forgetting about his friend there. Yao Bing was angry with the Mo family and thought that they did not want to help their granddaughter and wished her death, and still did not believe that it was he who helped. Mo Shiryao told the family that it was Yao Bing who promised to save her, and despite everything came to their house and helped her in a difficult situation, and this is a fact. Yao Bing asked Master Qian if he would tell him what was in his bank now, and he was very interested in knowing his secret right now. The girl was holding Master Qian's jar and was alarmed and realized that this jar could not be opened and Master Qian would scold her for it. Mo's father told the master that he should not interfere in their affairs, and in advance for his efforts he will not shame him tonight and he is free. Master Qian told Father Mo that he understood his words perfectly and they would all leave now and would no longer disturb his Mo family. Yao Bing realized that undoubtedly Mo Shiryao's father wants her dead, but this crying demon inside the jar is specially prepared for her. The next day, Yao Bing went to school and noticed that all the students had gathered near the class and were looking there, and they were interested to know. The students continued to chat and Yao Bing was surprised and thought what they were going to do and what they were discussing and did not want to go into their class. Yao Bing approached the student and asked him what everyone was doing, and he noticed that the girls were discussing something with their friends without stopping. The student told Yao Bing that there was such a beauty and he had never noticed such a girl at their school and could not believe that this was real and not a dream. Yao Bing was surprised and thought about who the student could be talking about, and is this girl really very beautiful, and soon he will find out about everything. Yao Bing entered the classroom and noticed that Xiao Bei was not there, and he did not understand what happened to her and why she did not come to class this morning. Yao Bing was wondering if everything was okay with Xiao Bei, and he wanted to make sure that nothing happened to her yesterday and that she was safe and already at home. The student told the student that he did not expect her to go to their class, and the student said that now she should come to their class. Yao Bing couldn't stop thinking about Xiao Bei, and he knew that they had not communicated for a long time, but she was his friend and he had to make sure that she was alive. And at that moment the girl opened the door and began to enter the office because the lesson was about to start and she was ready for the lesson today. And suddenly Mo Shiyao entered the room, and she was very glad that she managed to move to this class and she would study and work with them. Yao Bing was surprised and thought why she came there and what she needed from him, or she wants to give information and this is so important. A student asked Mo Shiyao why she came into their class, but they were still very happy to see such a beauty in the class and she was an angel. But Mo Shiyao did not answer this student and began to approach Yao Bing, and she wanted to talk to him, and yesterday she did not have time to tell the news. Mo Shiyao ignored the student and he was shocked and frozen in place, and he realized that he could not communicate with her and she would never notice him. The student approached Mo Shiyao and said that his name was Lu Zigang and the last time their families had dinner together and she should remember him. Mo Shiyao asked Lu Zigang so what that their families were having dinner, and he told her that he hoped that they would become friends with her and that she was very nice. Lu Zigang told Mo that especially since she will study with him there in the same class and they will often meet, and he wants to become a friend for her. But Mo Shiyao told Lu Zigang not to come near her and said that she came there for Yao Bing and she wanted to chat with him in class. Mo Shiyao approached Yao Bing and told him that they had seen each other recently, but she was bored and wanted to talk with him on different topics and see. Yao Bing wanted to ask Mo why she transferred to their class, but she did not let him say it and grabbed his hand and began to interrupt him. Mo Shiyao handed Yao Bing a piece of paper and suggested that we meet at this place this evening and have a good time and chat together. Yao Bing looked at the piece of paper with interest and he recognized this address and realized that he could agree if she wants a meeting, and today he is ready. Yao Bing told Mo Shiyao that he agrees and they can meet there tonight and discuss important issues about their Mo family. Mo Shiyao told Yao Bing that this is great and she will wait for evening to come so she can quickly meet her best friend Yao Bing. The students told their friends that they were embarrassed, and Mo ignored Lu Zigang right at the entrance and went to Yao Bing, and that bastard was lucky. Night came and Yao Bing was ready and realized that he had to tell Mo important answers to questions and she had to find out the truth about her father. Yao Bing came to the address in the evening and froze in surprise and thought that he did not expect that Mo Shiyao would invite him to such an elite place. Yao Bing realized that this was an elite restaurant and successful people went there and many could not afford dinner in a place like this. Lu Zigang told Yao Bing at the entrance that Mo Shiyao invited him too and they could all go inside together and take their seats because everyone was already there. The student said that she couldn't believe her eyes, and did Yao Bing really just arrive there by bus, and it's all a disgrace and shame. The student asked how young lady Mo could invite a poor man, and she thinks that he has already done something dubious and terrible. Yao Bing realized that Mo would not have invited Lu Zigang there, but he wanted to personally see what kind of turmoil he would cause there and how long he would last. They went inside and Lu Zigang told all the girls that they should all listen to him, and their friend Yao Bing came there and they were happy to see him. The girls thought who it was, and he looked like a poor man, and if you add up everything he was wearing it would definitely cost a little more than 100 yuan. The friend told her that why do they allow a person like Yao Bing to be there, and they should call security to kick him out. Yao Bing thought that, as he expected, no one there had even close to good intentions and they all wanted to tease or humiliate him there. But at that moment, some guy collided with Yao Bing and he couldn't even notice this guy who quietly approached him from behind there. The guy was surprised and asked Lu Zigang who this guy was and how dare he stand in his way and stop him from entering their restaurant. Lu Zigang told his friend that a good dog should not stand in the way of his friend and he should always give way to the owner, and this is the law for them. Yao Bing dusted off his clothes and thought that he shouldn't get into conflict with these idiots now and he will punish them all later after them. And then Yao Bing noticed that the system wanted to notify him about something and he should look at what the task was and he would complete it quickly. The mission was to pacify the king of demons, and this is the king of the territory, and his familiars are ordinary and crying demons, and he has the 5th level. Yao Bing studied the mission of the system and was surprised and thought why this mission did not look like the others and something was so strange about it. The guy said that he just bumped into a beautiful lady in front of the toilet and she was very beautiful, and as soon as he came out she hugged him. The guys asked if she was really so lustful, and he was very lucky and she was still there and they wanted to get a little of it from her. Yao Bing thought that everything was fine and they were just idiots at their school, and he couldn't believe that their social life was so messy. Yao Bing started using yin-yang eyes and thought that with them he could find the demon in the restaurant and determine its danger. Yao Bing opened his eyes and began to carry out a mission and look for a demon among all these people who could control other weak types. The woman told Wang Chio that this is exactly the brat who recently disturbed her and she wants him to punish him for all this. Wang Chio was angry and asked the guy how he dared to pester his woman, and now he won't be able to escape anywhere from his fists. Yao Bing continued to look at all the guests and thought that this woman was unusual and there was something wrong with her, but so far he cannot understand it. Wang Chio approached the guy and wanted to beat him and said that every day he puts to bed insolent people like him and the idiot is no exception. Lu Zigang asked Wang Chio what happened and did he really want to beat his friend there, and why did he not like the good guy as a friend. Wang Chio asked the young master Lu Zigang if he was also there, and this impudent guy was his friend and he didn't know about it yet. Lu Zigang told Wang Chio that it was all just a misunderstanding and he shouldn't pay attention to it and they would forget about it and leave. Wang Chio told Lu Zigang that if he is his friend, then of course he himself will turn a blind eye to everything and they can continue to have fun in the restaurant. The guy told Wang Chio that he really scared him and why doesn't he kneel there and apologize to him for his mistake. Wang Chio was furious at the words of his friend Lu Zigang and said that this was too much and he apologized to them and why they did not want to leave behind. Lu Zigang's friend asked Wang Chio if he really thought it was too much and would not kneel down, and now he would show him too much. Yao Bing looked at Wang Chio and he asked his friend Lu Zigang if he would show him what too much is and he wants to see what it means. Yao Bing continued to look at Wang Chio and realized that thanks to their conflict now, he realized that this was a pro and he had found his goal now. And at that very second a guy came into this establishment and behind him there were a lot of guards and they were watching all the people in the restaurant. Wang Chio told Mr. Kai that this little bastard crossed their line and harassed his people and even ordered him around, and it was so brazen. Mr. Kai said that they would give him a chance and told him to quickly turn there and look in his direction for a special conversation with the guest. The guy approached Mr. Kai and said that this woman dressed very indecently and it was her fault that his friend was pestering her now. The guy asked Mr. Kai Cupcake what he thought he was and whether he knew who they were and what problems they could cause if they got offended. Mr. Kai's security guard did not like the behavior of the impudent and young guy at all, and he realized that he needed to quickly pacify him right now. The security guard approached the guy and kicked him in the stomach with all his might, and this blow should have been enough for the impudent guy to understand that he had made a mistake with him. The impudent guy was in a lot of pain and he realized that he shouldn't have brazenly communicated with Mr. Kai and people could easily punish him. Lu Zigang continued to fall and he crashed into the wall, and the guard was glad that the puppy was silent and no longer was rude to Boss Kai in front of everyone. The girls were in shock and they didn't think that Mr. Kai's people would now beat their friend so brutally and he wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Lu Zigang was surprised and thought where this cruel bastard Kai came from, and he didn't expect to see him there today, and it's a surprise. Mr. Kai asked Wang Chio how he thought they could resolve this whole situation and he wanted to hear his different options. Wang Chio told Mr. Kai that since this insolent touched his people and did not want to apologize, they should deprive this insolent of his 2 hands. Lu Zigang's friend was horrified and realized what this problem was and how he could have made such a mistake and why he pestered his woman and was definitely an idiot. Lu Zigang's friend told Mr. Kai that he would not dare to do this again, and he realized his mistake and asked Lu Zigang to help. Lu Zigang stood in front of his friend and wanted to intervene and help him with his problem, but wondered if he should really risk his life. Lu Zigang thought, what if this idiot gets angry and immediately turns his attention to him, and it's better not to do this now. A friend told Lu Zigang that he is a coward and why doesn't he say anything to Mr. Kai and just silently watches as this impudent person punishes him. Mr. Kai waved his knife and Lu Zigang was still standing there and did nothing to help his friend and silently looked at him there. People were scared and realized that this guy was about to lose his arm, and this was because of one mistake, and Master Kai did not forgive him for this act. Master Kai's hand almost touched the insolent man's hand and he almost deprived him of his hand, but suddenly someone grabbed the master's hand and did not let him do it. It was Yao Bing, and he told Mr. Kai that Want Ming was very scared and asked if he could forgive him and he wouldn't do it again. Mr. Kai asked the guard Buki how about now teaching this brave man a lesson so that he knows that this is wrong. Buki told Boss Kai that he understood what the master wants and now they will teach Yao Bing manners and he will be small after his best lesson. Security guard Buki waved his hand and wanted to hit Yao Bing and thought how dare he interfere with the plans of their boss and doesn't know who he ran into. Yao Bing continued to stand still and was not at all afraid of Buki's blow, and at the same second he grabbed the guard's hand and dodged the fighter's blow. And at that very second, Yao Bing threw the guard Buki aside and thought that they all thought that he was some kind of weakling and would not be able to hit Buki. Guard Bootsy hit the wall and he was in great pain and he realized that he had underestimated the strength and power of the student and was punished for this mistake. Master Kai told Yao Bing that this was very interesting and asked his guards Air Tu and Hua Qi to go together and attack the impudent Yao Bing. The guards quickly approached Yao Bing and wanted to hit him because he disobeyed their boss and beat their friend and he is not as strong as them. But Yao Bing defeated two guards with one blow and thought why they think that together they will be able to defeat him and this is all fantasy. Yao Bing told Mr. Kai that he would stop ordering the guards there to attack him and they could discuss everything like all cultured people. Master Kai told Yao Bing that it was a good job and he has skills but he will not allow the student to fight him and it is his mistake. And at that moment Yao Bing's phone rang and he thought who could be calling him now and he was interested to see who it was and get distracted. Yao Bing picked up the phone and the girl asked Yao Bing to give the phone to Zhao Kai and said that she had a serious conversation with him and it was important. Mr. Kai was surprised and asked Yao Bing why Mrs. She called him there and maybe he knew her in the past. But Yao Bing told Zhao Kai that he had no idea and he himself could ask her directly on the phone why she called some student. Zhao Kai asked Yao Bing if he and Mrs. She had met before and maybe he was her friend whom he had not met yet and probably. But Yao Bing told Zhao Kai that he had not seen her before and immediately asked him if he would pick up the phone and ask her all these questions. Zhao Kai picked up the phone and Mrs. She said that Zhao is an obnoxious man and how dare he touch the young madam's guest and it's a shame. Zhao Kai was surprised and asked if Yao Bing was the lady's guest and he didn't know that he was her guest and if he had known, he wouldn't have laid a finger on him. The woman asked Zhao Kai if the lady really needed to get his permission before inviting someone to her home and he was stupid. Zhao Kai told the woman that of course she shouldn't do this and if he is her guest, he will personally take him to the VIP room and give his word. Zhao Kai handed Yao Bing the phone and said that he asks to forgive him for the inconvenience caused and he is sorry that everything turned out this way. Zhao Kai asked Yao Bing to let him escort him to a special VIP room to meet the lady and she has been waiting for him in the room for a long time. Yao Bing was surprised that Zhao Kai changed his attitude towards him so dramatically and followed him to the VIP room to meet Mo Shiyao's family. The man thought that Yao Bing is a calm and kind guy and his granddaughter made the right choice and he approves of him and he is a great groom. Grandfather asked Yao Bing if he ever thought why he was looking for him everywhere for so long and what he wanted to ask his family friend. Yao Bing told his grandfather that he knows that he must have clear reasons for this and he is ready to listen to his questions and answer there. Grandfather was glad to meet him and told Yao Bing that he liked his way of thinking and he was a very smart guy and he didn't joke about him. The woman told Yao Bing that Yao Bing's birthday is just around the corner and they would be happy to see him at her party and she is waiting for him. Yao Bing told the family that he promises and will 100% keep his word and come to Mo Shiyao's birthday and this is her special day. Grandfather said that this is a great answer and that's all he wanted to tell him and he will leave some space for the kids and they are all free. Yao Bing walked out of the Mo family's office and thought that he would be glad that Mo Shiyao was coming to his senses and would soon celebrate his birthday. Wang Qiu and Lu Zigang looked at Yao Bing leaving the Mo family office and were shocked and could not understand how he got there now. Yao Bing noticed that the same woman was standing next to them and realized that this was his chance and he would not miss this strange girl and she would not leave. Yao Bing approached this woman and said that she should stand in the same place and not make sudden movements if she doesn't want problems. And then suddenly Yao Bing told the woman that she should take off her clothes right now and he should make sure that his guess was correct. Wang Qiu shielded the woman with his hand and asked Yao Bing what he was talking about and whether he thought before saying something and could die for it. Lu's friend Zigang was shocked and asked Yao Bing if he was such an idiot and how could he ask for such things in front of all their guests. Lu Zigang told Yao Bing that he was acting as if he had never seen a woman before and how could he allow himself to say such things to a lady. But Yao Bing told everyone that he would have to repeat his question and he told the woman that she had heard correctly and should take off these clothes. The woman began to twitch and Wang Qiu was surprised and wondered why she was doing what Yao Bing asked and did she really have no shame at all? The woman stuck out her tongue and had sharp fangs and she realized that she couldn't escape Yao Bing and had to do everything he asked. The woman began to take off her clothes and thought that she would surprise Yao Bing and he would regret asking to do this in front of all the guests. Lu Zigang's friend thought, is this woman really so stupid that a minute ago she was naive and wanted to punish them and now she is different? The woman thought and realized that she had an idea and she should try to do it right now and hopes for success and everything will work out. The woman approached her friend Lu Zigang and asked the baby if he had recently wanted her and if he had changed his mind in a couple of minutes. Wang Qiu asked the guys what they were looking at and asked to take her away from him and he himself would soon have a serious talk with her about her behavior there. The guards began to go to the woman to unhook her from her friend Lu Zigang and the boss will soon punish her himself when no one is with them. The woman continued to stand in front of her friend Lu Zigang and he could not move anywhere and froze in place and waited for help from everyone. But suddenly at that very second the woman turned into a monster and she began to strangle her friend Lu Zigang and did not want to give the guy any mercy. The guy fell to the floor and pointed his finger at the woman and said that it was a ghost and how could such a nice lady turn into a ghost. Lu Zigang said that she must be under some kind of spell and this is probably some kind of trick from Yao Bing and he is to blame for all this. People said that this is true and when Guo Shuai quarreled with Yao Bing he forced him to take off his pants in front of everyone and the whole school knows it all. The guy said that he was sure that it was Yao Bing who was to blame and they should take measures to fix the problem and punish Yao Bing for everything. Wang Qiu called Yao Bing an idiot and said that he did not quarrel with him and why he was doing this and asked him to be favorable to Lily now. Yao Bing told Wang Qiu that he did not force Mrs. Cheng to behave like this and if he wants to save her, he must answer his question. Yao Bing asked Wang Qiu if she had met anyone suspicious and he said that the other day she met with Jin Xie's sister. Yao Bing asked Wang Qiu if he was talking about Lily's adopted sister and her name was Zhang Xiaobei or if he was wrong in his guesses. Wang Qiu was shocked and told Yao Bing that everything is so and this is Zhang Xiaobei but is there a connection between her and Lily's behavior today? Yao Bing realized that the crying demon had taken possession of Lily's body and the royal demon had entered the body of her adopted sister, but why did they? Wang Qiu called Yao Bing an idiot and said that now he must save Lily because he was the one who was involved in her behavior. Yao Bing took out his sword and thought that he should make every effort to cope with this demon and he is strong. Yao Bing put the sword with the talisman to Lily's head and thought that this should help her, although he didn't really want to help such people. Lily was possessed by a demon and did not want anyone to help her and she already feels very good and does not want to change anything. Lu's friend Zigang thought that it looks like Yao Bing was right and Lily is really possessed and it seems like only he knows how to cope now. Yao Bing told Lily that he doesn't care what kind of royal demon he is and he expels him and asks him to leave this poor child alone. Yao Bing was not taken aback and immediately stuck one talisman directly on Lily's body and told his friends that this should help her find herself. Lily started screaming and she was in a lot of pain and the demon inside her didn't want to come out and was hurting the poor man now. And at that very second, Lily suddenly waved her nails and wanted to hurt Yao Bing now because he wants to exorcise the demon. Lily managed to get Yao Bing and she scratched his face and he realized that this demon was much more dangerous and cunning than all the others. Lily continued to go to Yao Bing and wanted to finish him off in order to defeat her enemy and so that he would not expel the demon because it was his body. Wang Qiu called Yao Bing an idiot and said that he should be careful and how could he let Lily hurt him now. Lily, furious, continued to not control herself and attack everyone who stood in her way and she didn't like any of the people. Yao Bing realized that he could not defend himself forever and had to attack Lily in response so that the demon would become weaker and he could defeat. Yao Bing hit Lily on the head and she fell to the floor, and for a while she could be tied up or prevented from attacking them. And after Yao Bing's blow, the Lily demon jumped out and Yao Bing was able to catch him in his hands and thought that he was causing so many problems. Yao Bing held the demon tightly in his hand and destroyed it so that he could no longer do evil in their world and Lily was free from him. The system congratulated Yao Bing and reported that he had captured the Demon King and 10 more ghosts and built the Ming Palace to boot. And the system also gave Yao Bing 1,000,000 yuan of the underworld, and he was very happy that he managed to complete this mission now. Wang Qiu was furious and asked Yao Bing what was wrong with Lily now and whether he had helped her now or just pretended in front of everyone that he was helping. Yao Bing told Wang Qiu that Lily is fine and he can no longer be nervous there and should better reassure his beloved Lily. Wang Qiu told Yao Bing that he appreciates what he did for Lily and in the future if he needs his help, he will always be there. Mr. Kai told Yao Bing that he will also help him at any time and let him call whenever he is in trouble and he will help him. Yao Bing told Mr. Kai that he needs praise and he needs his help and he should help him find the girl and she works in this place. Mr. Kai asked Xiao Bing to wait for him in the VIP room and said that he would now send someone to find Zhang Xiaobei there. Yao Bing told Mr. Kai that he understood him and thanked him for his help, and without him it would have been very difficult for him to find Xiaobei himself. Afterwards, Mr. Kai went into the Mo family's office and wanted to tell them now very important information that he learned about Yao Bing. Grandfather sat in the office and asked Mr. Kai how Yao Bing was feeling and what he learned about his character and the new traits of his friend. Mr. Kai told Grandpa that Yao Bing is not greedy, brave and smart, and Bing will be useful in the future and can handle their work. Grandfather told Mr. Kai that Yao Bing would become an outstanding man in the future and now he should take him under his wing. Master Kai told his grandfather that he will protect Xiao Bing until his last breath and he will not let his teacher down and will cope. Afterwards, Master Kai approached Yao Bing and asked him what kind of relationship he had with Xiao Bei, and he was interested in knowing all the nuances of their friendship. Mr. Kai sat next to Yao Bing and waited for an answer to his question and thought that he should not lie to him, and he was waiting for an honest answer from Bing. Yao Bing was surprised and told Mr. Kai that Xiao Bei was his ex and asked if something was wrong and why he was asking about it. Suddenly, Mr. Kai told Yao Bing that the servant Jin Xie said that Xiao Bei committed suicide and went to the next world now. Yao Bing was very surprised and asked Mr. Kai if Xiao Bei was no longer alive, and this was impossible because she had recently been healthy. Mr. Kai asked Yao Bing to sit down and said that he should let him finish the conversation and he would find out all the information about Lady Xiao Bei. Mr. Kai told Yao Bing that Xiao Bei was found at 7 in the evening there in the VIP room and she was already dead by then, and he was very sorry. Yao Bing asked Mr. Kai why this happened, and he was wondering where her body was now and he wanted to know the details of the death of his friend. Yao Bing thought that he should look at the video and find out everything that happened to Xiao Bei, and she did not deserve to leave the world so early. Mr. Kai showed Yao Bing the laptop and said that he wanted to tell him that her corpse could not be found, and she herself then left Jin Xie. Yao Bing noticed that Xiao Bei got into the car and some guys wanted her to get there faster, and he did not recognize the people in black clothes. Yao Bing thought that this was strange and why Xiao Bei got into the car and where could she go with them, and he should find out the whole point. Yao Bing asked Mr. Kai if he could find this car, and it was very important for him to find Xiao Bei, and they were friends and communicated well. Mr. Kai told Yao Bing that Xiao Bei would be very difficult to track since they were going to hide her from the very beginning, but he is trying. The next morning, Yao Bing thought that he should go to school and there he could take his mind off all the problems and not be nervous about her. Yao Bing thought that Guo Shuai hasn't shown up to class since that day, but everything must be fine and he hasn't heard anything from his ghost mom. Yao Bing thought that he should renew the possession and then he can do everything to find Xiao Bei, and he cannot sit still there. The system congratulated Yao Bing and he successfully upgraded his guest house and he could study the map and find the necessary information for this matter. Yao Bing thought that he should find Xiao Bei's corpse before cleaning up this mess, and then everything will be fine and he will cope. But then someone called Yao Bing and told him that he had to go home quickly and his mother was in trouble and she really needed his help there. Yao Bing was shocked and asked Bu Qi what happened and why he couldn't tell him everything as it is and why he was hiding all this from him. Yao Bing arrived at his mother's place of work and noticed that his mother was wounded and there were guys with guns standing next to them and they were so angry. Yao Bing was shocked to see his mother there in such a state and he could not understand who could beat her and who would finish off this bastard now. But suddenly at that very second someone hit Yao Bing on the head from behind and thought that he could not do anything and all his friends were strong. Yao Bing fell to the ground and was in pain and thought that this was a cunning man and how dare he hit him when he wasn't looking. Mom told Yao Bing that he should run and find the police and he couldn't cope with these people and there were too many of them and that's a problem. Yao Bing thought that his mother was worrying in vain and he was sure that he could punish these scoundrels and they deserved his very powerful fists. Yao Bing asked his mother not to be nervous and said that he would protect their home and none of the villains could harm them and he was confident in his abilities. And at that moment Yao Bing noticed that the system was overloading and the owner had to wait and soon he could use all the necessary things. The guy ran with a weapon towards Yao Bing and wanted to hit him and thought that he ran into them and was unlucky and they would brutally beat him there. Mom covered for Yao Bing and he must be careful and now she will not allow the scoundrels to beat her son and he did not deserve this punishment. Yao Bing's mother closed her eyes and thought that the guy was going to beat her with a weapon and thought that she was just waiting for the police to arrive there. But when Yao Bing and his mother did not expect this, all the hooligans started screaming and they were in great pain. But no one knew what happened there. The guy who wanted to hit Yao Bing's mother dropped the weapon from his hand and he wanted someone to stop hurting him and it's all complicated. The hooligans asked Yao Bing's mother what kind of magic it was and why they all couldn't move and kept standing still and screaming. The wrench fell to the ground and Yao Bing thought that all the hooligans would already regret that they decided to beat his mother and it was sacred. Yao Bing began to pick up a wrench from the ground and continued to receive fear points all this time and thought that he would punish all the scoundrels. Yao Bing told the hooligans that they should call their boss there and he wants to discuss important matters with him and ask him about interesting things. After Yao Bing took his mother home and thought that she should just not be nervous and she had already fought back the bullies many times and that's cool. They went into the house and Yao Bing told his mother that she should stay at home and he himself would take care of everything and solve all the problems and troubles. Mom asked her son to be careful and these hooligans were very strong and he may not be able to cope with this with the scoundrels on his home street. Yao Bing asked his mother not to worry and said that he would return soon and they could have lunch with her and cheer up their family. Yao Bing thought that he didn't care who they were and if they hurt his family, they would get what they deserved and ask for his forgiveness. Yao Bing went outside and noticed a man and he told Director Ho that he was there and how he thought this guy looked great there. Director Ho approached Yao Bing and asked if it was him and he wanted to find out more information from him and he was glad to have this meeting there. Yao Bing told the director that he was right and asked who he was and why he was asking him about all this and he was interested in knowing everything. The man told Mr. Yao Bing that his name was Ho Ming Hao and now he was glad to meet a guy like him and he wanted to talk there. Yao Bing told Ho Ming Hao that his people beat his mother and how he can answer him for this and why he did it and how dare he. The man told Yao Bing that Director Ho Ming Hao bought his area and he needs to move out and this is the rule and they are not joking and this is the truth. The man told Yao Bing that he should be happy that they had not filed a lawsuit for not leaving and the police should pick him up. Yao Bing was shocked by the man's words and thought that these insolent people don't know how to value a person's life and everyday life and they only think about business. Yao Bing shouted at the man and wanted to tell him everything he thought about him, but the man interrupted him and began to speak words without stopping. Ho Ming Hao asked Yao Bing if he really wants to fight back and even if he can escape, his mother won't be able to and is he really wrong? The woman told Professor Ho Ming Hao that she was impressed that he was so impudent and threatened Yao Bing and she did not know these traits of a friend. Ho Ming Hao turned around and asked Mrs. Shi what she was doing there and he was glad to see his friend but did not know that she would come to this place today. The man thought that Ho Ming Hao said that Mo hates Yao Bing then why did she come there and does she really want to help Yao Bing? Miss Shi thought that it was good that she came there on time and now she will restore order there because Ho Ming Hao made a mess there. Lady Shi called Ho Ming Hao the old general of the Tang group Tang Hongjian and asked if he abused the baby without shame. Ho Ming Hao told Mrs. Gu Shi what she meant and they should evacuate the building but Yao Bing and his mother no longer want to move. Ho Ming Hao thought why Gu Shi is helping Yao Bing and she told Director Ho that he wants to evacuate the building and where is the compensation. Ho Ming said that everyone who lives there is suffering from a lack of money and their Hongjian corporation will pay all compensation for their damages. Gu Shi laughed and said that director Ho Minghao is such a kind and generous person and she respects such honest and kind people. Gu Shi told Ho Minghao that if everything is ready then the building should be occupied and they can start their business without any problems. Ho Minghao was shocked and thought that everything did not go according to plan, and how can he now tell the truth, and Madame Gu Shi will not understand all his words. And right at that moment an excavator drove up to them and Gu Shi stood there and wanted to help director Ho Minghao start his work and construction. Ho Minghao looked at Gu Shi and could not find words and froze there in surprise and realized that he had made a mistake and this was a problem. Yao Bing asked Gu Shi why Ho Minghao looked unhappy and she said that the authorities wanted to make this place their industrial zone. Gu Shi said that this guy Ho Wang Kai realized something and that's why he tried to reduce the price to buy a building and build a multi-project. But Gu Shi told Yao Bing that she would not let Ho Minghao do this and people were already accustomed to their homes and would not want to leave their homes. Director Ho Minghao told Gu Shi that it was just an order and there was no need to worry about it and he would fix everything himself and everyone would be happy. Gu Shi asked Ho Minghao why he stopped the workers and maybe he thinks that they don't have enough people and the family doesn't have a lot of power. Ho Wang Kai told the director that he must correct the situation and they cannot lose this plan because they worked so hard on it. But at that very second, tanks began to drive to this place and they arrived at this place on behalf of Gu Shi and she could do what she wanted there. The soldiers also began to carry out Miss Gu Shi's order and realized that they had to intimidate director Ho Minghao and he is an impudent scoundrel. The soldiers pointed their guns at director Ho Minghao and said that he must report his plans to Miss Gu Shi and this is the order of Madam. Ho Minghao fell to his knees and thought that he should ask Miss for forgiveness otherwise she could remove him from there in a matter of seconds. Ho Minghao told Gu Shi that they can discuss all the details and he does not understand what she is doing and why it is necessary because you can live peacefully. The officer told Ho Minghao that nothing happened and it was just a small military exercise there and they would soon leave there and he was not joking. The officer looked at Gu Shi and she thought that he had told Ho Minghao everything correctly and now he would think about how to solve this problem with her. Yao Bing told director Ho Minghao that they are just subordinates and how can they accept this and he wants to ask if the area is being evacuated. The tanks aimed directly at director Ho Minghao and he sat on his knees and thought that he had serious problems and that he was not a villain. Ho Minghao looked at the tanks and realized that he had angered Gu Shi and she was taking revenge on him for his impudence and for the fact that he did not want to give in and argued with her. Director Ho Minghao told Gu Shi that he was counting on her and he was completely confident that she was right and that she was a wise businessman. Gu Shi said that if director Ho Minghao agreed then they would start work now and nothing would interfere with them and that was great. Excavators began to destroy all the illegally built buildings and Gu Shi was glad that director Ho Minghao gave the go-ahead for the entire construction. Excavators continued to destroy all the buildings and soon they will leave nothing there and will dismantle all the buildings piece by piece and construction is underway. Director Ho Minghao looked at all the buildings and thought that all his money had disappeared and why did Gu Shi come at such a bad time and ruin everything. The excavators broke down all the buildings in a minute and told Gu Shi that they had completed the task and were awaiting further instructions from their boss Miss Gu. Gu Shi told the soldiers that everything was ready and they could leave and they completed the task perfectly and thanked the soldiers for their work. Director Ho Minghao asked Gu Shi if they really wouldn't break down this building that he initially wanted to destroy and it was also in the way. But Gu Shi told Ho Minghao that Yao Bing still does not agree to sell his house now and of course they will not destroy it there today. Gu Shi told Ho Minghao regarding the other apartments, Mr. Mo bought them all and the money has already been transferred to his personal corporation account. Gu Shi told Yao Bing that his house is the last one in the area and now he can earn a lot of money as compensation for their damage. Yao Bing said thank you to Miss Gu Shi and asked him to convey his personal gratitude to Mr. Mo for helping him a lot today with his case. Ho Minghao told Gu Shi that everything was ready and the rest had been settled long ago by Mr. Mo and it was time for him to leave and he was glad to meet her now. But suddenly Yao Bing ordered all of Ho Minghao's people to stand and said that they hurt his mother and how they want to repay him for this pain. Director Ho Minghao pointed his finger at Yao Bing and wanted to scold him for his impudent behavior and now he will show him real pain and shame. But Gu Shi looked at Director Ho Minghao and made it clear that he shouldn't do this if he doesn't want problems and it's better for him to cool down there. Director Ho Minghao told Yao Bing that he would immediately take his mother to the hospital and she would be treated quickly and happy. But Yao Bing was angry and grabbed Ho Minghao by the scruff of the neck and said that he should apologize to her and then he would let him go home. The soldier pointed a gun at Ho Minghao and he told Yao Bing that it was all his fault and he was a fool and caused him so many problems there. Director Ho Minghao bowed to Yao Bing and said that he was very sorry and asked to forgive him for his rash act and it was his mistake. Yao Bing's mother came out of the house and asked Yao Bing what happened and if he was injured, and she was very worried about him because he stayed there. Yao Bing told his mother that all the problems had been solved and he told her that he would protect her and their home and now everything is fine and nothing threatens them. Yao Bing's mother began to cry and said that her son had grown so much and he could already solve problems alone and was like his father. Afterwards, Yao Bing waited for his mother in the hospital when she recovered and thought that it was good that Gu Shi appeared there and helped solve all his affairs. Yao Bing told Mr. Kai that his mother's condition is much better and thanked him for asking him about it and he will help him in his case. Mr. Kai told Yao Bing that this is all because his people are completely useless and they all cannot protect his mother from all sorts of scoundrels. Yao Bing told Mr. Kai that if he had not sent his men to protect his mother, she would have suffered a lot more from them. Mr. Kai told Yao Bing that he thinks that this is enough and he understands well what he is going through now, but he can handle everything alone. Mr. Kai told Yao Bing that he should return to the room and sit there for a while with his mother and she now needs the help of her own son. Yao Bing entered his mother's room and was surprised and saw that there were flowers next to her that were not there a couple of minutes ago and where did the flowers come from? Yao Bing asked his mother who gave her these flowers because he recently came into her room and there were no flowers there and he was interested in finding out. Mom asked Yao Bing who it could be and said that it was Xiao Bei and she was a good girl, but today she looked very strange. Yao Bing was shocked to hear his mother's words and asked if it was Xiao Bei and when she came into the room and if she really didn't die. Mom told Yao Bing that after he saw that guy off, she came in and just came out and didn't they really see her? Yao Bing quickly ran away to catch up with Xiao Bei and Mom asked Yao Bing what happened and where he was going and why he didn't explain anything. Yao Bing walked out into the corridor of the hospital and noticed that Xiao Bei was running away and thought that Xiao Bei was dead and how could her body move and run. Yao Bing thought who was behind all this and pulling the strings and realized that he would find out about everything but first he needed to follow her now. Yao Bing was chasing Xiao Bei and eventually came to some place and realized that it looks like Xiao Bei is hiding there and he should check it out. Yao Bing noticed footprints at the entrance to the building and realized that they were fresh and it looked like Xiao Bei had just ran there hiding from him in a hurry. Yao Bing opened the door and entered the building and realized that it was dark there and any person could easily hide and not react to words. Yao Bing realized that it was very scary there and he had to be very careful because there could be different ghosts, demons, and people. But suddenly at that moment the system informed Yao Bing that he had received a mission and he must pacify King Qin Guang, the first king of hell. King Qin Guang is the guardian of the 10-chamber Sorter King and he holds life and death in his hands and the mission level is extreme. But at that very second the door slammed behind Yao Bing and he didn't understand who did it and did the demon already see that he had entered their building. Yao Bing froze in surprise and realized that this was not a person, because he knew that before going there he looked around and there was definitely no one there. Yao Bing realized that the temperature in the palace was dropping and it seemed that there was someone in the palace besides him and it seemed that he was not happy about the arrival of the said guest. Yao Bing looked into the system and took out the Qin Ming lantern and thought that it should illuminate the palace and he could find a way out of this palace. Yao Bing threw the Qin Ming lantern at the statue and thought that the palace was very dark and the system helped him find a much needed tool. And at that very second, the statues suddenly moved and Yao Bing was horrified and wondered why they were moving and whether a ghost had really possessed them. Suddenly, someone grabbed Yao Bing's leg and he didn't notice who could have done it because he was looking at the ceiling and looking for ghosts and demons there. All the monsters and ghosts started coming towards Yao Bing and they all wanted to finish him off as quickly as possible because they hate people visiting. Yao Bing used power and realized that this should help release the grip of these ghosts and monsters and they could not do anything to him. At that moment there was silence in the palace and Yao Bing thought that this was just the beginning and a lot of monsters and demons would move towards him. Yao Bing destroyed those monsters that grabbed his leg and was glad that the system gave the necessary tips and they helped him a lot. Yao Bing noticed that many monsters continued to move towards him and they all listened to the main demon and obeyed all his orders. The huge monster asked Yao Bing, so this is all the power he has, and is he really not capable of anything more than this blow? The huge monster began to use the powers of the Ghost King, and Yao Bing had a very hard time defending himself from the monster's attacks, and he was strong. Yao Bing started screaming and thought that he should come up with a plan and he should get out of the palace because there were a lot of ghosts there. But at that moment, a huge column fell next to Yao Bing, and the column fell right on these monsters, and Yao Bing defended himself well from everyone. Boards and columns began to fall, and Yao Bing used a blow, and he had to get rid of many monsters, and they surrounded him from all sides. The column fell on the skeletons, and they began to retreat back and no longer wanted to attack Yao Bing because he destroyed them all as they approached. Yao Bing said that undoubtedly only the king of the first palace, how could he conspire with evil to capture him, and this is a vile thing. Yao Bing told the demon that if he does not appear, he will destroy one column of the palace every second, and he is not joking at all there. Yao Bing told the demon that if he did not appear after 2 seconds he would destroy his entire palace, and began to destroy the column one by one. Yao Bing told the demon that if he surrenders today he will spare him, and otherwise his sacred statue will be destroyed like everything else in the palace. Yao Bing said that his columns will not withstand his onslaught and he must surrender, and why he does not want to go out, and they will become friends with him. At this time, Master Zhang and the magician were driving in the car, and he wanted to find out important information there, and tonight they will find out his whole truth. Sorcerer Zhang asked Magician Zhang if he was sure that he could help them with this problem, and if they solved these issues, it would be great. Magician Zhang put out his cigarette and told his brother that he shouldn't be nervous today and he will solve this issue and they will forget about everything quickly. Magician Zhang told his brother that he promised him 10 girls and a statue of gold, and how could he refuse such a big deal like this? And then the palace exploded, and the Magician Zhang said that he also had a backup plan, and a silent time bomb was installed right in the palace. Magician Zhang told his brother that time is already running out and they will see how this Yao Bing disappears, and nothing will stop them from carrying out their insidious plan. Sorcerer Zhang told his brother that he is so attentive and this is a very good job and he is a genius, and thought out the plan to the smallest detail. But at that very second Yao Bing suddenly appeared behind the Zhang brothers and said that they were very attentive and he was proud of his friends. Magician Zhang told Yao Bing that this cannot be, and how the impudent man was able to survive the explosion and how he was able to get out of the palace with demons. Yao Bing asked Magician Zhang if he really wanted to ask why this man, who should already be dead, is sitting in his car now. Wizard Zhang asked Yao Bing how this was possible and how King Qin Guang could spare him and let him out of the palace without scratches or injuries. Yao Bing pointed his finger at the road and told his brothers that now he would explain everything to them and they would find out the whole truth about how he was able to get out of there. Suddenly a demon appeared on the road, and Yao Bing said that of course he did not spare him and simply obeyed him, and are they really surprised? Magician Zhang immediately opened the car door and quickly jumped out and thought that this was his chance to escape from Yao Bing, and this guy is a devil. Magician Zhang told Yao Bing that he should not think that he could easily defeat him and showed him the amulet and said that he still had. But suddenly the monster dealt a powerful blow to the Magician Zhang, and Yao Bing was dissatisfied with the behavior of the magician and said that he should have listened. Magician Zhang looked there and noticed that the monster's hand was sticking out there, and how could he not notice the monster's blow, and he was doomed and he made a mistake. Magician Zhang left this world and his brother knelt down and begged Yao Bing to spare him and he would no longer behave badly, and this is a fact. Yao Bing told the sorcerer Zhang that he should listen to his question and answer honestly, and then he will think maybe he can spare him, and that's for sure. Yao Bing became very powerful and asked the sorcerer Zhang where Xiao Bei was and he should tell him the address now and then he would think about it. Sorcerer Zhang told Yao Bing that Xiao Bei brought him there and she immediately left after that, and that's all he knows, and he tells him the whole truth. Yao Bing asked the sorcerer Zhang where Xiao Bei went and he wants to find out all the information that will help find her, and this is very important to him. Sorcerer Zhang told Yao Bing that he really doesn't know, and this brother of his found her and he is behind all this, and he didn't tell him anything about it. Yao Bing asked the magician Zhang if he knew why she committed suicide and went to the next world and who was to blame for all this. Magician Zhang was surprised and asked Yao Bing if Yao Bing really killed herself and how is this possible, and is Xiao Bei really dead, and he doesn't believe. Yao Bing asked the magician Zhang what he knew about Xiao Bei and ordered the scoundrel to immediately tell him the whole truth, and he did not believe all his words. Magician Zhang told Yao Bing that he accidentally overheard Guo Shuai and his friends saying that Xiao Bei must die and that's all he knows. The monsters continued to attack the magician Zhang and he asked not to kill him and said that he knew something else and now he would tell about everything. Yao Bing ordered the monsters to release the magician and he said that they had a meeting in a couple of days and perhaps they would talk about Zhang Xiaobei there. Magician Zhang told Yao Bing that if he lets him go, he will find information for him about the meeting of friends and there he can find the truth. Yao Bing told Magician Zhang that then he will temporarily leave his life as collateral and look at his behavior later and this is his persuasion. The magician told the monsters to leave him alone and said that he knows everything and he will start looking for all the information about his friend Xiao Bei right now. Yao Bing thought that things were becoming more and more complicated and every day he finds new details about Xiao Bei and it's all very interesting. After Yao Bing returned to the hospital and he had to keep an eye on his mother and she needed his help and thought that mom would get better soon. Yao Bing was sitting in the corridor and fell asleep there and the nurse noticed that the patient's son had fallen asleep there and did not want to wake up and began to wake him up there. The nurse asked Yao Bing why he fell asleep there and he might be catching a cold now and asked him to go back to bed and rest there. Yao Bing thought that his mother had been in the restroom for 30 minutes and why had she still not returned and he began to worry about his mother. Yao Bing asked the nurse if she could check if his mother was in the toilet now and she had been there for a long time and he was embarrassed to go in. The nurse told Yao Bing that he is such an attentive son and let him wait for her there and she will quickly go to the toilet and check on his mother. The nurse went into the women's toilet and Yao Bing thought that he never remembers when mom stayed there and it was very strange. And after a couple of minutes, the nurse came out of the toilet and Yao Bing wanted to hear from her that everything was in order and his mother lingered there. Yao Bing asked the nurse what was wrong with his mother and if she was okay there, but the nurse said that his mother was not there and there was no one in the toilet. And at that very second, Yao Bing's phone began to ring and he thought that it must be his mother and he would ask her why his mother left there. Yao Bing took out his phone and the nurse next to him was looking at Yao Bing's phone and she was wondering what kind of message Yao Bing received now. And at that moment the nurse was in shock and thought that she never expected to see this and why did his mother act like that now there. Yao Bing saw a photo where his mother was with Xiao Bei and he was surprised and could not understand how they could meet and why his mother just left. The nurse told Yao Bing that she had to tell him one important thing and he should listen to her and this is important information for him. Yao Bing asked the nurse what she wanted to tell him and it seemed like she saw in this photo an important detail that he had missed recently. The nurse told Yao Bing that the turquoise bracelet on his mother and Xiao Bei's hand were from the morgue and she didn't know how they ended up there. Yao Bing thought that he should call this number that just sent him a message and he would find out how his mother was doing. Yao Bing told the nurse that they could just call the number and ask his mom what she was doing with Xiao Bei and where she was now. Yao Bing thought that, as expected, no one answered the phone and he could not understand who sent him this photo and what they needed from him. But at that very second, a new message from someone came to Yao Bing's phone and he thought that this message was from the same person now. Yao Bing looked at the phone and saw that the person had written to him that the game had started and it was an unknown number and that was all the problem. The man told Yao Bing that the first rule of the game is that no one should find out that his mother is missing and the rules cannot be broken when playing them. The doctor told Yao Bing what about his mother who recently disappeared from their hospital. They will look for her themselves but it's better to call the police. Yao Bing told the doctor that this was not necessary and the girl with the photo was his sister and she had urgent matters so she took her mother. Yao Bing asked the doctor to bring him his mother's discharge documents and he and his family would meet at their home and he would surprise his mother there. The second rule of the game was that Yao Bing must ask for a month off from school and the rule of their game cannot be broken and this is important. Yao Bing came to school and realized that the dean would not be happy if he told him that he needed a vacation and might even yell at him for it. In the office, the dean asked Yao Bing what he just told him and whether he really needed a long vacation in the middle of their academic year. The dean asked Yao Bing if he had forgotten what he had done and how could he ask him to give him a vacation because he did not deserve to take a vacation there. The dean told Yao Bing that if it weren't for him, Guo Shuai would not have disappeared and it was he who was to blame for everything and did not correct anything and wants to leave school. Yao Bing was very surprised and asked the dean if Guo Shuai had also disappeared and this was the first time he knew about it and didn't believe it and how is it possible. But at that very second the dean hit student Yao Bing in the face and told him to say what he was up to and he knew that he was planning something terrible. Yao Bing told the teacher that he wants to take a break and he doesn't care and he needs to take a break but he can't tell him the reason. The teacher was furious at the words of the student Yao Bing and wondered if he really thinks that he is immortal and repeats his request 100 times and infuriates them. The teacher waved his hand and told Yao Bing that he would teach him a lesson for not listening to the teacher's words and would contradict him after hearing the answer to the question. But Yao Bing grabbed the teacher's hand and thought that he would not allow this teacher to hit him again and it was too much and he himself was angry. Yao Bing told the teacher that as he told him, at first he didn't care what he said and he came to warn him about what was needed. Yao Bing held a written leave request in his hand and told the teacher that he would like to take a break and he has urgent business today. The third rule of the game for Yao Bing was that he must go to the western part of the city and cause a pogrom in Huangjia and this is important. Yao Bing quickly arrived at Huangjia at night and thought that he should do everything the stranger asks because his mother is in danger there. Yao Bing found the place that the stranger wrote about and he must go there and cause a pogrom and then he will fulfill the rules of their game. Yao Bing started to walk into this building and thought that he did not want to play by its rules, but now he was not in that position and it was sad. And at that very second people heard the robbery of the dishes and they were shocked and asked what happened and it looked like someone was now destroying this palace. Yao Bing continued to destroy this place and all the people realized that now Mr. Kai had come to them and he would restore order there and calm Yao Bing. Mr. Kai told Yao Bing that Huangjia is his territory and there was some kind of misunderstanding and he cannot understand the act. But Yao Bing did not want to listen to Mr. Kai and noticed that there was a vase with a flower next to him and thought that now the flower could help him. Yao Bing took the flower and wanted to hit Mr. Kai and he didn't want to hurt Kai at all but the stranger forced him to do it there. Mr. Kai grabbed Yao Bing's hand and said that because of his attitude towards Mr. Mo, he respects him, but this does not mean that he is afraid of him there. Yao Bing told Mr. Kai that he was deliberately destroying his palace now and asked what he would do to him for this and wanted to know his whole reaction. Mr. Kai thought that he did not expect Yao Bing's friend to behave so brazenly and destroy his favorite place for no reason. Mr. Kai swung his hand and told Yao Bing that if Yao Bing wants this, he will not ask him to change his mind and he will regret it later. And then Mr. Kai dealt a strong blow to Yao Bing's stomach and thought that he should teach him a lesson if he himself did not want to understand him. Yao Bing began to bleed and realized that Mr. Kai's blow was strong and he was glad that they could measure their strength and find out who is stronger. Yao Bing walked away from Mr. Kai and realized that he had to fight him with all his might and then he could defeat him and complete their task. Mr. Kai told Yao Bing that he is standing in front of him and he should answer him and hit him back if he is a brave guy as he thinks. But Yao Bing told Mr. Kai that he would not hit him back because their strengths were incomparable and he would not even try to hit him now. Yao Bing received a message from a person saying that he is waiting for Yao Bing at 8 in the evening at the Lei Chuan estate and he should not break the rules of their game. Yao Bing was in the palace and thought that he should hurry and he was afraid that something would happen to his mother and he would not have time to save her. Yao Bing began to get up and thought that Mr. Kai's blow was strong and he would no longer receive blows from him and would leave from there faster. The man asked Mr. Kai if he would allow Yao Bing to just leave there because he came and destroyed their estate and it was brazen. Mr. Kai took out his cigar and told his man that he had already told him everything and should he really repeat it to him one more time? Mr. Kai told Buki to order 2 people to follow Yao Bing and announced to the brothers from other branches to gather today. Yao Bing came to this place and Mr. Kai's people continued to watch him and Yao Bing thought that he must now complete the task. But suddenly at this moment Yao Bing's hand was grabbed by Magician Zhang and he wanted to say something and it was important information and he should listen. Yao Bing was surprised and asked the Magician Zhang Tianshi if it was him and why he came there now and what he learned about Zhang Xiaobei. Magician Zhang told Yao Bing that he should not enter the Lei Chuan estate and he speaks the truth and thinks about the owner's condition and this is very important. Yao Bing asked the Magician Zhang what was wrong with him and he wanted to hear from him why he should not enter the Lei Chuan estate and he would find out this. Magician Zhang told Yao Bing that he is saying this just so that he knows all this and the Lei Chuan estate is a famous black market there in their city. Magician Zhang told Yao Bing that the people who come to the Lei Chuan estate are the elite of all industries and they own many businesses in the city. Magician Zhang told Yao Bing that things like the Hunger Games or even mercenaries in the Lei Chuan estate are commonplace and he is not joking there. Magician Zhang told Yao Bing that as soon as he crosses the threshold, he immediately enters the territory of the devil and they can harm him in the estate. Magician Zhang told Yao Bing that he heard that today one anonymous estate owner is starting an auction and the entire Jianzhong elite is there. Magician Zhang told Yao Bing that the Pan Hai elite will be there and Yao asked who the owner is and what they will auction and he is interested to know. Magician Zhang told Yao Bing that he has no idea but things have become very interesting since he ordered him to investigate Xiao Bei's case. Magician Zhang told Yao Bing that all the leads he found immediately ended in the Lei Chuan estate and today's auction is connected with her. Yao Bing told Magician Zhang that he understood him and then he must go to this Lei Chuan estate and they all must pay for their actions. Yao Bing wanted to go into the Lei Chuan estate, but the guards at the entrance immediately ordered him to stand there and they did not want to let him into the Lei estate. Yao Bing asked the guards if the guards weren't monitoring the situation at their entrance and why they didn't want to let him in and it was unfair. The security guard told Yao Bing that he must have at least 5 million in cash or valuable collateral before he could go in. The security guard told his friend that a poor schoolboy like him wants to take part in the Lei Chuan auction there and it's funny and he doesn't believe him. Yao Bing looked at the guards and began to think how he could go into this auction and check what was going on there and what happened to Xiao Bei. But at that very second Mo Shiyao appeared in this place and she asked Yao Bing why he was there and she was very happy to see him in this hall. Yao Bing told Mo Shiyao that he had business there and he needed to find out something and asked why she herself came there and what she needed. Mo Shiyao told Yao Bing that staying at home is boring and she heard that the local auction was amazing and she quietly left her house. Mo Shiyao told the guards that Yao Bing had business there and which of the two was so stupid that they stopped him and did not let him inside the hall. The guards began to bow and said that they wanted to see the young lady and Mr. Yao Bing there and they could have a great time. Yao Bing told Mo Shiyao thank you for helping him, but he must tell her that she cannot go further with him and that is his word. Mo Shiyao asked Yao Bing then why did he say thank you to her if he didn't want to go with her alone and she wanted to help her friend in this matter. Yao Bing told Mo Shi that together they would make a lot of noise and he was very nervous that they would cause a lot of problems and then the plan would fail. Mo Shi agreed with Yao Bing and said that then she would wait for him there but he should find her after he had done all his business. After Yao Bing went to the hall where the auction was taking place and thought that he himself had to find out what was going on there and what they did to his mother. People were sitting in the hall and the auction began and people raised the amount from 7 to 10 million and Yao Bing realized that all the rich people there. The man offered 12 million and Yao Bing realized that this is what an auction looks like and all the people voted for all their items. Yao Bing realized that the people on this balcony are quiet and it seems they are not very interested in ordinary lots and are waiting for something more expensive and valuable. Yao Bing thought that probably their goal was a special lot that the magician Zhang Tian told him about and he was wondering what kind of special it was. After a couple of minutes, the presenter told the guests that their last lot was being exhibited, which everyone was waiting for, and they would be surprised by the surprise. The presenter told the guests that he was unique and he was not on stage or in cases and he was among them and people wondered if he was there. Yao Bing listened to the words of the presenter and thought that it seems that the final and long-awaited lot at the auction is his mother and Xiao Bei and this is bad. And at that moment the announcer said that the 109th lot could immediately shock all the guests and they would not be able to find words and this is very cool. Suddenly the host said that this surprise at the auction was Yao Bing and he was shocked and could not understand what the auction host had just said. The presenter said that Yao was a guy and he is 18 years old and he is a 10th grade student at Pan Hai and he is doing very well at school. The host told all the guests that Yao Bing's specialty is changing destinies and pleasant surprises can be expected from him and he is talented. People were shocked and thought how this was possible because Yao Bing is a schoolboy, but they were told that this was the Lei Chuan estate and their lots were not fake. Yao Bing thought that he was too careless and his mother was a bait and in fact their real target was himself and he did not understand it. The man on the balcony started bidding for Yao Bing with a price of 300 million. But Yao Bing asked the guests if they wanted to raise the price for the ransom. The price rose to 700 million and Yao Bing realized that the person who did this wanted him to take a day off and was in conflict with Kai. Yao Bing realized that this was all to eliminate him quietly in the Lei Chuan estate and he planned everything in advance down to the smallest detail. People kept raising the price of Yao Bing and wanted to take the reward in this auction and Yao Bing could help a lot in carrying out their plans. And then Yao Bing came on stage and asked the guests to be quiet and he had something important to say right now and they would listen to him. Yao Bing told the guests that they did not need to spend a lot of money to buy it, and he had one question and asked who the organizer of the auction was. The guest told Yao Bing that this auction is completely anonymous, and did he really say this to provoke all the guests, and this is very bad. The man told Yao Bing that they also don't know whether he can really change destinies and what all his demands are based on then. Yao Bing said whether this is true or not and why not just try, and realized that they even appointed someone to ruin his plan, and he is passionate. The man told Yao Bing that in the Lei Chuan estate, life and death have long been determined, and then, by general request, he is obliged to check it. The man in the hall thought that Zhou Long is a strong master, and he is afraid that Yao Bing will not be able to withstand his test and will die now. The man told his friend that according to rumors, Zhou Long could destroy any cannon in just 3 movements, and legends and myths were made about him. The man in the audience said that what a pity it is, and Yao Bing will die young and he won't even know the answer to his question, and that's sad. Zhou Long stood in front of Yao Bing and thought that now he would punish this guy, and how dare he ask them so many questions in the hall. Zhou Long has started using the white dragon rising from the sea technique, and he will destroy Yao Bing using just one technique now. Yao Bing realized that this was a dangerous attack and he must defend against it right now, and then he will be able to strike his enemy. Yao Bing stepped aside and thought that now he would surprise Zhou Long because he thinks that he is weak and cannot do anything to him. And at that very second suddenly Yao Bing used a technique and a very angry and huge dragon appeared there, and he had to attack Zhou Long. And then there was a huge explosion and people were shocked and thought that they were both very strong and their massacre was very interesting now. And then Zhou Long noticed that the huge dragon Yao Bing began to move towards him, and he destroyed his beast, and he was surprised at this outcome. Yao Bing's dragon attacked Zhou Long and he could not defend himself against the attack in any way, and realized that he had underestimated Yao Bing's strength and he was very strong. Zhou Long froze in surprise and realized that he had now disgraced himself in front of the entire hall, and they would laugh at him and he was doomed now. All the people in the hall were shocked and wondered if Yao Bing could defeat such a strong fighter like Zhou Long there, and it was incredible. The host was surprised and asked how Yao Bing was able to defeat Zhou Long, and this guy can change his destiny, and this is not a lie but the truth. Yao Bing told Zhou Long that even though he wanted to kill him, he would not answer him in kind, and his move destroyed a couple of his skills. Yao Bing told Zhou Long that he should get out of there and then he can save his life, and he doesn't want to see him there anymore. Yao Bing told people from the audience that he would take back his words only when they told him who organized this auction. Yao Bing asked the people in the hall to listen to his words, and his goal is to reveal the name of the one who organized the auction, and he wants to communicate with him. And then Yao Bing heard some sound and thought where this sound was coming from, and he could not find the reason for this and wanted people to help find. Suddenly the spectator asked people to look at the ceiling and said that there were 2 women hanging there, and he could not understand who could do this to them. Yao Bing's mother and Xiao Bei were hanging on the ceiling and they were unconscious, and Yao Bei began to think how he could help them get out of there quickly. People said that these women have a bomb attached to them and they must find a way to save them, otherwise they will quickly go to the other world. And at that very second the countdown began on the bomb, and everyone realized that if they didn't help them quickly, the bomb would explode, and that's a fact. All the people started running from the hall and said that there was a bomb there and they had to run away quickly before it exploded, and that would be the end for them. But suddenly the gate slammed shut and there was a metal frame on it, and people could not escape from there now, and this is a problem. The man asked what was going on there and who locked the door, and they want to kill everyone there and they are trapped, and this auction is a trap. Mo Shiryao appeared next to Yao Bing and asked what was going on, and he was very surprised, and how could she get there because he didn't want it. Mo Shi told Yao Bing that she saw that it was a trap, so she sent a man to find her grandfather, but she simply did not take into account one nuance. Mo Shi told Yao Bing that she didn't expect that they wanted to blow up this place, and it looked like they were very bad people and they didn't care about their lives. Yao Bing asked Mo Shi not to be nervous and said that he would protect her and nothing would happen to her because she was his best friend, and that was a fact. Yao Bing asked Mo Shi to trust him and he could save everyone, and began to think there what he should do to defuse the bomb now. The man told Yao Bing that if he could save them from fate, then he would become their god of the Jiangjog sect of Jiang Feng and they would help him. The man told Yao Bing that he still has the word of their Jiangjong Heilong sect and they will help him if they get out of this place. Yao Bing asked Mo Shi to go to the door and said that he would help them get out and she should believe that his friend was strong and could keep his word. Yao Bing looked at the system and thought that he should find a way to help his mother and Xiao Bei, and it looks like he has found a solution to the problem now. Yao Bing realized that he must use the powers of King Qin Guang and then he could help everyone escape, and the system helped him in time. Yao Bing began to scream and realized that his body was filled with the power of King Qin Guang, and now he could carry out his plan and save everyone there. Yao Bing realized that he should try to jump to his mother and Xiao Bei, who were tied up, and there he could help them if he reached the ceiling. Yao Bing immediately jumped with all his might and began to approach his mother, and he would save her and punish all the people who did this to their relatives. Yao Bing grabbed with all his might the chain on which his mother was carp and thought that he would save her and must break this chain to save her. Yao Bing grabbed Xiao Bei's chain with his second hand and thought that he already thought that she was dead and was glad that she was intact and he would save her too. Yao Bing broke the chains in one motion and his mother and Xiao Bei began to fall down, and he must grab them so that they do not get injured. Yao Bing quickly approached his mother and Xiao Bei and grabbed them and managed to save them, and realized that the organizer clearly did not expect this and he was surprised. Yao Bing removed the bombs from Mom and Xiao Bei and thought that there were already 30 seconds left and thought that it was good that he managed to pull them out in time. Yao Bing threw bombs on the floor and thought that he had to find a way to get all the people out of the hall and then he would fulfill his promise. Yao Bing asked people to leave and said that he has a plan and he will help them all if they do what he tells them, and he promises it. Yao Bing began to run towards the door and realized that if everything worked out, he would immediately find the one who caused all this chaos and punish him there. Yao Bing waved his fist and thought that he hoped that he would be able to do what he had in mind there and he would surprise all the people with his strength. Yao Bing hit the iron door with all his might and thought that this power of his should be enough to break the door and then it would be good. And at that very second there was no time left on the bomb and it had to explode there right away, and people were horrified, knowing that there would soon be an explosion. And as soon as the time was up, the bomb was about to explode and Yao Bing thought that they should all hurry if they didn't want to die there. And at that moment the bomb exploded and Yao Bing grabbed Mo Shi in his hands and began to quickly run, and he did not want her to get hurt. And from the shock wave the doors in the hall broke and people realized that this was their chance and they had to escape from there faster if they wanted to live. Everywhere in the room it was very dusty and people realized that they were lucky that Yao Bing was there with them and he bravely saved all the people and was a hero. Mo Shi was very worried and asked Yao Bing if he was okay and if he had suffered serious injuries risking his life to save. Yao Bing told Mo Shi that everything is fine and as long as she is protected, he will also always be fine, and he is worried about his best friend now. And then suddenly a man came into the hall along with his people and asked everyone who Yao Bing was there and immediately pointed a weapon at all the people. Yao Bing told the guy that it was him and asked why he was looking for him there and what he needed, and he wanted answers to all his questions. The man with the gun told Yao Bing that it must be him and told this scoundrel that he should come to him for their conversation. The man with the weapon repeated the order and told Yao Bing that he was really deaf and should immediately come to him now, and this is an order. Yao Bing thought that they had a total of 8 pistols and he thought that it would be difficult for him to deal with them, but he would not allow them to be injured. But at that very second Mr. Kai appeared in the hall and told the man with the weapon that he had no guts and he was a tough gangster. Mr. Kai asked the guy with the gun if he was mocking his brother there while he was not around, and this was very bad and stupid. The man asked Mr. Kai why he was there and asked how he himself dared to touch his brother, and he misunderstood everything and made a mistake. But Mr. Kai dealt a strong blow to the man's stomach and asked if he was telling him that he misunderstood him and that he was a brave guy. The man was lying on the floor writhing in pain, and Mr. Kai told the scoundrel that he could have finished off Yao Bing if he had come a little later. Yao Bing helped Mo Shi and told the man that if they wanted to finish him off, there was no need to lock everyone in the hall and threaten them. Yao Bing thought, do they really want to use the boss's name just to finish him off, and he will repay them in kind and repay the debt? The man was furious and grabbed the man with the gun by the scruff of his neck and asked how he could put the gun to his head and he would die there. The head of the clan asked his people to surround the territory and not allow any of the people to leave there, and this is an order and he is waiting for action. At this time, the man started running to the boss's office and told him that they had serious problems and they should take action against them. The man told the head that Boss He had captured all of their people and he said that if they didn't show up they would die every minute. The man was shocked by this and thought that killing Yao Bing should have been their chance to take over Bing He and have him help them. But the man realized that everything was having the opposite effect and he had better be a good boy, and why didn't that explosion finish off everyone in this room? The man came on call from the bosses and was told that he had finally come to them and they were waiting for him and wanted to seriously talk to him. The man told Boss Lee and Boss Hey that they had misunderstood everything and he only wanted to kill Yao Bing and not the gang and apologize to them. Boss Lee asked the man who he wanted to kill and did he really understand all his words correctly and he wasn't joking with them in the room. Mr. Kai asked Hey Tian Kai to come to him and he wants to tell him one important thing and he will be happy to hear this news. Hey Tian Kai approached Mr. Kai and asked what he wanted from him and he was glad to serve such a kind and good boss and familiar friend. But suddenly Mr. Kai began to strangle Hey Tian Kai and asked how he could touch his brother Yao Bing without his permission for this beating. Mr. Kai told Hey Tian Kai that he ordered Yao Bing to crash his karaoke to ruin their relationship, but he is not an idiot like himself. Mr. Kai told his people that they should close the window there and no one should hear Hey Tian Kai's screams and he deserved it all. People started beating Hey Tian Kai and he told the boss that he was wrong and he would not touch Yao Bing again and he was truly sorry for everything. The man told his men that they should beat Hey Tian Kai harder and asked how he could capture them in the hall and how he didn't think. Yao Bing told Boss Hey that he needs to talk to this scoundrel and he needs to find out all the information about important things about his family. The boss ordered his men to stand and said that Yao Bing wanted to tell him an important thing and then they could continue beating him there. Yao Bing asked the man if he was Ying Hao's father and he said that he was right and was Mr. Yao really familiar with Ying Hao and he didn't know it. Hey Tian Kai told Yao Bing that it was fortunate that they were friends and there was a misunderstanding between them and he should help explain it to them. Yao Bing told Hey Tian Kai that his son threatened him and he grabbed his mother and asked if there was a chance that they were friends and it seems he was mistaken. Hey Tian Kai was shocked and thought that he didn't know that Ying Hao really didn't like Yao Bing and it seemed like he was too quick to jump to conclusions about friendship. Buki told Master Yao Bing that they needed to tell him something and he must now find out about it and this is very important and they found out everything. Buki told Yao Bing that Zhang Xiaobei ran away and they could not detain her there and they cannot find her and this is a problem and they will solve everything. Yao Bing told Hey Tian Kai that he will give him a final chance and if he answers honestly then he will let him go and he promises to keep his word. Hey Tian Kai told Yao Bing that he is ready to answer all his questions and he is waiting for him to ask questions to find out all the information. Yao Bing told Hey Tian Kai that he wants to know one thing and what did they do with Zhang Xiaobei and why is she already acting very strange. Hey Tian Kai asked Yao Bing not to tell anyone what he was going to tell him now and Yao Bing agreed and wanted to hear the truth. Hey Tian Kai told Yao Bing that Zhang Xiaobei said that she needed a lot of money and they came up with one solution on how to earn money for her. Hey Tian Kai told Yao Bing that they gave Xiaobei what she asked for and began to conduct experiments on her body for the sake of all discoveries. Yao Bing asked Hey Tian Kai what experiments they carried out on Xiaobei and he said that they tested zombie powder on her. All the bosses in the room froze in surprise and were shocked and they heard Hey Tian Kai's words about their experiments and thought that it was terrible. Yao Bing was also surprised and asked what kind of zombie powder it was and what they did to Xiaobei and she did not deserve such experiments. Mr. Kai wondered if zombie powder really gives a person all the power of a zombie and he wanted to know more about it and he was very interested. Yao Bing told Hey Tian Kai that they must have killed Xiaobei to prevent their secrets from being revealed and it's all terrible. But Hey Tian Kai did not agree with Yao Bing and said that they needed Xiaobei to continue the experiments and how could they all kill her. Yao Bing asked Hey Tian Kai if he really wants to say that Xiaobei committed suicide and he thinks that the scoundrel is hiding something there. Hey Tian Kai told Master Yao Bing that if he had no more questions for him then can he leave from there and he still has a lot to do. Yao Bing was happy and told Hey Tian Kai that of course he can leave and he always keeps his word and now he can consider him a friend. But suddenly at this moment, Yao Bing tightly grasped Hey Tian Kai's shoulder and did not want to let go and wanted to inflict maximum pain on the scoundrel Hey. Yao Bing broke the bone on Hey Tian Kai's shoulder with a strong squeeze and he began to scream and was in great pain and Yao Bing deceived him now. Yao Bing told Hey Tian Kai that however, he promised not to kill him and did not say that he would forgive him for kidnapping his mother and going far. Yao Bing asked He Tian Kai to take this letter to his boss and just not look into it and said that otherwise he would kill him, and he was not joking. He Tian Kai started to leave and Yao Bing told him that he didn't want to see him anymore and he was disgusted with him and soon he would finish him off for everything. Mr. Kai asked Yao Bing if he believed what He Tian Kai told him and Yao Bing said that he believed but not everything he told him. Yao Bing told Mr. Kai that everything was under control and he had found a way to bankrupt his boss and they would get what they deserved for all their sins. The boss said thank you to Yao Bing, and if not for his help, they would all have been buried in the Lei Chuan estate and no one would have helped them escape. The man told Yao Bing that he never praised others like Uncle Li, but he could come to him whenever he wanted and he would be glad to see him. Mo Shi told Yao Bing that it's good that they are all safe and none of them were hurt in the auction hall from the bomb explosion, and that's all the most important. Yao Bing asked Mo Shi not to cry and said that she is very beautiful when she smiles and he did not want to see her tears today. Afterwards, Gu Shi told Yao Bing that she couldn't believe that this guy dared to do such a thing and he would be punished and their family would not leave it like that. Gu Shi told Yao Bing that thank God that he was there and it's hard to even imagine what could have happened to Mo Shi if they were all late. Mo Shi told Gu Shi that she was sorry and it was her fault and she shouldn't have run away from home and then nothing would have happened, and this is the complete truth. Gu Shi asked Mo Shi if she understood that she was wrong and they would go inside and she would tell Grandpa about it and Mo would not escape punishment. Mo Shi told Gu Shi that it was her mistake and asked her not to tell her grandfather about it, otherwise he would punish her and she would be hurt there. Gu Shi asked Yao Bing what he wants to do next and whether he has plans and maybe he wants to solve the problems he told her about. Yao Bing told Gu Shi that he made a couple of manipulations on the letter and he will soon find out who is the boss and he will not leave him alone. Gu Shi told Yao Bing that he had a clear vision of love and hate and that he was a good guy and could help his friends in difficult times and save. Gu Shi told Yao Bing that she needs to take Mo Shi and Mr. Kai himself will take him and his mother to the hospital and they will meet at her birthday. Mo Shi Yao told Yao Bing that he should remember this day and she will wait for him at his birthday party and will be offended if he does not come there. Yao Bing told Mo Shi Yao that he understood her and made a promise that he himself would come on her birthday and give her a great gift, and that's all. After Yao Bing walked around the city and noticed that the sun began to rise and it was very beautiful and the city was becoming completely different now. Yao Bing thought that the view from the village was so cool and he was admiring the beauty of the new ocean there with his own eyes and he was lucky to live in peace. And then a car drove by Yao Bing where Lu Zigang was with a friend and asked to see who he noticed there, and he was training his legs there. Lu Zigang's friend told Yao Bing not to think that if he is under Mr. Kai's wing he can do whatever he wants, and he became insolent. Lu's friend Zigang asked Yao Bing to wait until Wei Qi returned and he would teach him good manners and then he would know the full power of the enemy. Lu's friend Zigang thought that the last time he asked his father to help him, he scolded him, and today Wei Qi himself will punish the scoundrel Yao. Yao Bing said that he is worried because the horde continues to scurry around and he must draw conclusions and make a decision on their case. And at that very second, the system gave Yao Bing a task and he must pacify the beautiful female soul and then he will complete the system's task. The system reported that the appearance of the 5th level soul is the same as that of humans and it is camouflaged in society, difficult to identify. Yao Bing thought that everyone who comes there is very rich, and it seems that she is also very rich and the status of the female soul is not low at all, and this is a fact. But Yao Bing thought about what camouflage among people and life in human society meant, and he had not yet received such a task there. Yao Bing came to the party and thought that it seems that today it will be difficult for him to find the one whom the system showed him, and it's all complicated. Yao Bing entered the building and realized that there were a lot of people there and they were all wealthy and they had a lot of money and they were all influential people. Yao Bing continued to look at all the people and thought that he now has no idea where this female soul could be hiding, and this is a problem. And then in this house all the people began to say that Wei Qi came to the house and the ladies asked what they looked like and how their makeup and dress were. People thought that Yao Bing had better give up and Mr. Wei Qi really likes Mo Shi Yao and he will soon give her a gift and she will be shocked. The girl said that Wei Qi is so young and already so rich and he is handsome and no one can say what his condition is, and this is a secret. Yao Bing thought that Wei Qi had a gait like a tiger, his movements are very powerful and he has the aura of a general and all people adore this guy. But suddenly at that very second someone pushed Yao Bing and he started and he could not understand who it was and did not notice who committed the vile act. Yao Bing began to fall straight towards Wei Qi with wine in his hand and thought that it was bad and he could no longer stand on his feet and would fall. Yao Bing asked Wei Qi for forgiveness and he replied that everything was fine and he just needed to change his shirt and then they would forget about everything. Lu Zigang's friend asked Yao Bing, when he ruined someone's clothes, doesn't he need to compensate for the loss, and that would be very fair. But people asked to look at Yao Bing's cheap clothes and asked how he could compensate for the loss of an expensive shirt, and this is fantastic. Yao Bing listened and people asked if he got in there to cause trouble for Mo Shi and he would set her up with his selfishness. Wei Qi asked Yao Bing who he was and asked to show him his invitation to Mo Shi's birthday and he would check if everything was there. Yao Bing told Wei Qi that Mo Shi invited him to his birthday and he did not have an invitation and she did not write a letter asking him to come. Wei Qi asked Yao Bing if he really just called her Mo Shi and who is he to call her so simply, and it seems he thinks that he is special. Wei Qi asked Yao Bing who he was and what his relationship was with Mo Shi Yao and where his invitation was, and he didn't believe his words and it was all a lie. He told Wei Qi that his name is Yao Bing and he and Mo Shi Yao are friends and she personally invited him to his birthday and wanted him to come. Wei Qi asked people to call security and said that they have one uninvited guest there and he must leave Mo's birthday party. Yao Bing asked Mr. if his name was Wei Qi and said that it was all true that he did not have an invitation, but Mo Shi Yao herself invited him. But Wei Qi waved his hand and told Yao Bing that enough lies and he must protect Mo Shi, so he must go to the guards and figure it out. But at that very second Mr. Mo came into their yard and asked all the people who called the security, and Wei Qi said good evening to Mr. Mo. Wei Qi pointed his finger at Yao Bing and said that it was he who called the security now, and there was a man there without an invitation, and Mr. was surprised by the words. Mr. Mo told Wei Qi that Yao Bing was invited by his father and Mo Shi herself, and it is logical that he does not need an invitation to visit. Mr. Mo told Wei Qi that it was just a misunderstanding and Mo Shi would cut the cake in a couple of minutes and should not complicate the situation. Mr. Mo approached Yao Bing and said that he should go to the hall now, and Yao Bing realized that Wei Qi got what he deserved for all his impudence. Wei Qi thought that despite his relationship with the Mo family, he still needs an invitation, and who is this insolent and scoundrel Yao Bing? Mr. Mo said good evening to his guests and he is glad to see them all at his daughter's birthday party and they can relax and get drunk there. Mo Shi told all the guests that she is declaring this party of hers officially open and they can all have fun and this is her holiday. Yao Bing thought that he hoped that the soul would not appear there now to disrupt Mo Shi's birthday and she would be offended because of this. Wei Qi continued to stare at Yao Bing and thought that because of him he seemed like an idiot there and he would soon take revenge on him for everything and he would be punished. Yao Bing was surprised and thought that this Wei Qi was strange and he behaves like a child and wants to seem like a perfect guy, and this is terrible. People said that it was time to give gifts to Mo Shi, and I wonder who will give her the best gift this time and who the hero will be. Wei Qi presented the box on his hand and told Mo Shi that he now wants to give a special personal gift for Miss Mo Shi. Wei Qi told Mo Shi that he wanted to give her an unusual gift and hoped that she would like it and be happy with his gift. People said that this is bloody amber and this is a different level and nothing can compare with this and no one will surpass the gift. Mo Shi told Wei Qi thank you so much for such a gift and said that she really liked it and didn't expect him to give her this thing. Wei Qi told Mo Shi that he was glad to hear that she liked everything and he thought that his Mo Yao Yao was so cute and that she would soon become his lady. Lu Zigang's friend asked Yao Bing what gift he had prepared for Mo Shi, and all the people wanted to see his gift for young lady Mo. Wei Qi thought whether Yao Bing would surpass his gift and he is interested in knowing all this and he doubts that it was possible to do it there. Mo Shi started searching and asked if Yao Bing had come for his birthday today and where he and she wanted to talk to him about her holiday. Lu Zigang's friend asked Yao Bing where his gift was and didn't he bring a gift to Mo Shi, and how is he not ashamed, and he is a poor man and this is a shame. Mo Shi realized that they all want to bully Yao Bing again and she is angry about this and she will tell all the guests that this is all very bad. Wei Qi said that he thinks that someone might come to the birthday party without a gift, but if this is true then he has no manners at all and is rude. Yao Bing told Mo Shi that he was in a hurry today and that's why he didn't bring her a gift, but he prepared an unusual surprise for her at home. Mo Shi told Yao Bing that everything was fine and that he came to her birthday was the best gift for her and she was glad to see her friend there. But Yao Bing told Mo Shi that even though he didn't have a gift, he still didn't forget about his girlfriend and he didn't come empty-handed and there was a surprise. Yao Bing told Grandpa Mo that he loves Mo Shi the most and if he is happy then his granddaughter will too and he has a gift for Grandpa. Wei Qi said that Grandpa Mo is an influential person and he already has absolutely everything and does he really need a gift from someone like Bin? Yao Bing said that Wei Qi said everything correctly and Grandpa Mo doesn't need anything and that's why he wants to give him 10 years of life in peace. Yao Bing continued to tell everyone that he would give Grandpa Mo 10 years of life and hoped that he would be happy with his gift and he deserved it. All the guests fell silent and thought that Yao Bing had gone crazy and did he really think that if he lied, he would be able to impress the Mo family there. Wei Qi told Yao Bing that he knows that he wants to please Grandpa Mo and Mo Shi but telling lies is not good and he is disgracing himself. Grandpa Mo hit the ground with his cane and thought that he was very interested in knowing what Yao Bing meant and he never lied to everyone. Yao Bing asked Grandpa Mo to give his full name and he said that his name was Mo Cheng Song and began to wait for what Yao Bing wanted to do. Yao Bing opened the system and began to do what he planned and told Grandpa Mo that everything was ready and he had accomplished what he wanted to do with him. Yao Bing told Grandfather Mo Cheng Song that he had extended his life by 10 years and he need not thank him and he himself was happy to help him. Grandfather Mo Cheng Song was surprised and asked Yao Bing if it was true and he was not lying and he extended his life for another 10 years in the world. Yao Bing noticed that the system said that Grandfather Mo Cheng Song should leave their world already in 2019. But after Yao Bing gave him another 10 years of life, the system changed the information about the date of his grandfather's death and extended his life. Yao Bing told his grandfather that he can accept his congratulations and he's not lying and extended Grandpa Mo's life for another 10 years and that's cool. Grandfather Mo Cheng Song was happy and told Yao Bing that it was good and he didn't know how it was possible but it was the best gift. People asked if this was all and Yao Bing just closed his eyes for a couple of seconds and said that he gave his grandfather 10 years of life and this is a lie. Lu Zigang's friend told Yao Bing that he only blinked quickly and how could he give his grandfather 10 years to live and he is just a fraud and a liar. Yao Bing asked his friend Lu Zigang then what he should do for him to believe in it because he doubts any of his affairs there. Lu's friend Zigang told Yao Bing that he must show how he can control the fate of another person and then he will believe that he is a genius. Yao Bing told Ho Minghao that he agreed and said that today he would get into a bloody incident and he saw it and it would definitely come true. But Ho Minghao asked Yao Bing to shut up and said that this is not true and he made it all up now so as not to give himself away to Grandpa Mo. Ho Minghao told Yao Bing that he was the one who would get hurt today and he also saw it now and his prediction would come true very soon in the courtyard. Yao Bing came closer to Ho Minghao and began to count to 3 so that he would know that he told him the truth and his guess would soon come true there. Ho Minghao was furious and asked Yao Bing not to try to deceive him and he does not believe his words and he is an ordinary fraudster and this disgraces him. Yao Bing told Ho Minghao that he had 2 seconds left and immediately thought that he seemed to be very afraid and did not want to admit it there. Ho Minghao told Yao Bing that he should not think that he could scare him there and he is not afraid at all and, on the contrary, thinks that this is nonsense. Yao Bing told Ho Minghao that he had 1 second left and realized that he had to do something otherwise he would get hurt and it was all true. And a second later, Yao Bing quickly ran towards Ho Minghao, and he froze in place and thought that he was really scared and he was young. And at that moment, the chandelier above Ho Minghao's head began to fall down and Yao Bing pushed him and thought that the chandelier almost fell on his head. Ho Minghao fell to the floor and said that he was in a lot of pain and he could not understand what just happened and why he suffered from his blow. People were shocked and frozen in surprise and thought that this couldn't be and Ho Minghao was a real lucky guy and very lucky. Grandfather Mo Cheng Song told his people that they should go and take Ho Minghao to the hospital where he will be treated quickly. Grandpa Mo said that whether Yao Bing's words are true or not, he can check it himself and doesn't need anyone to meddle in their affairs there. Grandfather Mo Cheng Song told all the people and today is Mo Shi's birthday and they must behave themselves or want to go against. There was absolute silence in the hall and all the people were afraid to say something to Grandpa Mo now, because he was very influential and could kill them. Mo Shiryao was glad that people no longer wanted to humiliate Yao Bing and he didn't deserve it, and it's good that grandfather taught all the guests a lesson. Wei Qi thought that he would not let Mo Shir fall in love with another and only he could communicate with her, and they were made for each other, and this is true. One of the guests approached Yao Bing and said that he wanted to ask him something and would be glad if he spent a little time there. The man asked Yao Bing if he could look at his wedding and everyone there would be happy to see him and all the people really liked him and he was cool. Grandfather Mo Cheng Song told Mr. Cao that he should go inside the house if it's not too much trouble and it won't take much time. Mr. Cao, grandfather Mo Cheng Song and Yao Bing went into the house, and in silence without unnecessary people they could talk to them and solve his problem. Mr. Cao told Yao Bing that he and Grandpa Mo had known each other for more than 10 years and he knew him very well and they were best friends. Mr. Cao told Yao Bing that if it weren't for the miracle, Grandpa Mo would hardly have paid attention to him, and by the way, he wants to ask something there. The woman next to Mr. Cao asked him if he believed Yao Bing's words and they sounded like he was lying, but she didn't know anything. Mr. Cao asked Yao Bing if Bing could say that his family definitely cannot have children and he is interested in getting his opinion on this. Mr. Cao told Yao Bing that Xiao Shang is still young and he was checked a long time ago and his health is fine, but there can't be their children. Yao Bing looked at the system and thought that he should find out the problem and what is wrong with Mr. Cao and why he cannot have his children. Yao Bing saw the year in the system and thought that they could tell him very important information, and it seemed that he understood what his problem was. After a couple of minutes, Yao Bing suddenly stood up from his seat and Mr. Cao was surprised and wondered why he stood up suddenly and what he wanted to tell them. Yao Bing whispered in Mr. Cao's ear and asked if they could talk to him alone and he would tell him the reason, and he found out all this detail. Xiao Shang was furious and called Yao Bing a scoundrel and asked why he wants to leave there and should say there that he knows clearly and clearly. Yao Bing told Xiao Shang about the 2007 goal on the 18th of July at almost 10 o'clock in the morning, and this is an important date in the life of Xiao Shang. Xiao Shang froze in surprise when she heard this date, and Yao Bing asked her if she wanted him to continue talking about the cause of their trouble. Mr. Cao was very surprised and stood up and asked Yao Bing what he said, and he wanted him to continue talking about this date. Xiao Shang told Yao Bing that Mr. Cao has a weak heart and asked if she could tell him everything in detail without lying. Mr. Cao was shocked and asked Xiao Shang what happened in 2007 and what they were talking about, and he doesn't understand anything now. Xiao Shang told Mr. Cao that there were too many people there and it was difficult for her to do it, and she would tell him alone about everything later at home. After Yao Bing thought that a lot of things happened today and he was tired and should wash his face before going to bed, and it was his idea. Yao Bing was taking a shower and thought that it seems that today he really surprised the Mo family there and they don't know how to explain the fact that he already knows everything. Yao Bing happily took a shower and realized that it was very good to stand in front of the water for a while and it refreshed him and gave him the necessary strength. But suddenly at that moment Yao Bing heard that someone had entered his house and was surprised who came into his room at night without warning. Yao Bing asked the man who was standing there at the door, and it was already late, and what they wanted from him because he was already getting ready to sleep there and was very tired. It was Xiao Shang, and she asked Yao Bing if she could come in and she wanted to talk to him and find out the important answers to all her questions. Xiao Shang told Yao Bing that now he must tell her how he was able to determine her essence, and he found out all the information about her. Xiao Shang told Yao Bing that Chen Xiao Shang died at almost 10 in the morning on the 18th of July in 2007, and he found out all this. Yao Bing asked Xiao Shang to explain to him and asked if she was a ghost, and he knew from the very beginning that there was something wrong with her. Yao Bing asked Xiao Shang why she wanted to be among people and she could go to the ghosts and not take risks there in their world. Xiao Shang asked Yao Bing if he really wanted to know why she had been living among people all this time, and he said she understood correctly. And at that very second, Xiao Shang stood up and began to quickly move towards Yao Bing, and she was planning something and Yao Bing did not expect it. Xiao Shang sat on Yao Bing and said that a very small guy would not be able to understand such an ordinary feeling and he should not ask. Xiao Shang told Yao Bing that he should give her a chance to teach him a lesson and he will understand that he must be very careful with ghosts. Xiao Shang asked Yao Bing how she can leave a man, and Yao Bing makes her tremble a little and poses a danger there. And at that very second, Xiao Shang began to scratch Yao Bing with her sharp claws and wanted to get rid of the impudent guy, and he is very dangerous. Yao Bing grabbed Xiao Shang's hand and did not let her attack him, and she continued to attack him and wanted to finish him off in his room. Xiao Shang told Yao Bing that if he now knows her secret, he should already go to hell and all the evil demons and monsters are waiting for him there. But Yao Bing stopped defending himself and began to attack Yao Bing in response, and she started screaming and wanted him to stop attacking her there. Such a powerful technique knocked Xiao Shang to the side, and Yao Bing realized that it was good that he was on alert and knew that a demon would attack him. Xiao Shang was very surprised and wondered if this was Yen Luo Wang's almighty network and how was this possible because Yao Bing is a schoolboy. Xiao Shang was very surprised and asked Yao Bing who he was and how he was able to use the Yang Luo Wang technique, and this is all a powerful technique. Yao Bing told Xiao Shang that first she should tell him why she wanted to harm Mr. Chow and he was a good person. Xiao Shang told Yao Bing that she did not harm Mr. Chow and she is still in the human world for revenge and therefore cannot leave this world. Yao Bing was very surprised by Xiao Shang's words and asked her if she was in the world for revenge and who she wanted to take revenge on and for what exactly. Xiao Shang told Yao Bing that she wants to take revenge on the leader of the notorious group from Panhai, Lu Qian, and he should regret. Xiao Shang told Yao Bing that Lu Qian robbed her family and killed her parents and molested her with her sister and they did nothing. Xiao Shang told Yao Bing that Lu Qian tortured her to death but he is still alive and well and she can't bear it and that's a problem. Xiao Shang told Yao Bing that he was using Mr. Chow's reputation to reach Lu Qian and she never wanted to harm Mr. Yao Bing told Xiao Shang that he understands that she wants to take revenge on him, but there is an important detail that she must know before she takes revenge. But Yao Bing told Xiao Shang that if she stays with Mr. Cao, she will absorb all his yen breath and sooner or later Mr. will die. Yao Bing handed Xiao Shang a handkerchief and said that if she left Cao, he would help her take revenge and asked if she would be okay with this option. Xiao Shang was very happy and asked Yao Bing if it was true and she didn't believe her luck and that he wanted to help her with her revenge. Yao Bing told Xiao Shang that this was true but on the condition that she would obey him and would never betray him and would already help him. Xiao Shang was very happy and told her master that she agreed and would do whatever he said if he helped her with revenge on the bastard. Xiao Shang told Yao Bing that she will tell the whole truth to Mr. Chow and she will keep her word and he was a good person and did not harm her. Xiao Shang told Master Yao Bing that he should not be nervous and she will do everything quickly and then they will quickly solve all their problems there. Yao Bing closed the door and thought that he was finally free and could rest because he was very tired that day and deserved a good sleep. But at that moment the system informed Yao Bing that he had pacified the spirit and he could choose one of the basic skills and all the good options. Yao Bing could choose a skill in the system and it offered excellent memory or limitless strength and also popularity among girls. Yao Bing thought that he could really choose to be popular among the ladies and it was a great idea and he was very interested in testing his skills. But Yao Bing chose excellent memory and thought why that this skill was still more useful and he should choose what he needed most. In the morning, Yao Bing went out into the courtyard and thought that the weather there was very pleasant and he wanted to take a short walk around this place without any problems. Yao Bing noticed that Mr. Cao was sitting there in the yard and he was surprised that Yao Bing was next to him and he wanted to find him and say something. Mr. Cao bowed to Yao Bing and he asked Mr. Cao what he was doing and it was not necessary and he respects Mr. very much and he is cool. Mr. Cao told Yao Bing that Xiao Shang told him everything and he is his savior and bowing is a necessary action for such a savior. Yao Bing asked Mr. Cao where Xiao Shang was and where did she go after she told the whole truth and he wanted to tell her an important thing. Mr. Cao told Yao Bing that Xiao Shang moved out in the morning and when she was with him she received a little inheritance and this money would be enough for the lady. Mr. Cao told Yao Bing that it's just been a relationship for all these years and in the end he doesn't know how to react to it yet and he's broken. Mr. Cao gave Yao Bing an unlimited card and said that he can already spend as much money as he wants and this is his thanks to him. Yao Bing was shocked and told Mr. Cao that this was too much and he couldn't accept an unlimited card there and he helped him without all this purpose. Mr. Cao told Yao Bing that he saved her and this unlimited card is his gift and he should accept it and not ask him all these questions. But suddenly at that moment a man ran there and said Yao Bing and Mo Shi are in danger and he should go and inspect her in the house quickly. Yao Bing immediately got up from his seat and asked the man what happened to Mo Shi Yao and yesterday she was celebrating and was completely fine and this is a problem. Yao Bing quickly ran to the Guo family's house and noticed that all the family members and Mo Shi Yao's acquaintances and friends were gathered there in front of her room. Yao Bing was very nervous and asked Grandpa Mo what was going on with Mo Shi and why she suddenly felt bad because yesterday she was shining in the yard. Grandfather Mo Cheng Song told Yao Bing that he better look at Mo Shi himself and he will understand what they are talking about, and this is the problem of their Mo family. Yao Bing realized that he had to go into Mo Shi's room and ask his best friend why she felt bad and what the main point was. Yao Bing opened the door and went into Mo Shi's room and asked her what happened to her and why the whole family is worried about her health now. Yao Bing noticed that all of Mo Shi's things were scattered all over her room and he asked her if she was okay and what was the problem. Yao Bing noticed that Mo Shi was sitting near the bed and she didn't want to say anything to Yao Bing and wasn't talking to anyone and wasn't in the mood. Mo Shi asked Yao Bing not to come near her and she doesn't want to communicate with anyone there now and let them leave her room and go about their business. He approached Mo Shi and said that this was Yao Bing and asked them not to be afraid and no matter what happens and he will always be there for his best friend. Mo Shi stood up and hugged Yao Bing tightly and told him that it was looking at her and continued to say these words without stopping the whole time. Yao Bing asked Mo Shi what she was talking about and who was looking at her, and he honestly still didn't understand what happened to her and was waiting for all the explanations. Mo Shi told Yao Bing that something appeared on her body and she doesn't even know how it could happen because she has never harmed anyone in her life. Mo Shi began to lift her shirt and told Yao Bing that recently when she was washing in the bathroom, she discovered this and could not explain it. An eye appeared on Mo Shi's back and she told Yao Bing that she thought it was an allergy, but today she noticed that the eye was getting bigger. Yao Bing was shocked by this and asked Mo Shi, besides the fact that it had grown, if anything else had happened and he was interested in finding out. Mo Shi told Yao Bing that in recent days she has been having nightmares and even became a sleepwalker and this has never happened before in her life. Mo Shi told Yao Bing that this morning when she got out of bed she noticed that she was taking off her clothes, but when she opened her eyes she noticed something strange. Mo Shi told Yao Bing that the other one laughed at her in the mirror and then she had never laughed like that before, so this person is not her. Yao Bing noticed something strange in the mirror and thought that he should look there and thinks that it's all in the mirror and he will find out everything now. Yao Bing looked in the mirror and told Mo that these were just minor tricks and she shouldn't worry about it and he would solve the problem now. Yao Bing bit off his finger a little and thought that he knew a method to help Mo Shi with her problem and thought that this would definitely work. Yao Bing touched his finger and the silhouette on the mirror was surprised and this silhouette did not know what to do and it seems Yao Bing revealed his secret. The silhouette continued to scream and it was heard somewhere on Mount Pan High and it was interesting what happened there and it's all some kind of mysticism. Suddenly, in the palace on Mount Pan High, people began to get nervous and they did not think that Yao Bing would reveal their scam and how could he do it. Blood was shed in the palace and people were surprised and thought how this was possible and why such a disaster happened to their friend today. The man fell to the floor and did not move and the people told the master that this guy dispelled their magic and this morning he found out about the mirror in the house. The man told the master that Yao Bing also used the skill and immediately transmitted his voice over a long distance to tell him to fuck off. The man told the master that he was afraid that he knew who they were playing with him from the shadows and now he would reveal their secret and they underestimated Yao Bing. The master asked his man, "So what?" Yao Bing learned the secret and he intends to meet him in person and he is interested in talking. Yao Bing stood next to the broken mirror and thought that these vile people are doing very insidious things and he doesn't know who they are yet. Yao Bing approached Mo Shi and told them that everything was fine now and she had nothing to fear and now she was not in danger and he promised her this. Mo Shi hugged Yao Bing tightly and said that she was still very scared and someone was trying to control her and that's why she was very nervous there. Yao Bing thought that he should ask Mo Shi an important thing and he still doesn't know anything about this scoundrel and she can help him a lot. Yao Bing told Mo Shi that she said that someone wants to control her and can she guess who it might be but she didn't know them. Yao Bing told Mo Shi that everything is fine and no matter what happens and he will always be by her side and help her in difficult times and promises. But Yao Bing told Mo Shi that first he had to remove that thing on her body and then she could calm down and she would feel much better there. Yao Bing thought that it was a very scary eye and he had to remove it and he read about it in the system and it is not a very difficult task. Yao Bing took out the talisman and thought that he should not be nervous and should not take advantage of someone's dangerous situation for his own benefit. Yao Bing put the talisman directly on the eye on Mo Shi's back and thought that she had nothing to worry about, and he was very worried about Mo Shi Yao's health. Mo Shi started screaming and she was in a lot of pain, and she must be strong and knows that her best friend Yao Bing will help her with the problem. But suddenly at that moment Wei Qi and Mo's father came into the room and he asked Mo Shi what happened and what that sound was, and they would help. Yao Bing immediately took the blanket and thought that he should cover Mo Shi and her relatives might misunderstand the whole situation in Mo Shi's room. Yao Bing looked at Mo Shi's family in surprise, and she told Wei Qi that she was fine and Yao Bing helped her with trouble and he was her best friend. Wei Qi told Yao Bing that he needs to like Mo Shi since childhood, and for him she is a valuable treasure, and who is he to get into a relationship. But Mr. Mo came up to Wei Qi and grabbed him by the shoulder and asked him not to say such things and thought that he was overreacting. Mr. Mo told Wei Qi that if he doesn't try to get what he likes, others will soon take it, and he tells Wei Qi the truth. Grandfather Mo Chengsong asked Yao Bing how Mo Shi was feeling, and he hoped for him because Yao Bing always helped their family in their time of need. Yao Bing told Grandpa Mo that Mo Shi's problem was solved, but now the culprit has targeted him and now he is in dire danger. Grandfather Mo Chengsong asked Yao Bing to allow him to assign several of his men to him and they would protect him from all enemy attacks. But Yao Bing told Grandpa Mo that everything was fine and everything was still under control and he should not worry about his health and he was strong. Grandfather Mo told Yao Bing that if he has business, he doesn't dare detain him, and in a couple of days he will send Mo Shi and the reward to him. Yao Bing thanked Grandpa Mo and said that if he personally allowed him, then he will go and must resolve his other matters today. Grandfather Mo Chengsong asked Mo Shi if she was okay, and the granddaughter told her grandfather that she was fine, and Yao Bing quickly helped her with everything. Yao Bing started to leave and told Mr. Mo that he should leave and they would meet soon, and the father wished Yao Bing all the best in his life. Yao Bing began to pass by Wei Qi and didn't even shake his hand goodbye and thought that this guy always interfered with his business. But suddenly at that very second Wei Qi grabbed Yao Bing's hand and asked him if his name was Yao Bing, and he was interested in knowing everything about his friend. Yao Bing agreed, and Wei Qi asked him if he was still studying at Pan Hai High School, and Yao Bing said that he said everything correctly. Wei Qi told Yao Bing that he understood him and wished him good luck in life and they would meet soon and wanted to chat with his best friend. Mom asked Mo Shi if she felt better and her daughter agreed with her, and her father said that it was good and he was glad that she was okay. Mo's father thought that Yao Bing always interfered with his plans and God forbid he ruins his plans and then he will regret that he was born into the world. Father Mo thought that let the stinking brat Yao Bing deal with Wei Qi, and he talked on the phone with Ming Veen and wanted to tell him something. Mo's father thought that in the end Wei Qi has been in love with Mo Shi for a long time, and how can he let Yao Bing leave so easily, and he is preparing a surprise for Yao Bing. In the morning the teacher told the students to sit quietly, and now he needed to announce something to them and it was important for their whole class. The teacher said that firstly Lu Zigang dropped out because of his health problems, and secondly they have a new guy and his name is Min Veen. The teacher said that thirdly, their school, in support of Tran Yuan Duo, will hold a competition for the best student and the student will receive all 10 points. The teacher told everyone that Min Veen would hand out papers for participation, and everyone understood that the competition was unlikely to be easy, but they wanted to win. Yao Bing extended his hand and wanted to receive documents for participation in this competition from Min Veen and thought that he would also try like everyone else. But suddenly Ming Veen did not give documents for participation in the competition to Yao Bing and simply walked past him, and he did not understand why he did it. Yao Bing asked the class leader why he was the only one who was not given a form and documents to register for participation in the school competition. The students said that from the first day Yao Bing wanted to conflict with their new headman, and Ming Veen stopped in place and stopped walking. Ming Veen told Yao Bing that this was a tournament between the best students and only a few participants would be allowed to the finals, and he was weak. Yao Bing stood up and told his mentor that it was his responsibility to give him this form and then he himself would decide to participate there or not. Yao Bing asked Ming Veen if he really thinks that he can reach the finals and is sure that he is the best student among all the students in the school. Ming Veen asked Yao Bing why he thought that he himself would not be able to reach the finals and he had every chance of defeating everyone there in the competition. Yao Bing told Ming Veen that he would give him a chance and then he would be able to show all the students what he was capable of, and these were not empty words. Ming Veen told Yao Bing that if he could learn this poem in just 5 minutes, he would give him a registration form and he would try. Ming Veen began to leaf through the pages in the book and said that they would now look at which page he had chosen, and everyone was interested in finding out. Yao Bing told Ming Veen that he agrees to his bet, but he has one condition, and if he agrees, he will immediately begin to learn the poem. Yao Bing asked Ming Veen what he decided, and was he really a coward and could only verbally be such a strong, smart and brave student. Ming Veen told Yao Bing that he agreed without any problem, and Yao Bing said that he would also have to teach, and if he loses he would do something. Ming Veen told Yao Bing that they will start the game right now and it's time to learn the poem, and he wonders who will be smarter in this bet. The student told Yao Bing and Ming Veen that they had started their bet and the boys could start learning the poem, and the whole class was watching them now. All this time the students continued to silently learn the poem and thought that they would not allow the enemy to win the bet, and they both believed in themselves there. And after 5 minutes, student Ming Veen began to get up from his seat, and all the students thought, is that why he learned this very quickly? Ming Veen closed the book and told Yao Bing that he had learned the poem and was ready to tell it to all the students so that they would understand that he was not lying now. Ming Veen told Yao Bing that now he will start retelling this poem to him and he will understand that he argued with the wrong person and it is his mistake. Ming Veen said that the author Wang Bo Prince Teng's palace was the capital of Yujiang Prefecture during the Han Dynasty under the Lord. Ming Veen said that the mighty Hongju is spread wide among the fog and its minds pursue each other and haunt the owner there. Ming Veen asked the students how they liked his story by heart, and he tried there and seemed to show himself very well and surprised his friends. The students told Ming Veen that he only needed 7 minutes and he memorized the poem, and their class president Ming is a real genius. Yao Bing told Ming Veen that everything became clear to him and he could indeed remember the poem very well and answered for all the words in front of the class. Yao Bing put the book back and said that it seems he lost, and Ming Veen was smart and impressed all the people and seemed to have won the argument. Ming Veen was very surprised and asked Yao Bing what he told him and whether he really just accepted defeat and wouldn't even try. Yao Bing told Ming Veen that he tried hard and he had already accepted defeat and he no longer needed the school registration document. The students were playing basketball and Yao Bing thought that it was pointless for him to fight for the registration form and he would rather give in to this Ming. Yao Bing thought why he was so serious, and one of the people must have secretly asked Ming Veen to throw him out, and he followed the order. At this time, Ming Veen was standing in the school hallway and called Wei Qi and asked if he had time to talk to him about an important matter. Ming Veen told them that they had too much opinion of Bin and he was nothing more than a coward and he was not worth their attention and it was stupid to be afraid of him. The students were discussing school affairs and asked a friend if she knew that the final of the Battle of Wits was tomorrow and they should prepare for it. The students said that if they lose tomorrow they will no longer have a chance to win the competition and they already have very little chance of winning. Yao Bing listened to the students and they said that the twins from Wangyang High School are too cool and have a brilliant memory and can read minds. And then a student approached Yao Bing and said that the director was looking for him and he was surprised and asked why the director needed him right now. Yao Bing went into the director's office and thought about what he needed and why he was distracting him from his lessons and calling him to his office, and something was wrong. Yao Bing asked the director if he was looking for him and he was ready to hear all his intentions and why he called him into the office and he has lessons now. The director told Yao Bing that the final of the Battle of Wits is tomorrow and the competition will not only give him bonuses but can give him much more nuances. But the director told Yao Bing that this would also affect his reputation of their school when choosing the most elite one, and he relied on his friends. The principal told Yao Bing that this was very important to them and asked if he could act as an alternate participant in the competition at their school. Yao Bing was shocked and told the director that he had not filled out the document to participate in the competition, and how could he participate in this competition. The director told Yao Bing that he did not need the document and that he, as the main director of the school, would do everything for him to participate there according to the rules. Yao Bing listened to the director and said that he agreed and would now participate in the competition if the school director himself asked for it. But Yao Bing told the director that he must keep everything about him secret and none of the students should find out, and this is his personal condition to him. The director asked Yao Bing not to worry and he would not say a word about his secret weapon and all the enemies would be shocked to learn about it there. The director thought that he didn't care about the school's results, and Yao Bing communicated with Mr. Mo, and this could be beneficial for his school. Yao Bing thought that Ming Veen should wait a little and he would very soon take revenge on him for everything, and he would understand that he had messed with the wrong guy. After a while, the presenter informed the ladies and gentlemen, teachers and all students that she wanted to tell everyone an important thing, and it was so cool. The presenter told everyone that today they found out the winner of the Battle of Minds competition, and then they will find out which school had the best rating. The presenter said that Ruan Xiaodong from Pan High School withdrew from the competition due to health problems, but there is a reserve participant. And then suddenly Yao Bing from Pan High School came on stage, and the presenter said that this was their reserve participant and they were glad to meet him. Ming Veen was shocked and frozen in surprise and thought why it was Yao Bing, and when he managed to become a reserve member there. The presenter told all the people in the hall that the competition would begin now and they should be ready and take their places and not disturb people. The presenter said that they would select 20 random students and each of them would name their strengths, interests, and their class. The presenter said that then 5 participants will answer questions and information from these students, and whoever gives the most answers will win. The presenter said that they would look at how many questions Min Veen answered, and he had 16 correct answers, an excellent result. The girls were in love with Min Veen and said that he was the best and he would definitely win the competition, and they hoped for his success. The presenter said Twin Jian Hai gave 16 correct answers, and this was also an excellent result, and he is great and a genius. The presenter said that Jian Yang's twin had 18 answers to the questions and he was the best and a candidate to win their school's competition. The girls told the prince of the Wang Yang school that they love him and they will root for him until the end, and they envy his skills and talents. The girls were arguing about who was better, Wang Yang or Min Veen, and Yao Bing thought that he felt like he was at a concert and he was already tired of their competition. The presenter told the people that now they should meet the last participant from the Pan High School, Yao Bing, on stage, and wished him good luck. Min Veen thought that his teammate was worse than him, and if they did not want to lose he should score 18 points for a draw. But then suddenly the presenter said that a student of the Lu Lia school answered 19 questions and knew a lot about his student friends. All the people were shocked and could not believe that disciple Lu Lia knew so much information about everyone and answered so many questions now. But suddenly the presenter said that student Yao Bing answered all these 20 questions, and people said that he was smarter than the Wang Yang twins. Ming Veen thought that how dare Yao Bing look down on him, and the next round will definitely be his and he will put him in his place. The presenter told people that they would start the second round and give everyone random numbers, and the team that repeats the most will win. The presenter asked all the participants to get up on stage, and then Yao Bing's phone rang and he distracted all the people in this room and they were shocked. Yao Bing said he started talking on the phone and told the man that he was listening to him and he could tell him everything he wanted to tell him. Ming Veen thought that Yao Bing was the end and he was making all the people nervous, and this was making him nervous, and he would soon punish the insolent person for his action. Yao Bing ended the phone call and told all the respected judges that he had something to tell them and they should listen to him. Yao Bing got up from his seat and asked the judges if they could change their rules of the competition, and he now had urgent business and wanted to go. The judges asked Yao Bing what his proposal was and what he could tell them and offer them, and they were ready to listen to his ideas and nuances. Yao Bing told the judges that he was ready to go against both of them, and then he could get out of there faster and would not let his school and his team down. Gemini asked Yao Bing if he really wanted to go against him and his brother alone, and it seems his brain has overheated and is already malfunctioning. Gemini asked Yao Bing how dare he underestimate them, and he will greatly regret it, and may he not cry after losing to them. The judge asked Yao Bing if he really wants to do all this alone, and isn't he afraid that he might lose to these geniuses. Yao Bing told the judge that he was not joking and wanted to end it all as quickly as possible and was no longer afraid of anything. Yao Bing asked the judges to forgive him and said that he really had urgent matters, and the judges began to argue and discuss the request. And after a couple of seconds, the judge told Yao Bing that they agreed with him and he could go alone against the twins, but he was taking a lot of risks there. Yao Bing said thank you to the judges for their understanding and let Jian Hai and his brother Jian Yang start first, and he will look at their result and decide. The brothers asked Yao Bing not to underestimate them and said that they would show him what they were capable of and he would understand that he was very mistaken, and this is a fact. The host told the people to meet the brothers Jian Hai and Jian Yang, and their time has passed and she wishes them good luck in their competition. The countdown has begun and the brothers began to complete tasks, and Yao Bing will understand that he should not have challenged two geniuses and was mistaken. And after 2 hours the presenter said that the time was up and they would look at the result of Jian Hai and Jian Yang and evaluate how they did there. The presenter said that the brothers repeated 2,000 numbers, including more than 1,000 3-digit and more than 800 4-digit numbers. And suddenly at that same second, Yao Bing asked the presenter to give him only 5-digit numbers and then he would complete the task faster. The presenter was shocked and asked contestant Yao Bing if this was true, and he wasn't joking because in this case it would be very difficult to perform. But Yao Bing told the presenter that everything is fine and they can start and he is ready 100% and will surprise all the people and make them clap. And the presenter agreed with Yao Bing and said that then his time has come and he can start completing the task, and she wishes Yao Bing good luck. Yao Bing opened his eyes wide and thought that he must now give his best to defeat the brothers, and he will do it. Yao Bing began to quickly count all the numbers and memorize them and thought that this way he would have time to leave earlier and start more important matters. Yao Bing looked at all the numbers and thought that they were long, but this is not a problem and he can easily remember the most important ones for his success. Yao Bing continued to count all the numbers and thought that it was interesting and he liked participating in the competition and he did not feel their pressure. And at that moment Yao Bing told the presenter that he had completed the matter, and she told Yao Bing that he had 1 more minute left and he had time. Yao Bing told the presenter that everything was fine and he would immediately begin to repeat to everyone all the numbers that he remembered and hoped that he remembered. Yao Bing continued to tell the judges all the numbers that he remembered, and it was not that difficult and he would say all the numbers in order. Yao Bing named all the numbers and said that that was all, and the brothers asked Yao Bing if this was all he was capable of and he was not so strong. Yao Bing told the brothers that they had made a mistake and he only had to remember 2001 numbers to beat their 2000 numbers. The students were surprised and realized that Yao Bing was smarter than both of these brothers, and the score was 1-0 in favor of Pan Hai, and they did it now. The girls said that Yao Bing is cool and he is the most handsome student at Pan High School and they love him, and now they will never forget his cuteness. The judge told Yao Bing that his participation was amazing and therefore he wanted to ask if he would like to become his student with such a mind. Yao Bing told the judge that he is very grateful to him for everything, but he really needs to go and he is in a hurry to get to one place and people are already waiting for him. But suddenly Ming Veen stood up and told Yao Bing to stand and asked what kind of attitude this was and he should not behave very arrogantly. Ming Veen told Yao Bing that Mr. Chen is the country's leading mathematician and how dare he ignore his question and turn his back. Yao Bing told Ming Veen that from the outside it looks like he wants to show off in front of teacher Chen and he doesn't have to try. Yao Bing started to leave there and told Ming Veen that this is a disgrace and he didn't make him this offer and why is he so worried there. Yao Bing quickly arrived at the hospital and thought that he should find out how his mother was doing and why she called him and asked him to come. Yao Bing went into his mother's room in the hospital and asked how she was feeling there, and he was worried and thought that something had happened to her there. Yao Bing told his mother that she told him that Xiao Bei was there and he asked her then where she was now and he did not see her in this hospital. Mom told Yao Bing that he was not late and Xiao Bei had already left, and Yao Bing immediately asked his mother what she told her and what she needed from her. Yao Bing thought that based on He Tian Kai's words, Xiao Bei is now controlled by Mr. Liu and maybe he wants to hide her from him. Mom told Yao Bing that Xiao Bei didn't say a word and just gave it to her and it scared her and she didn't want to take this thing for herself first. Yao Bing asked his mother if Xiao Bei was there alone or maybe there was someone next to her and he should find out all the information about her. Mom told Yao Bing that Xiao Bei came to the hospital alone and immediately asked her son if everything was okay and he seemed nervous there. Yao Bing asked his mother not to be nervous and said that he would explain everything to her a little later and everything was fine and he was just looking for a friend. Mom told Yao Bing that Xiao Bei left immediately after giving it to her and she pushed her hand away when she wanted to stop. Yao Bing asked his mother how such a girl could be so strong, and when Guo Shuai bullied her, he was the only one. Auntie asked Yao Bing to tell her the truth about what happened to Xiao Bei and she was worried about her, and Yao Bing asked her just not to be so nervous. And at that moment the nurse asked to quickly call Mr. Chen, and the patient in the 19th bed was vomiting heavily and needed help. The nurses said that the patient in room 36 had seizures and they should help him with the problem and save the patient. The nurses said that the patient in room 28 is suffocating right now and they don't have time to help everyone and they will help them. The nurse came into the office and told Yao Bing that something had happened and his mother was in trouble and she needed his help right now in the room. Yao Bing couldn't believe the nurse's words and asked if his mother was feeling bad now and then he would go and quickly help her and save her. Yao Bing told the nurse that he was on his way and would help his mother and she should not be nervous and soon he would come to her room and be there. But suddenly at that very second the aunt began to choke and Yao Bing did not understand what was happening there and asked the aunt if she was on the verge. Yao Bing opened his hand and thought if this could be what he had recently thought about and it seems his hypothesis was correct and he will find out all this soon. Yao Bing continued to look at his hand and realized that in his hand there was a not very good object and it was because of it that many people felt terrible. Yao Bing asked to call the doctor because the patient was ill and needed quick help for her and the nurse should understand his situation. But the nurse told Yao Bing that she had already called the doctors but right now all the patients are on the 19th floor and they have no doctors. Yao Bing was surprised and asked the nurse if all the patients were now on the 19th floor and why they all felt bad. Yao Bing asked the nurse if she could look after his aunt and he should check one guess and soon he will return to Aunt Huang. Yao Bing opened the system and thought that there he could find the reason why today at this particular time in the hospital everyone felt so bad. And at that very second Yao Bing froze in surprise and realized that he had found the information he needed and now understood what was going on and what was going on. In Yao Bing's hands he held an order from hell, death, and the order had just been accepted, the index of the difference in life, and thought that it was all terrible. Yao Bing wondered if it was Mr. Lu's trick to risk the lives of all the patients on the floor just to watch him at this moment. Yao Bing asked the nurse to take care of Aunt Huang and said that he would look for the head doctor and wanted to solve the problem and deal with him. All the doctors were running in the corridor at that time and said that they should now quickly go to the wards and all patients needed help. But at that very second, Yao Bing caught up with the head doctor and told the doctor that he knew how to save all these patients and he should listen. The chief doctor asked Yao Bing if he really knows how to save everyone and this is important and there can be no mistakes and this is still a matter of life and death. The doctor told Yao Bing that they urgently needed to be in the therapeutic intensive care unit, but Yao Bing told the doctor that everything was wrong and they were mistaken. The doctor's assistant called Yao Bing a scoundrel and asked if he really thinks that connections with Mr. Mo will help and patients are on the verge of death. The head doctor asked Director Chen not to be nervous and the doctor told Yao Bing that they were in a hurry and could he wait until everything calmed down? Yao Bing told the head doctor that this was voodoo and even if they wanted to save the patients they would still die and it was magic from the tribe. Director Chen told Yao Bing that they are doctors and treating people is their specialty and if they cannot save people, then who will? Yao Bing said that he could save everyone and asked Dr. Chen what he thought was not abnormal that all the patients were in terrible condition. The head doctor told Yao Bing that they will pretend that his words are true but let him tell how he is going to save all these people there. Yao Bing asked the head doctor if there was a large room where all the patients could be gathered on the 19th floor and this was important. The head doctor told Yao Bing that there is such a room and this is a conference room and it is on this floor and all the patients will fit there and that's good. Yao Bing agreed with the chief doctor and asked to bring all of them there and each of them and this needs to be done urgently without delay there. But suddenly at that very second the lights in the hospital went out and all the doctors there were very surprised and they felt scared from the darkness of the building. The nurses were horrified and asked why the lights went out and what was going on there now and they don't know how to help all the patients and it's terrible. The doctor told Dr. Chen that maybe Yao Bing was right and they had been working there for a long time, but they had never known so many people to be ill. The doctor told Director Chen that maybe someone was using voodoo magic and it was impossible for so many people to get sick at the same time. Dr. Chen told the doctors that this was nonsense and it couldn't happen, and whoever dared to say anything else about it would be fired from their job. Yao Bing looked at the system and thought that it was a lot of fun and Dr. Chen is the most scared there but is still arrogant to all the doctors in the room. The chief doctor asked Yao Bing what they should do and how to solve the problem, because in the dark it was even more difficult to treat patients and this is also a problem. Yao Bing told the chief doctor that they should hurry and asked him to transport all the patients to the conference room and then he would help them. Dr. Chen asked the head doctor why he allows Yao Bing to give commands and it will be his fault if something bad happens. The head doctor told Dr. Chen that Mr. Mo trusts Yao Bing and he is incredible and they should take a chance and he will take all the blame. Dr. Chen wanted to stop the head doctor and did not want Yao Bing to give them commands, and who is he in the hospital to control the people there. The head doctor was furious and asked Dr. Chen what was in his head, and he would tell him everything later when they had helped all the people. The chief doctor and his men quickly brought all the sick patients to the conference hall and began to wait for what Yao Bing would order them to do in the hall. Yao Bing stood in the conference room and thought about what he should do so that he could quickly help everyone, and the doctors were very scared in their room. Dr. Chen told Yao Bing that nothing was happening and it seemed like he was crazy and he himself needed to be treated in their hospital for his head. Dr. Chen told Yao Bing that if it weren't for her, all the patients would be fine, and even if he died, it would not compensate for all the damage. But suddenly at that very second the door opened and a strange smoke began to enter the conference room, and it now enveloped the entire room. And when no one expected this, Dr. Chen froze in surprise, and strange things also began to happen to him, and the smoke acted there. Smoke completely enveloped the conference hall, and at that same second the silhouette of two ghosts appeared, and the doctors could not understand who appeared in the hall. Two monsters stood in the room and looked at the doctors and thought that they did not think that all the doctors would gather now in one room there. Dr. Chen grabbed Yao Bing's leg and asked him to do something, and he would thank him for helping his friends at this moment. Dr. Chen told Yao Bing that if he doesn't save him, he will definitely torment him when he becomes a ghost and won't let him live in peace. Yao Bing asked Dr. Chen if he was the one who said a couple of minutes ago that he was wasting their time and why he changed his mind so quickly and how he would explain. Dr. Chen told Yao Bing that he was joking with him and asked him to do something there and save him because he doesn't know how to defeat these monsters. The ghost told Dr. Chen that his time was up and Dr. Lu's time was up too, and that's why they came there, and they have one thing to do. The ghost told the doctors that when time ends, the souls will already be collected, and said that these people will die, and that's why they came there. The ghost directed his chains towards the doctors, and they were terrified and could not understand how to escape from the monsters and how to protect themselves. The monsters continued to stand in the conference room and began to tie all the doctors in their chains, and they asked to help them, and it was very scary. Yao Bing told the doctors that this was a trifle and he would now solve the problem, and thought that the ghosts did not take into account that he was there and would punish the insolent people. Yao Bing looked into the system and told the monsters that he was ordering them and they should get rid of them and let them leave all the doctors behind. The monsters realized that they were unlucky that Yao Bing himself was in the hospital and he could destroy them, and how could they save themselves now from all his attacks. At that same second the door opened and the ghosts began to disappear, and they could not harm the doctors and thought that the guy had interfered with them. All the chains of ghosts broke and they themselves remained there in complete darkness and wondered where all the people had gone and what Bean had done now. At the same time, another magician in Panhai was sitting in the room and said that this nasty child was bothering him again, and why was he bothering him all the time. The man was furious and asked Yao Bing where he came from and why he interfered with his plans and why he wants to save all people. Yao Bing told the man that their lives would not end there today and how dare they come there and what they needed from them. Yao Bing asked the man whose fault it was, and he started coughing, and now his assistant was very afraid and asked the master what was happening to him. The guy asked the master what it was, and the man said that he had made a stupid mistake and now they must correct their mistake there. The master said that the false order to the servants of hell violates the order of yin and yang, and there should be a blood sacrifice using his body to guarantee. The master told the student that now everything had failed and this guy would already follow in the footsteps of the servants of hell and find them and reveal all their affairs in the hall. The master told the student that he should quickly break the lamp that stands in the necromancy room and remove everything there so that there is no chaos. At this time, in a courtyard somewhere in Panhai, people continued to be afraid and they must solve the problem, and why did Yao Bing ruin all the plans? The student told the master that something is coming there and they must be extremely careful, and they do not know what is coming to them and what he wants to do there. The master asked the people what they were waiting for and asked them to break the necromancy lamp there and pack their things now, and they should all run. The student understood the master's words and began to run to the lamp of necromancy, and he knows that the master could solve his problem and he will save them all. The student continued to reach for the lamp of necromancy and he could not reach the lamp in any way, and something was stopping him from breaking it right now. The master asked the student to be careful, and all the chains began to fly at them and they thought that they were in danger and they had to save themselves. Someone began to bind all the people and the student asked the master to help them all, and what is this and why is he attacking them, and this is their threat. Someone tied up the student and he could no longer say anything and thought that this was a danger, and really the master couldn't do anything. All the people were lying on the floor and someone quickly dealt with everyone there, and there was silence and no one else attacked these people there. The master told Yao Bing that he hates him and he killed his students and he will not destroy, and Lu Defang will no longer be a person in the world. Lu Defang looked at the door and noticed that someone's blood had leaked underneath and thought that it was dangerous, and it seemed like Yao Bing had heard. Lu Defang took out a dagger and thought that he would do this and he would have time to take revenge on Yao Bing, and if he met him in person he would hit him in the face. And at that very second, Lu Defang stabbed himself in the stomach with a dagger, and he wanted his plan to succeed and then he could do all these things. At that moment, a roar was heard in the building and everything was covered with dust, and Master Lu thought that it seemed like Yao Bing wanted to take revenge on him for everything. All the students continued to lie on the floor and Master Lu realized that there was silence there, and it seemed that someone had taken a break and did not want to attack yet. Master Lu Defang noticed that something began to happen in this building and thought that in vain he had not taken into account all the factors and had just made a mistake. Lu Defang thought that Yao Bing was just a child, but he could already order the servants of hell, and apparently he would have to ask the master for help for this. A few minutes ago at Pan Hai Hospital, all the doctors continued to stand in the conference room and the room was covered with green smoke there. Yao Bing stood right in front of the monsters and protected all the people, and he did not allow the monsters to attack them and will not allow this to happen today. Yao Bing took out an interesting thing and showed it to the monsters in his hand, and they realized that this was the card of the King of Hell and where the guy was able to get the thing from. The monsters were shocked and Yao Bing asked them if they would still resist and if they knew what would happen to them if they attacked. And at that very second the monsters fell to their knees and told Yao Bing that he was their boss, and they listened to what the boss orders them and they will do it. Yao Bing told the monsters that they should not regret and also cruelly punish all people who upset the balance of life and death, yin and yang. The monsters told boss Yao Bing that they understood him and would now carry out the owner's order to make him happy, and they both left this place. And at that very second, right after the monsters left this place, the lights turned on and the doctors realized that there was a good atmosphere there. And at that moment all the sick patients began to come to their senses, and all the doctors said that the darkness had passed and all the people felt better. The doctors said that all the patients began to wake up and say that they are hungry and want to eat, and why are they lying in the hall now? Dr. Chen was surprised and wondered who this Yao Bing was and why he appeared out of nowhere and was able to solve the problem now in the hospital. The patient told Yao Bing thank you for saving their lives and said that now they will follow all his orders and they owe their lives. All the patients began to bow to Yao Bing and said thank you, and he was the embodiment of the King of Hell and how he was able to help them at that moment there. Yao Bing was embarrassed and he said that there was no need to do this and asked them to stand up and said that he could not stand this and he was not their master. The nurse stood next to Aunt Huang and asked her what happened and why she didn't come to her senses, and she didn't understand what her problem was. The chief doctor said that she had urethritis and she had undergone hemodialysis there for a long time and her body had suffered stress and his prognosis was not good. Yao Bing was shocked and asked the head doctor what they could do and how they could help Aunt Huang, and he didn't want to lose her today. The head doctor told Yao Bing that they could only perform the operation if they found a kidney donor and then they could save Aunt Huang. Dr. Chen told the head doctor that he knew that they had never found anyone and how they would save him, and Yao Bing realized that the doctor stinks. Yao Bing asked the head doctor if he really meant that if they find a kidney donor, then Aunt Huang will be saved, and this is true. The head doctor told Yao Bing that he said everything correctly, and Dr. Chen asked him if he really thinks that this is how to buy vegetables. Dr. Chen told Yao Bing the table Aunt Huang can hold out for 20 minutes at most, and if he finds a donor he will name him grandfather. The head doctor told Dr. Chen that even if a donor is found, all the necessary tests will take more than 20 minutes and it's all complicated. Dr. Chen told the head doctor that it was not he who was running out of time and that Yao Bing should talk to the patient and ask her to wait for him. Dr. Chen pointed his finger at Yao Bing and asked if he is not the King of Hell and therefore he should not let Aunt Huang die and save her there. But suddenly at that very second, Yao Bing tightly squeezed Dr. Chen's finger, and he didn't like Dr. Chen's words at all, and he is an unpleasant doctor. Yao Bing asked the head doctor if there was any way to find out compatibility other than tests so as not to waste time and help his aunt. The chief doctor told Yao Bing that the kidney samples are compared first and this step can be skipped if the samples have been tested before. The head doctor told Yao Bing that the most important part is comparing the blood group of genes and glands, and if there is a match, the chances are higher. Dr. Chen told the head doctor that it sounds simple but who will check everything for them and they must be faster if they want to help her. Yao Bing told Dr. Chen that until he tried, they couldn't find out anything and he shouldn't say anything before they checked. Dr. Chen was very angry and told Yao Bing that then he can go on his own and he can only talk, and it seems that that's all he can do. At this time, in the conference room, all the people were asking the doctors if they could check them out and they want to help Yao Bing with his problem now. People said that they also wanted to try and asked to check their kidneys too and assured that they were healthy and would suit my aunt perfectly. The guy told the doctors that Yao Bing saved their relatives and they willingly want to repay him for his kindness and he risked his life for them. Dr. Chen said that they should think carefully about everything and if they donate a kidney and they are left with only one, it will affect their lives. The head doctor asked Dr. Chen to stop saying such things and he is in vain scaring all the people because nothing will threaten them all. People began to doubt after Dr. Chen's words and thought that they had not thought about this and their lives would be in danger. Yao Bing thought that Dr. Chen was constantly interfering with his plans and he would regret it if something happened to his aunt Huang and he was a bastard. Yao Bing told all the people that he appreciates their kindness but Dr. Chen is right and donating a kidney will significantly affect their entire lives. Yao Bing told people that in this case he has an offer and the one whose kidney is successfully transplanted he will pay for premium insurance. Dr. Chen started laughing and asked Yao Bing if he really only wanted to give 50,000 and wasn't that too cheap for their kidney? But Yao Bing told Dr. Chen that he was not talking about 50,000 and it was a different amount and the doctor was wrong in his guesses now. Dr. Chen asked Yao Bing if he really wants to give people 500,000, but this is also not enough for the kidney and what will he give them? Yao Bing told Dr. Chen that he was not talking about 500,000 and he would offer them the amount of 5 million and then they would be happy with him. Dr. Chen was shocked and frozen in surprise and asked Yao Bing if he was ready to pay 5 million for a kidney transplant now. Yao Bing told people that he would also give 1 million to pay for their rehabilitation after the operation and would bear all other expenses. The chief doctor told people that as a doctor he guarantees that the bills for the operation and others will be free for the donor and this is their job. Dr. Chen froze in surprise and thought why the chief doctor there told all the people that they would do the operation for free and this is a shock. The nurse told the head doctor that Zhu Yu's kidneys were checked quite recently and the results are on the internet and they can look. The man said that he already had a kidney test and he can check them again and he wants to save Aunt Huang and help Yao Bing with their trouble. The woman said that her husband is the chief doctor of the second hospital and she can call him and ask if they have a suitable kidney there. And after a couple of minutes, the nurse came into the room and told the head doctor that everything had worked out and they had solved the problem and could help him. The nurse told the head doctor that they had finally found a suitable person there and he was a kidney donor and would help Aunt Huang now. The chief doctor told the nurse that everything was fine and now everything was in perfect order and asked to prepare the operating room and this was an order. The head doctor asked Yao Bing not to be nervous and he would lead the operation and nothing would slip out of his hands and everything would be fine. Yao Bing said thank you to the doctor and thanks to him he will no longer be nervous and he is 100% sure that his friend the doctor will cope. The head doctor looked at Dr. Chen and he realized that he had made a mistake and now he would definitely be punished and he was against the operation being performed there. Dr. Chen asked the head doctor to wait and said that he could be an assistant during the operation so that everything would be guaranteed to go well there. But suddenly at this moment the man asked Dr. Chen to wait and they want to ask him some things and he should answer them. The men asked Dr. Chen if he would just leave and not be responsible for why he was against the operation and this is a problem. Dr. Chen could not answer the guys and was afraid to say something and realized that he was mistaken and now they can punish him right now. The man said that they clearly heard him say that if Yao Bing finds a donor in 20 minutes, he will call him grandfather. The friend told Dr. Chen that he also remembered what he said about it and did he really want to just run away from there and thought that they forgot. The patient said that no matter what happens, Dr. Chen is still the director there and he must be responsible for his actions and this is completely true. And then Yao Bing approached Dr. Chen, and grabbed him by the shoulder and realized that the doctor already knows that he made a mistake and now understands everything. Yao Bing told everyone that Dr. Chen was just joking when he said this, and moreover, they will still need him in the future and will help in their affairs. Dr. Chen was shocked and wondered if Yao Bing was protecting him and wanted no one to touch him after what he had done recently. Yao Bing thought that he needed to check if the operation was going well, and he hoped that everything was fine and Aunt Huang was healthy, and this is a miracle. And at that very second suddenly Dr. Chen fell to his knees and thought that he had to say one thing, and it was very important for him there. People wondered what happened to Dr. Chen, and a moment ago he was seething with rage, and why did he suddenly kneel in front of Yao Bing there? People were surprised and thought that Director Chen really knelt in front of Yao Bing and really wanted to show respect to Yao Bing. Yao Bing asked Dr. Chen what he was doing and asked him to stand up, and he doesn't like it when an adult sits in front of him, and this is a fact. But suddenly at that very second Dr. Chen fell to the floor and lost consciousness, and people could not understand what happened to him, and it's strange. People were shocked and asked what happened because everything was fine with him and maybe he was already sick, and they put a lot of pressure on him. Yao Bing looked at Dr. Chen on the floor, and he also could not understand what happened to Dr. Chen and why he fell right after his question. Yao Bing asked people to hurry up and call the police, and people could not come to their senses for a long time and immediately agreed with Yao Bing's order. Yao Bing asked the nurse to call the doctor there so that he could quickly check on Director Chen, and it looks like he was very ill now. Dr. Chen continued to lie on the floor and stopped moving and still did not come to his senses, and it was a strange case and everyone was in shock. Yao Bing realized that he needed to check on Aunt Huang, and for now he would leave all this to the police and they should look into this matter and decide. The operation was still going on in the operating room, and Yao Bing realized that it looked like this was a difficult operation and the doctors were working to save Huang. Yao Bing sat near the operating room and waited for Aunt Huang to come out to him, and he wanted to talk to her and ask some important things. And a couple of minutes later the chief doctor came out of the operating room, and he immediately went to Yao Bing and wanted to tell him how the operation with his aunt went. The head doctor approached Yao Bing and said that the operation was very successful and now he could not be nervous, and he promised that he would help them. Yao Bing said thank you to the head doctor for helping him with this problem, and he doesn't know what he would have done without his help with his aunt. The head doctor told Yao Bing that there is no problem and that aunt needs to stay there for an examination for a week, and he can tell you if anything is needed. Yao Bing agreed with the doctor and said that he could also tell him if the doctor or his aunt needed medicine or anything else. But suddenly at that moment the doctor started running towards them, and he told the head doctor that something had just happened and it was all important. The chief doctor was surprised and asked the doctor what happened, and he himself had just left the operating room and did not even have time to rest. The chief doctor turned around and asked the doctor what happened and why he ran there, and he was interested in finding out all the information about all this. The doctor told the chief doctor that Director Chen's family is there and they called the media and they need their explanations about what happened to him. Yao Bing was surprised and asked the doctor if this was connected with him, and he could not understand how Dr. Chen could be connected with him, and he himself fell. The doctor called the chief doctor to his place and began to explain everything in his ear in a whisper so that Yao Bing would not hear anything and he would say something for a long time. The chief doctor told the doctor that he understood him and they should act according to the protocol just as always, and then everything will be fine. The head doctor told the doctor that he should go and deal with all this, and he has not yet talked to Yao Bing and must explain everything. The doctor asked the chief doctor not to leave, and he wanted to tell him one more important information that could help him understand everything. Yao Bing seemed like a monster to other people because all the people often said a lot of strange things about him and many believed all the rumors. The doctor said that they also said that the student was also the main one in leading to the death of Director Chen and a group of people, and this is a fact. The chief doctor asked the doctor to behave casually, and he should also tell everyone not to give any interviews to everyone. The head doctor asked Yao Bing what he thought about this, and he was now very interested to know his opinion about what happened to Dr. Chen. Yao Bing told the chief doctor that it seemed to him that this was a pre-arranged affair and that people had carefully planned everything down to every detail. Yao Bing told the chief doctor that only 2 hours had passed since Dr. Chen's death, and he died under very strange circumstances. Yao Bing asked how Dr. Chen's family could find out about this so quickly and also call journalists, and it's all very suspicious. The head doctor told Yao Bing that he also thinks so and they must have made a fuss on purpose, but it's a pity they don't have evidence there. Yao Bing told the head doctor that secrets always become clear and they will soon find out about everything, and the doctor told friend Bing that he was right. The head doctor and Yao Bing began to walk from there, and Yao Bing thought that someone specifically wants to set him up and is interfering with all his affairs. Yao Bing doesn't think that he won't be able to find out what's wrong, and very soon he will find out the whole truth and punish all those people who are involved. Yao Bing and the head doctor began to look into the cameras to understand what happened there and why Dr. Chen died suddenly and who was to blame. The man told the chief doctor that these are footage of the moment when everything happened and they can look at the footage and make sure everything is there. The head doctor told the guy that they had reviewed this part many times and there was no evidence that anyone had set it all up. Yao Bing asked the guy if he could slow down this moment and he could look at the frame again in more detail and understand the truth of the action. Yao Bing was surprised and wondered if there really were no traces there, and how is this possible, or did someone try really hard to hide everything? Yao Bing continued to watch the footage of the accident and noticed one person and asked the guy to stop the video now. The head doctor asked Yao Bing what happened and did he really see something in this video that would help them solve the riddle and this secret? Yao Bing noticed a man with a cart and asked the guy to move the video a little closer to this corner and then he would understand what the secret was there. The guy agreed with Yao Bing and began to zoom in on the video to the corner where the strange man was, and Yao Bing realized that the truth was close. The guy zoomed in on the video and everyone noticed that it was a cleaner and he was acting very strange and was wearing a cap and wanted to hide from people there. The head doctor was shocked to see this man in the video and asked Yao Bing who this was and whether he knew this man and had not seen him before. Yao Bing told the chief doctor that it looks like the janitor is now first on the list of suspects and they should question him before it's too late. But the head doctor told Yao Bing that they had already performed an autopsy on Dr. Chen's body and found nothing strange, and how could he have died there? Yao Bing told the doctor that there are many ways to kill a person and not all of them leave any traces, and that is why they found nothing there. The doctor asked Yao Bing if he really wanted to say that all this was planned in advance with the aim of sullying him, and Bing agreed with him. The doctor told Yao Bing that then they need to call the police and immediately find this man and restore him to the reputation that he violated. But Yao Bing told the doctor that there is no need for this and he knows how to settle everything and he does not need the help of the police, and in the end everything will be so good. Yao Bing opened the door and told the head doctor that he should go and they would discuss everything with him later and they would both reach the truth in this matter. Yao Bing told the doctor that his mother and Aunt Huang should stay there for a couple of days and could he look after them both in a friendly manner. Yao Bing told the doctor that he had to find the scoundrel and the doctor asked him not to be nervous and it would take care of them and give them the best care in the world. Yao Bing left the room and thought that he should call a friend and he can help him solve this case, and it looks like this is a strange case. Yao Bing called Mr. Kai and said that he sent him a photo and could he find the person from this photo, and he wanted to interrogate. Mr. Kai was seriously injured and told Master Yao Bing that as long as he was alive, he would definitely find him and he could rely on him in their lives. Yao Bing asked Mr. Kai to forgive him for asking him for this and thank him for being ready to help his friend at any moment in life. Mr. Kai hung up and Yao Bing realized that there was something wrong with Mr. Kai's voice and it was as if he had just run a marathon and was tired. Yao Bing thought that this couldn't be true and realized that he needed to go urgently to Mr. Kai and it looked like he was in danger and needed help. But then Yao Bing called again and it was Hua Si, and Yao Bing asked him what happened to Mr. Kai and it seemed like he was in danger there. On the phone, the man asked Yao Bing to listen to him and just not be nervous, and he would tell important information about his best friend. The man told Yao Bing that someone stabbed Mr. Kai in the back and he should come there quickly and they needed his help. Yao Bing continued to ask Hua Si what happened there and who it was, but he hung up and Yao Bing realized that everything was serious there. Yao Bing quickly went outside and caught a taxi and thought that he himself should quickly drive there and help Mr. Kai at this moment. Yao Bing got into a taxi and told the driver that he should go to one elite establishment, Huangjia, but only quickly, and this is very important. Yao Bing arrived at Huangjia a couple of minutes later and thought that it was good that the driver was driving fast and he would have time to help Mr. Kai in his trouble. Yao Bing entered this building and asked the administrator where Hua Si and Mr. Kai were now and asked him to tell him quickly and he would help. The receptionist told Yao Bing that Mr. Kai met his friend recently and he had not returned yet but should return there soon. Yao Bing asked the administrator who and where Mr. Kai met and he should know everything and grabbed his hand tightly and wanted to know everything. The manager told Yao Bing that he heard that they were at Yi Sei's bar and asked Yao Bing if something had happened and why he was nervous. Yao Bing quickly ran from there and the administrator wondered why he was acting very strange and what happened to Mr. Kai and Hua Si. At this time, near Yi Sei's bar, many people were beating Hua Si and they all said that he was really not that strong and asked them to beat him harder. The bandit asked the scoundrel Ho Si if he wasn't cool and why he couldn't do anything with his gang and did he really no longer have the strength. The bandit pressed Ho Si to the wall and said that they will all now listen to how his boss beats his boss and they lost to them and are very weak. But at that very second Yao Bing came there and ordered the bastards to stand and stop beating these people and they will regret it soon. The man asked Yao Bing if he really ordered them to stand and immediately stop beating them and who was he to give everyone these orders. Yao Bing told the man that he understood everything correctly and he was the man who ordered them to stand and did he really need to repeat it? The man was in shock and didn't understand who this kid was and didn't he really know who he was talking to now and it looked like he wasn't yet familiar with their gang. And at that very second the bandits began to laugh loudly and it could even be heard throughout the whole street and they thought that Yao Bing thought that he was Superman. The bandits continued to laugh at Yao Bing and said that Mr. Kai was so pathetic that he asked a child for help and that it was disgracing him. The bandits told Yao Bing that he was biting more than he could chew and asked him to go home and drink his mother's milk. Hua Si lay there and told Master Yao Bing that he was glad to see him and he wanted to tell him important information about Mr. Kai now. Hua Si told Yao Bing that Mr. Kai is still there inside the bar and he must save him and without his help he cannot do it and this is the truth. The bandit was surprised and asked Ho Si if he really called this kid Mr. and why did he show him such respect and this is strange. The bandit pointed his finger at Yao Bing and said that he is a brat and why does everyone call him Mr. and it seems people have gone crazy from their blows. The man called Hua Si a freak and kicked him as hard as he could on his stomach and said that who allowed him to communicate with Yao Bing and talk. Ho Si was in a lot of pain and the bandits asked him to shut up and just answer all their questions and then they could spare him now. Yao Bing told the bandits that he gave them a chance, but they had just abandoned it and now they would regret that they all did not escape in time. The bandits continued to laugh and told Yao Bing that it was as if they needed a chance and he had better worry about himself and now he will die. But at that very second, Yao Bing threw a document towards the bandit and realized that this would help him defeat everyone and they should underestimate his strength in vain. And at that moment the bandit froze in place and realized that Yao Bing's document was very sharp and it went through his leg and it hurt him there. The bandit realized that he was seriously injured and he needed to go to the hospital quickly to stop the bleeding and this is all important. The bandit lay on the ground and screamed in pain and his people could not understand what happened and how their boss received such a serious leg injury. And then the bandits noticed that Yao Bing's document was lying on the ground behind them and he injured their brother with a piece of paper and that's cool. The man continued to scream and asked his people what they were waiting for and they should kill this scoundrel and Yao Bing would soon regret everything. Hua Si told Yao Bing that Mr. Kai is waiting for their help and they should help him and he was also attacked by all the villains and he is now in trouble. Yao Bing asked Hua Si not to be nervous and said that he would beat all these people in a minute and they would have time to help Mr. Kai in this bar. The bandits called Yao Bing a bastard and said that he should not underestimate them there and they will now teach this idiot a lesson in life. The bandits fled to Yao Bing with weapons in their hands and said that he would beg them for mercy and in vain he communicated with them so brazenly and this was a mistake. The bandit wanted to hit Yao Bing and said that now he would know what real pain would look like and in vain he did not respect him and now he will die. But at that very second the bandit received a strong blow from Yao Bing in the stomach and realized that the guy was strong and he didn't even notice that he hit him. Afterwards, Yao Bing began to strike at another bandit and thought that they had said so many things and could not answer for their words to him. And then one of the bandits grabbed Yao Bing from behind and told his friends that he was holding him and they should quickly hit him while he was powerless. The bandits began to quickly run to Yao Bing and said that now the guy would die and now no one would help him and he was doomed for disrespect. But Yao Bing grabbed the guy who was holding him and threw him at his friends and they all fell to the ground and didn't want to get up anymore and they were all right. The bandit told Master Yao Bing that he was sorry and he didn't want to attack him and it was a mistake and only asked him not to kill him there now. Yao Bing threw the bandit and he crashed into the wall and Yao Bing thought that he had dealt with everyone, now he can help Mr. Kai and he is in trouble. Yao Bing broke all the doors and windows in this bar and thought that the owner of this bar should understand that it was all the bandits who were to blame for the pogrom. Yao Bing realized that he should go inside and check what happened to Mr. Kai, and if he needs help he will help him with everything. Hua Si asked Master Yao Bing to be careful, and all the people in the bar were treacherous and he must always be on the alert, and then he will defeat everyone. Yao Bing understood Hua Si and immediately produced a demonic army so that they would help him defeat all the bandits, and they didn't even have a chance. But Hua Si hugged Yao Bing and asked Mr. not to do this, and Yao Bing was very surprised and asked Hua Si what was the matter and what he wanted. Hua Si told Master Yao Bing that it was Mr. Kai and he must help him and he cannot cope and his friend must save him. Yao Bing turned around and noticed that Mr. Kai began to fall on him, and he jumped from the window of this bar to protect himself from enemy attacks. Mr. Kai asked Master Yao Bing not to worry about him and he should still leave him there and go about his business and he would handle it there. Yao Bing asked Mr. Kai not to be nervous and said that he would quickly save him and prevent his best friend from getting hurt by falling there now. Yao Bing jumped with all his might and thought that there seemed to be so many enemies and they all attacked Mr. Kai, but he was able to deal with them. Yao Bing began to go to the aid of Mr. Kai and was sure that he would immediately grab him and not let him fall down, and he promised him protection. Yao Bing grabbed Mr. Kai and smoothly landed him on the ground, and he asked him if he was okay and if he needed medical help now. Yao Bing jumped very high and Hua Si thought it was fantastic, and he didn't think that Yao Bing would be able to use so much of his energy. Hua Si realized that besides, Yao Bing did not let Mr. Kai fall and he definitely underestimated his skills, and Master Yao Bing was very strong and smart. Yao Bing realized that he saved Mr. Kai from falling and now he must come to his senses, and then he will ask him questions to find out about the enemies. Yao Bing asked Mr. Kai to rest and he would take care of the rest and punish all the people who were involved in this violence. Mr. Kai asked Master Yao Bing to be careful and take care of himself there because these people could come up with surprises at any moment. The man was sitting on the sofa and asked Mr. Zhao Kai if he really had one assistant, and it was a child, and it was very interesting. The man took his strong drink and asked Mr. Kai that he looked down on him and thought that he was very weak and a coward. The man asked Mr. Kai what kind of child this was and had he forgotten that he would not spare Yao Bing and would deal with him just like everyone else. Yao Bing said that he is just Mr. Kai's bodyguard and definitely Mr. Go does not need to know his name and he is not an important person. Mr. Kai told Yao Bing that he shouldn't protect him like that and he's worried about him and it's better for him to leave from there, and these people are very cunning. The man told Master Gua to take care of this Yao Bing, and it looks like he thinks he's tough and he should teach him a lesson there. The man thought that he could take over half of the Pan High Market if Zhao Kai died today, and he should rely on his Master Gua. Master Gua said good evening to Yao Bing and asked the man why he needed a master like him to beat an ordinary child there. Yao Bing asked if this was his doing and it was he who was involved in all the riots and he would punish him for his impudence right there. Mr. Gua told Yao Bing that it was he who beat Mr. Kai and he could not do anything to him and asked why he wanted to know all this. Mr. Gua asked Yao Bing if, having learned about this, he now wants to take revenge on him and Mr. Kai deserved to be beaten badly there. Master Gua told Yao Bing that he had honed his fighting talents and all his skills and how such a brat, how dare he compete with him, and this is a disaster. Yao Bing told Master Gua that he should just go to him and said that he would give him 3 tries and give in if he was afraid of him. Master Gua was furious at Yao Bing's words and thought who he is and how dare he insult him, and he is a martial artist and even a legend. Master Gua began to approach Yao Bing in anger and said that now he would punish the impudent man for not respecting the master and it was his mistake. Master Gua swung his hand and wanted to hit Yao Bing in the face so that the scoundrel would shut up, and he didn't like that he was not at all afraid of all his threats. But suddenly Yao Bing easily dodged Master Guo's blow and he said that this was the first attempt and the master could not hit now. Master Gua thought that Yao Bing was very fast and he needed to immediately give his all to defeat him in battle now. Master Gua swung and delivered a powerful kick and thought that this time he should hit Yao Bing and he would not be able to hide there. But Yao Bing quickly dodged Master Go's blow and said that this was already the second attempt and the master needed to add more strength to overcome. Master Go was furious and thought that the impudent man was very smart and he deftly avoids all his attacks, but surprises await him. Master Go began to accumulate all the energy in himself and thought that now he would strike Yao Bing with one powerful blow and he would immediately fall knocked out there. Master Guo jumped high and approached Yao Bing and said that he would not be able to defend himself from this blow and was in vain hoping for his success. Master Go almost reached Yao Bing and said that he could not do anything to him, and with such a blow he defeated all his enemies for many years. But at that very second Yao Bing suddenly grabbed Master Guo's hand and asked him if he couldn't do it faster because it's all very slow. Yao Bing told Master Go that he had no more attempts left and now it was his turn and he must be ready to defend against blows. Yao Bing swung and wanted to hit Master Guo and thought that in vain. He initially thought that his enemy was weak and he could not do anything. Yao Bing threw a powerful punch and used the technique and hit Master Go in the stomach, and people were surprised at how powerful Yao Bing was. Yao Bing seriously injured Master Go and he realized that you should never look down on the enemy in battle and he can surprise your opponent in battle. Master Guo was in great pain and could no longer defend himself against his blows, and Yao Bing made Master Guo become humble with one blow. Master Go fell to the floor with a roar and Yao Bing did not receive even one blow from the master and stood in a fighting pose and wanted to continue the fight there. The man was very surprised by this and asked Master Go how he could have missed such a powerful blow from Yao Bing and not defended himself now. Yao Bing told Master Go that he was next and the master immediately fell to his knees and began to ask Yao Bing for forgiveness and asked to spare him. Yao Bing told Mr. Go that he was too lazy to kill him and they could find a compromise with him and he could give him money for Mr. Go told Yao Bing that he was willing to offer 5 million to save his life and hoped that he would accept this price. Yao Bing was surprised and asked Mr. Go if he really thought that his life was worth 5 million yuan, and he was surprised that he offered. Mr. Go told Yao Bing that he would then offer 10 million or even 20 million and hoped that he would be satisfied with the entire amount. Yao Bing told Mr. Go that he agrees to his terms and then his life is worth 20 million yuan, and does he agree with this? Mr. Go told Yao Bing that this money is worth his life and he is not even angry with him and is grateful that he was such a good guy. Mr. Go told Yao Bing that he will immediately prepare the money and the required amount will soon be delivered to him and he is doing all this to make him happy. Yao Bing pointed his finger at Master Go and asked Mr. Go what about him and how much he would pay for him, and it seems he cares so much. Yao Bing grabbed Master Go by the head and began to lift him up and thought that he would not wait long for an answer to his question from Mr. Go. Yao Bing picked up Master Go and told Mr. Go that he didn't even have to pay for him, but then he shouldn't blame him for the fighter's death. Mr. Go was horrified by asking Yao Bing to stand and said that he would pay him for him and also give him 20 million yuan for his life. Mr. Gao thought that if he died there he would be in trouble and he had better pay for his life and protect himself from any harm. Yao Bing waved his hand and told Mr. Go that he agreed to all his conditions and then he would not kill Master Go and he was kind. Yao Bing threw Master Go to the floor and told Mr. Go that he must send 40 million yuan in 2 lives to his account quickly. Mr. Go sat on his knees and told Yao Bing that he would give him the entire amount and he didn't have to be nervous and he would definitely keep his word. Yao Bing told Mr. Go that it was agreed and he could leave from there and he would not bother them and he was a good friend for their business. Yao Bing said that he almost forgot and Mr. Go should go to Huangjia tomorrow and apologize to Mr. Kai and then he will leave him. Yao Bing told Mr. Kai that everything was ready and they could go home and nothing would stop them and he solved all the problems of his best friend. Mr. Kai told Yao Bing thank you for helping him in a very difficult time, and Yao Bing said that friends should always help. But when Yao Bing wanted to leave there, Master Guo asked Yao Bing what his name was and said that he wouldn't get away with it and he would soon take revenge on him. Yao Bing heard Master Guo's words and thought that he should stay there for a minute and chat with Master Guo if he wanted it that way. Yao Bing asked Master Guo what he meant and did he really want to take revenge on him and how did he want to do it, and he was so interested. Master Guo said that now Yao Bing is afraid of him and if he doesn't kneel there now and start asking for forgiveness, he will not forgive him. But the guy told Master Go that his name is Yao Bing and if he wants to find him, he can ask Go Jiang and he will help him in his search. Afterwards, Yao Bing began to leave there with Mr. Kai and thought that it was good that he had solved all the problems and could rest at home. Master Go asked Mr. Go who this guy was and wasn't the name Lu Jiang scaring him, and it was interesting and he would find out more about him. Yao Bing caught a taxi and asked Mr. Kai to be gentler, and Mr. Kai told Yao Bing thank you so much for helping him and saving him today. Mr. Kai and Hua Si got into a taxi and quickly left from there, and Yao Bing thought that it was good that everyone remained safe and no one was injured. And then the system informed Yao Bing that for saving so many lives, he received a skill and can roll back time by 10 minutes in their world. Yao Bing thought that this was an unusual skill and he should try it somehow, and realized that it was time for him to go home and his mother was waiting for him for a long time. Yao Bing was walking on the street and realized that it turns out that Mr. Kai's boss is Lu Jiang and he didn't know about it yet, and this is a discovery for him today. Yao Bing realized that this was a chance to avenge Xiao Shang, and he caused her great pain and she still wants to take revenge on Lu for this act. But at that very second, a limousine suddenly appeared in front of Yao Bing and someone opened the window, and it was his acquaintance and he was going to use Su's villa. The guy said that Shi Yao wanted Yao Bing to come to them too, and they missed him and wanted to discuss some of their affairs with them. Yao Bing asked if Shi Yao really called him to the villa, and he himself didn't tell him anything about it, and it was strange to learn about it from a friend there. A friend told Yao Bing that Mo Shi wanted to surprise him and wanted to introduce him to new friends and he should go there with him. Yao Bing thought that he doubted Do Ming Yuan's enthusiasm and something was wrong, and he had to find out what Yuan wanted to know from him. Do Ming Yuan asked Yao Bing to get into the car and said that he would go to the Mo family's villa and surprise her together. Do Ming Yuan told Yao Bing that he knew that he did not have a car and that is why he wanted to take him there, and it was not difficult for him to take him there. Yao Bing looked into the limousine and froze in surprise and realized that a familiar girl was sitting there, and he did not expect to see her in the car now. Yao Bing noticed that the girl also recognized him, and she thought that she also did not expect that Yao Bing was invited to the Mo Shi family villa. The girl wondered if Mo Shi had fallen in love with Yao Bing, and now he looks so poor and it looks like he can't afford clothes. The guy said that Yao Bing doesn't have his own car and that's a shame, and they should chip in and buy him a good car, and that's great. Do Ming Yuan told his friends that Yao Bing is being raised only by his mother and it is difficult for her alone, and therefore Yao Bing can understand why he is poor. But the girl in the limousine told everyone that she thinks that it is not good to judge people by their cover, and Mo Shi loves Yao Bing for who he is. The girl asked her friend why she thinks so about Yao Bing, and no matter how good he is, he cannot be compared with Mo Shi, and she is very influential. Yao Bing told Do Ming Yuan that he told him that Mo Shi Yao would come there and where she is now, and they have been waiting for her for a long time in the limousine with them. Do Ming Yuan told Yao Bing that he should not be nervous and Mo Shi would come later, and she promised that she would come and arrange a holiday for them. Do Ming Yuan thought that this time he would make sure that Yao Bing lost his reputation and was humiliated and already regretted it. Yao Bing thought that this time the fool Do Ming Yuan had planned, and he thought that he would be able to carry out his plan, and he was very stupid. Yao Bing and all the people continued to ride in the limousine and thought that they would have a good time today and meet all their friends. They arrived at one place and a guard appeared in front of them and said that they should stand, and this is Yuzu's villa and the house is a private area. Do Ming Yuan asked the guard, and what does this mean, and he had already booked a room there a long time ago, and why can't he enter there at night? The security guard told Do Ming Yuan that Mr. Zhu was holding a meeting inside the villa and they should not let all outsiders in. The girl asked Do Ming Yuan not to say that they will now go back, and he must solve this problem now, and this is important. Do Ming Yuan asked the girl didn't she hear all the words of the guard now, and this is Mr. Zhu's order, and what can he do? The girl was angry and told Do Ming Yuan that what a simple and useless person he is and cannot solve even one problem there. Do Ming Yuan told the girl what has to do with it and said that if she is so cool, then let her go to the guard and solve the problem herself. Yao Bing approached the guard and asked his brother if he really wouldn't change his mind, and said that he thought it was still possible to change everything. And at that very second Yao Bing handed the guard an unlimited card, and he told the guard that he could look at this thing and it was all interesting. Do Ming Yuan laughed and thought, why did Yao Bing go there to see those guards, and even if he kneels down they won't let him in now. The guard looked at the card and wondered if this is the rare family card of the Zhu surname, and then this guy is very important. And then suddenly the guards bowed to Yao Bing and said to the dear guest, welcome to Yuzu's villa, and they are glad to see the boss. The girls asked Yao Bing what happened there, and Do Ming Yuan was also shocked and asked Yao Bing how he could do this and who he was. Yao Bing asked the guards if other people could go there, and they also wanted to get into the villa and they had a holiday there today. The guards told Yao Bing that of course his friends could also go there with him and they would be glad if the distinguished guest Yao came to them. Yao Bing asked his friends why they were still standing there and said that they should go inside and no one would stop them from going now. The girl told Do Ming Yuan that they should go there, and Yao Bing decided this issue himself, and he was angry with Yao Bing and this girl. The girl told Do Mingyuan that he lost to the poor man, and he immediately thought that he would see how long Yao Bing could behave like this. Yao Bing settled in this villa and thought that today he seemed to have made an impression there, and he did not like this whole company at all. Yao Bing sat up in bed and exhaled and thought that today was a very hard day and he should rest and gain strength, and he deserved. Yao Bing turned around and suddenly noticed that behind him the bed was slightly raised and there was something under the coverlet, and it was strange. Yao Bing was horrified and thought something was going on, and who was there under that blanket, and when did it manage to get into his room at night? And at that very second a girl came out from under the blanket and asked Yao Bing why he was there and where Bai Wei was, and she didn't expect to see Yao Bing at all. Yao Bing told the girl that this was his room and he should ask her what she was doing there and why she was hiding under the blanket in the bed. The girl told Yao Bing that Bai Wei gave her a number card and she said that she would wait for her there, and she was waiting for her in this particular room. The girl told Yao Bing that she wanted to talk to her about something, and Bai Wei seemed to have deceived her and she just realized it after seeing him. And at that moment they started knocking on Yao Bing's door, and he thought that he couldn't explain to them how this girl appeared there, and it was a disaster. People asked Yao Bing to open the door, and Mo Sure is looking for him, and there is no need to knock because they have a card and Mo Sure will surprise him there. The girl told Yao Bing that they would not be able to open the door, and she immediately locked the door when she arrived in the room and did not expect her friends to come. Yao Bing was happy and told the girl that it was great and she was very smart and thought in advance about how to detain her friends there. Do Mingyuan wanted to open the door with the card but was surprised and asked if it didn't work and he couldn't open the door of the room now. Yao Bing told the girl that it seemed like Do Mingyuan wanted to catch him having an affair, and he had planned this plan in advance and almost carried it out. The girl asked Yao Bing what they would do and how she could leave there so unnoticed because her friends were standing outside the door and they would not leave. Yao Bing took out his phone and thought that he was a genius and quickly came up with a plan, and he would outwit all the insolent and scoundrels of his friends. Yao Bing showed the girl the phone and asked her if she trusted him, and she agreed with him and wanted to help him carry out the plan. Do Mingyuan told Yao Bing that Mo Sure was there with them and asked him to open the door because his best friend wants to see him now. Bai Wei asked Mo Sure why Yao Bing didn't open the door, and maybe he was doing something there that others couldn't see, and locked the door from the inside. Mo Sure told Bai Wei that she knows Yao Bing well and he will not do anything wrong and he is the best friend and she trusts him. And then the administrator of the villa approached them and said that the man in this room was his boss's guest and hoped that they would not disturb. Do Mingyuan told the receptionist that the person in this room is Yao Bing and not Boss Zhu's guest, and he knows this and he saw him recently. The receptionist pointed to the door and told Do Mingyuan that Yao Bing was actually in another room and he himself had recently moved him in. The receptionist told Do Mingyuan that if he didn't trust him, he could give him a number card to check on his friend. Do Mingyuan told the administrator that this is a VIP room and it costs almost 300,000 a day, and how can Yao Bing afford such an expensive room? The man approached the administrator and said that this was a map of the very VIP room he asked for, and he found it and brought it to them right away. The administrator told the man that if Do Mingyuan did not trust him, then he could now check Yao Bing's room himself and what he was doing there. And at that moment, Do Mingyuan quickly grabbed this card from the number and asked the administrator if he really thought that he couldn't do it now.